食材、憩いの場、情熱、技巧、お客様。そして何よりも家族がいた。戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた。だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる。寿司の真髄を。
Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship 2025. With more action-packed events, a total prize pool of $2 million, and exciting changes, you won't want to miss it. Let's dive in. In 2025, the championship starts in February, featuring 6 months of online play and 3 in-person events, exploring locations new to Brawl Stars Championship. You're increasing points earned for monthly qualifiers to create a more balanced playing field, and doubling all points during the summer split, adding excitement up to the last chance qualifier. Seeding has also improved. Instead of random assignments, placements are based on points and performance, ensuring fair matchups each month. We start the year with the Spring Split, which contains 3 monthly seasons through which players can earn points for their regional leaderboard. Did we mention we'll have a 3rd in-person event in 2025? Introducing the Brawl Cup, where 8 teams from around the world will compete to unlock an additional World Finals or LCQ slot for their home region. After another 3 monthly seasons during Summer Split, we'll kick off the postseason with a 16-team Last Chance qualifier, before wrapping up the year with the 16-team World Finals. Each monthly season has 3 phases that kicks off with the in-game Championship Challenge event, after which players choose a persistent team to play with in the regional monthly qualifiers, which are now split into 2 distinct days. Day 1 of each MQ is for up-and-coming teams to battle through a single elimination bracket, from which the top 16 teams will make it to Day 2, where the 16 top-seeded teams from the region will await them in a double elimination bracket. Top 8 teams from the MQ will enter the prestige of the broadcasted monthly finals and a significant boost in leaderboard points, making every win 1 step closer to the trophy. After the summer split, 16 teams without a World Finals spot will have 1 more opportunity at the Last Chance qualifier event. From here, 4 victorious teams will earn their golden ticket to the World Finals. Finally, we arrived at the pinnacle, the World Finals. Here, the 16 best teams in the world, legacy players, fresh talent, and fierce rivals will duke it out in front of a live audience until only 1 team is left to raise the trophy. Who will emerge as the top champions of their regions, earn spots in the World Finals, and take home the trophy? Join us and find out. It's a new, exciting year at Brawl Stars, with new formats, larger events, rewards, and opportunities for everyone. Let's brawl!
Hello, Brawl Stars fans, and welcome to the Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series. We've got an incredible tournament to bring you today. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and joining me, I have an incredibly talented group of geniuses, brilliant brain. What do you go by in this seat?
I don't
Both
know
apply.
if we can say that, Kenny.
Nope, both apply. Both apply. Yep. Nope.
It's pushing it. It's definitely pushing.
Well, they go by Kenny, and they go by Trav, and somewhere out there is Spoo as well. But gentlemen, we just got a preview of what's to come in 2025. I'm going to turn it over to you, Trav, for your thoughts.
Yeah, it's certainly something. 2025 is going to be the best year of Brawl Stars Esports yet. Absolutely incredible roadmap that we saw right there. And I cannot wait for that extra in-person event in the Brawl Cup in the middle of the year.
It's going to be nice. I will be devastated if EMEA gets 9 teams. 7's enough. We don't need to extend it more. North America's caught some strays this week. We've caught a lot of strays.
For the best.
Bad PR week for us. We're moving on. 2025 is a new year. New year, new us.
Man, but what an opportunity to add a whole nother slot for your region. Very cool, and a whole other event in there as well. Exciting stuff coming in Brawl Stars 2025. And of course, we're starting it off here at our Champions Invitational. We've got 8 of the best teams in EMEA. We stuck them into the bracket, and now we're going to make them battle for your entertainment. But that is a bit of a stacked bracket, Kenny.
Absolutely. I mean, we're kicking things off with the defending world champions in Humble. And across this as well, you're going to see a lot of familiar faces. Eternal Fire, Reply Totem, SK Gaming, heck, even Pirates were competing last year as well. But there's been some roster changes as well. A lot of young guns with new potential as well. This is going to be an awesome kickoff to 2025 season.
Absolutely, and $5,000 in the prize pool for this event today. Not something to shake a stick at.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that these players are getting this kind of bonus event that we haven't had in previous years and get us a nice early look at how the teams are shaping up for the rest of the year.
And speaking of an early look, I consulted the big brains here for some predictions, and then I copied some of their homework.
It was pretty close to all of it. I mean, you went Pirates, and honestly, I think of the 4 matches, that's the most likely upset to me, at least.
I don't hate it.
It's kind of hard to go against Humble. I think Reply Totem, just the name brand. I'm really excited to see Angel Boy join this team. SK Gaming with the change-up as well. Ope makes his return with this roster. Kebab, a good team, but I just feel like some of these are staples of Europe and kind of the teams I expect to be competing for those World Final spots this year.
Well, there was one matchup that nobody had any trouble predicting a winner on. It's our first one of the day. That's going to be Humble versus Torby. A heck of a matchup to start things off with. And I'm very excited to get to know these two teams a little bit better. Gentlemen, this is going to be a good one. Yeah? Is this a nice little flavor to start things?
I mean, I think it's a good place to start 2025 with where we ended 2024 with the World Champions. I think it's going to be an incredibly tough matchup for Torby, to put it quite simply, because they are against the absolute best in the world, and they're, not newcomers. I wouldn't say we've seen their faces here and there, but they're definitely not, staples of the East region.
Taking a look at Humble now, checking out. I love the player cams. You get to see everybody's face now as they compete.
Very cozy setting for him, too. He's got the gamer chair, but also that looks like a nice little living room kind of setting right there. I'm kind of impressed. Comfortable's a big deal. Look good, feel good.
Yeah, playing from home, playing on stage. Each of these players has a different way to play their best, but they're going to bring it today from home, you think, right?
I mean, they've got to. I mean, Humble, they're going to want to come out swinging. They're going to want to win yet another event and prove that they've still got it what it takes and prove that they deserve to go all the way in 2024, which without a doubt they definitely did, to put it simply. They were the best team of the year, so consistent, so brilliant all the way through, and just I'm really pleased they've come back with the same roster once more, because they've just got so much to show.
Yeah, and our next team, of course, they're going to be going up against Torby. Now, a team impressive in their own right, but give me a little bit more history on this roster.
Torby's definitely not newcomers per se. I mean, all of them at least made a monthly finals last year. They've got Rama, who has a little bit of history in the BSC, has made a world finals in the past. But this team as a roster, 0 monthly finals wins in that top 8. They were all on different rosters last year, obviously a very different setting, but nonetheless, you're going against world champions when your team didn't win a single match in that top 8 in 2023. I mean, like it says there, solid resumes, good team, but I don't know if they're expected to have the greatness that Humble are.
Now, if you had to identify one feature that they could really improve on to maybe surprise Humble here, to maybe take some games or the series, Trav, anything you think that they could work on?
I mean, I think it's tough because they're all, especially Cappy and Enrage, you can see with their achievements, they've got a few bits here and there, and that's, not their fault whatsoever. They just haven't been around that long. Pretty new players to the competitive scene. I think Rama's definitely going to have to take a front foot in leading this team, being that IGL and making sure that the draft is correct, because the rest of his team really don't have that much experience, and he's going to have to be the one to really put his foot down and make sure they're all in line.
Yeah, that was him stretching his jaw to prepare for in-game leadership. Not at all sleepy yawn. Right? These guys, they're awake. We talked about them being comfortable at home, but how do they achieve that kind of synergy when playing from home and in 3 different places?
It's a lot harder, right? I mean, there is something to be said about that online format. Some people love playing at home, and some people really thrive on the live environment, having an audience behind them. That's where some of those bigger orgs, I think, get a little more of an advantage, right? The SK Gaming, the Reply Totems, the Humbles of the world, all of them have a lot more experience in that setting. And when you're at home, taking these elements away, I think it does even things out just a little bit.
Well, and let's check out, we have a Humble's achievements throughout this past year. You guys are talking about it a bit, and our wonderful team is going to pull that up. You mentioned consistent. I didn't know it was that consistent.
Yeah, pretty perfect.
It doesn't get much better, does it? I mean, it does, obviously. You could have a few more firsts in there, but what matters is at the bottom, and that's the first of the World Finals. For the rest of the year, second for the majority of it. We did see a top 4 sneaking in May where they did take a bit of an unfortunate loss, but they rectified that in June by bouncing back and getting their only monthly final win of the year, which is extremely surprising considering how fast they just walked through those World Finals.
Now, well, let's take a look at the map pool our teams will be playing on for this head-to-head. Anything jump out to you that might give either team a bit of an advantage or a bit of a comfort pick?
I don't think so. I mean, honestly, Humble are as good of a team as it gets, right? They're mechanically sound. They also have great drafting skills, which is, I think, what set them apart and let them get on that dominant run. I mean, they played a team like Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals that's literally mechanical gods. I mean, known on the Mount Rushmore of Brawl Stars players of all time. It's a pretty flawless team. I know online they weren't perfect last year, but heck, if your worst result is a top 4, you're fine. You're fine. I don't worry about you.
Well, I think they're just about ready to pick their brawlers. So, gentlemen, knowing what we've learned, the recent updates, these two teams' tendencies, anything you're really expecting to pick out of Humble, just off the bat?
I mean, we've had, a couple of balance changes and a lot of hypercharges added to the game, so there's definitely a different meta from, the last time we saw Humble take to the stage. So I'm intrigued to see if they're going to have adapted perfectly to that. Obviously, we're seeing the same roster from Humble, so they haven't had anything like that to worry about. So it is just getting that meta down and making sure that it's perfectly fine. But I believe it is dueling beetles we're heading on to first. So it's definitely going to be, a couple of long-range ballers down the side, something to fight through the mid. Occasional throwers do come in here and there. We see a Sprout blocking some walls off Barley occasionally. But Juju's a big one we've got to touch on.
Juju's going to be a big part of the meta here today. I mean, it's one of the best brawlers in scrims, not just in EMEA, but across the world. They're using this brawler. If it's banned, it's not going to get played, obviously. But if it's not banned, I would fully expect it, even on maps like Sneaky Fields that we would see later on down the line. I also will throw out a Barry. That was a creative brawler that they threw out, an iconic one at World Finals. It's since gotten a hypercharge. I've seen them scrim it on this map. So that's one, not surprise pick, if you will, but something a little more unorthodox that I might be looking out for.
Interesting. And these unorthodox choices are where maybe Torby can come out, find an edge against Humble. Anything you think that would really trip up Humble that Torby can do?
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily something that Torby can do. Like, I kind of think they're relying on Humble not being at the top of their game and drafting wrong, because it's so tough to be able to gain an advantage against a team so, mechanically sound as Humble are and how good they are at draft as well. It's really tough to find these opportunities, so it does have to be in this draft phase, which, some people say decides 70% of the game before you even get into it.
Everyone's got their serious faces on now, Kenny.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got the forehead from Rama right now. Boss is locked in as well. And I think to touch on what you said, it's really difficult, right? Torby are a spot where they're not expected to be favorites, I would say, by a long shot. I mean, to me, this is a 90-10 kind of affair, unfortunately. But I will throw in, last year, the opening match, Zeta Division, defending world champions, played against none other than Humble and got upset in month number 1. Now, this isn't a monthly finals, this is an invitational, but it goes to show it's a new year. You never know. Rama's got a little bit of experience. There's some promise from these young guns on the other end. Obviously, they're going to have to come out with a little bit of surprise, especially on a map like Dueling Beetles, where we've got those indestructible walls in the mid. I really kind of want to see them put their foot on the gas pedal, get a little aggressive, and once you gain that control, never let it go. Look how many throwers are banned, though. Farley, Larry, Laurie, Sprout, and Juju, of course. Penny, one of the most paid brawlers right now in Lou. This is obviously completely different, like we mentioned, different balance changes, and as a result, we're going to have completely different bans here.
And you mentioned you got a chance to see some players scrimming, got a sense of kind of what's to be coming for these early season games here. Anything that you were personally not expecting when you saw those patch notes, when you saw the update?
Not really. I mean, it's honestly a little different from Worlds, I would say, in the sense that last time, if you were with us, we had brawlers like Kenji, like Mo at the very, very top, and there were a couple brawlers that were must bans, if you will. Right now, I don't feel like it's that much. I feel like it's a little more evened out. I think Juju's going to be one of those brawlers. Penny's one of the most frequently played. Lou is up there as well. And Stu, who's the first overall selection, is definitely in there. There's the workhorse that I was calling out as well. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like the one throw that hasn't been banned. So I think it's the literal only option if you want to be able to pick up a throw, which is definitely something that Humble were kind of gunning for there. And they're going to pair it along with that Frank as well. The healing ability that Barry provides. And obviously, as you mentioned, the hypercharge that got added as well adds an extra dynamic to it and makes it even stronger than it already was. And yeah, definitely pairing Frank with that is a great, great option. Just the most healthy brawler in the game paired with one of the best healers is really, you can't go with this.
It's a tough one, too. I mean, they're going to throw Barry alongside that Frank. That's a pretty frequent pairing for Humble in general. It's not just a this map thing, but the idea is they have a thrower. They can apply pressure, especially when you get up at that indestructible wall. They're going to be able to throw that down, get some pressure going on the other end, but also be healing up your side. That's why they're going to respond with a Griff here. It's not bad anti-tank coverage, and also they're going to try and break those walls down with his gadget. This is a way to deal with that, and obviously the biggest of all tank counters is going to be that Colette, so they're going to try and round that out. I think this is a decent response. Stu's a great brawler. They have ways to deal with Frank. Now it's just kind of left the Humble for what that last flex pick is going to be.
And the synergy from the 3 players on this team, is that affected at all by the brawlers they choose if they have to go a little bit off role?
Yeah, I mean, I think the synergy is definitely something that Humble are going to have to kind of opt for because of the 3 or 2 major counters to Frank on the other side. They're going to really need that Berry just piling heals down on the Frank. And the B, I quite like the way they rounded out that draft there. It's definitely giving them some legs in the fight against the Griff and against the Colette, trying to keep them off the Frank. It's a great option at that long range.
All right, smart plays. The math has been mathed. The brawlers have been selected. And now, gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to you to start our first match of the day.
Let's kick off 2025, folks. Here we go. Defending world champions Humble taking on underdog Torby to kick things off. Like we said, this is Dueling Beetles, a very iconic roster there, and immediately Trav, they're flexing the 2024 world champion pins.
Who can blame them for it? But over the other side, we see Cappy with a quick wall break using that piggy bank to take those down. It is going to benefit Bosso if he does move over to that right-hand side, but at the moment, not really getting much of a look in as Semantic being pinned back. Barry's going to use that super forward, provides equals on the floor, which Semantic is going to walk over. Boss will take a second to get there, use another Barry super as well, but Rama's going to be there. Return shot is not going to be enough from Boss, as Enraged will pick it up and take the lead for Torby.
Big time fight right there. If Enraged doesn't survive, if it's a B that ends up winning that, it's going to flip. And already Torby starting off with some aggression. Another rattled Hive going down, enraged, skating, Cappy dropping a super here, and now Rama on that right hand in. His job to shadow Semantic at all costs. A hypercharge already being activated here. Luki on the ground as well, looking for coverage. Big takedown here. Luki expanding right hand side, enraged, working, but now being forced away. This is an opportunity for Humble to make a...
Yeah, I was surprised to see Semantic go for that super there, but it was trying to just catch that opposing team off guard and throw it somewhere that wasn't expected. The Hypercharger ready now for the stew, and he's going ham. Going to be able to pick up 2 players here, and Torby re-established themselves in mid, but at the time they were trying to push back. Humble had got it to 50-50 as they start to extend the lead once more. Frank has a super in hand. Boss got a lot of work to do if they want to come back here, though. Starts off with a good slow, but still so much more work to do.
Go down. Luki with another hypercharge here too. Gonna be covering this entire right-hand side. You can do. It's got so much coverage of the map. There's a swipe as well. Rama trying to get a takedown. Luki dives in as well. It's gonna be a trade on all sides. While trying to deal with multiple brawlers, and it's neck and neck here.
Yeah, 80% to 79. Going to be a tough situation for Torby to come back from it. In goes the Colette super. Really nice stuff there, but 2v2. Boss gets one. Luki might be able to get the other, and they're just going to be healing all the way to 100. Humble going to take game 1, and Torby falls short.
The World Champions doing exactly what I would expect them to do. Impressive stuff. Themselves a fighting chance here, to say the least. So Humble taking a 1-0 early, but Torby certainly with a chance.
Well, back for game 2 then. Torby, as you say, do have a chance. They seem to be in the game somewhat, and in the early wall break is going to be there again. The Rattle Tide finds a few connections onto Enrage on that on the left-hand side, sorry. Colette dominating the right, Semantic pushed all the way back to spawn. Boss coming through the mid, along with Luki healing him up. They do fall low. Colette's going to make the connection onto Luki, but instantly he's going to spring back out, and Rama cycles nicely, allowing them to keep control and keep the lead for now.
Enraged, barely surviving. Semantic left all alone, and that is not a good option for Humble. They're going to have to take a step back here. Rama now in the mid alongside his teammates. Cappy putting a little pressure down, and there's that piggy bank. It cost him his life, though. Ideally, you don't give that up. Now he has a little bit of extra range, but it does make things harder for Humble. They can't hide as easily.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to mind going down too much there, as Humble didn't gain too much ground or too much percentage off the back of it. Now the Hypercharge comes in, but it is traded out as Rama goes down, same as the Frank. Luki, Hypercharge back in their spawn, but now the Stew starting to come through. Pretty much unlimited heals with Gasser heal in this Hypercharge pairing. They managed to get it as Cappy pinches in as well, and just Semantic surviving. That's going to be a walking super battery.
I love that. That was some cheeky stuff right there, just using the Gazu heal, just charging at that wall, smacking into it, trying to cycle in those heals, and Semantic just can't cover this ground. This one a convincing victory for Torby, who are putting up a fight here in our opening set.
Wow, I mean, Rama not looking too pleased about that one. Definitely a game that they should be winning with the position they were in for the majority of that game. I think it ended about 100-20, and as soon as that wall gets broken down and as soon as we see Humble lose any control, it's just so hard to grasp any of it back whatsoever, thanks to the Colette and the Griff just pinning them all back in spawn.
That's what makes this map difficult, especially this game mode at a professional level. Once you lose control in Hot Zone, once you're in that spawn trap, it's really difficult. If you're a Barry and a Frank as well, that's a lot of ground to cover without a lot of range. It's a good thing that they have this long ranger sharpshooter in B. They're going to get some chip shots in there as well. Luki already diving down. Remember, he charges that super off the heels as well, so the more that his teammates are doing, the more that he's kind of assisting, the better off he's going to be in general.
Yeah, a much better start from Humble this time, as Luki able to cycle a few supers, but yet another one baited out there, and Semantic does waste his, but a hypercharge from Luki from the right to the left-hand side will heal him up nicely, and a mid-super from Rama is going to hurt him bad. Surely able to psych it out in just a second, but it's going to go down as Semantic picks him up and gets a lovely shot into Enrage as well, and Boss doing the exact same on the right-hand side, picking up all the control and a 50% lead.
Oh, I fear this is going to be a runaway from Humble. I mean, Torby putting up a great fight in these opening 2 games, but the same can be said for Humble as well. Once they're in positioning, even with this right-hand side toward down, Semantic is just hunkered down on the left. He's got another hypercharge. I mean, how many Barry hypercharges have we seen here? This is where things get tough, though. Still wins the engagement with Rama, and they're going to be walking themselves all the way to 100%. It was a close call in the opening 2 games, but the defending world champions will hold on in our opening set.
Ooh, gentlemen, that was a little more scary than you made it out to be for Humble's chances. Torby really came back there. How did they pull that off?
I think that, honestly, the draft was really solid. I think they were kind of anticipating what Humble were doing. I mean, in scrims, what we've seen from them last year, a pretty typical pick especially on this map, is going to be a Barry plus an aggressor. They love this Frank. That's one of the most prominent brawlers in the meta right now across the world. It's going to be your kind of tank of choice. I think since World Finals, there's less tanks that have kind of been in the mix, but these tank counters still work great. We had Colette go in there. We had Grip to open up the map, and Stu's just a very solid brawler in general. I mean, he can get in and out so quickly. I really didn't mind this from them. I thought it was a solid showing. Obviously, it doesn't win you the set, and ultimately that's what matters, but that gave me hope that they can put up a good fight.
I mean, the thing is, I feel like maybe should have won them the set, you know? And I don't know if that's something that doesn't bode for the future for them, because you look at Colette, you see you got 607 DPS against a Frank, you know, you should be winning that lane, and there were certain times where we see Semantic being able to beat Colette on lane. It just shouldn't be happening whatsoever.
And shouldn't be happening. Is sometimes happening. What is the factor there?
I mean, it's just Semantic being a genuinely incredible player, along with the berry heals, I imagine, probably playing a big factor in disrupting that kind of 2 shots and super that Colette's, you know, so notoriously known for. You can pretty guarantee any kill if they don't have heals with 2 shots and super. So.
Well, things might change up now as we head into Sneaky Fields. What are you anticipating from our two teams now? They've got to regroup. Torby looking a little scarier than I think Humble anticipated here. Are we going to see them tighten up with their next choices?
I think, if anything, Humble will kind of stay aggressive, right? I think even on a map like Sneaky Fields, the strategy is not going to be the same on Dueling Beetles, but I do think some of the bans will possibly remain the same. I think Stu might get in that ban mix. We might see Lou again, one of the most popular brawlers. Juju is played on this map pretty frequently right now as well. I feel like there's less tanks kind of being in the meta. There's some new ones that I'm looking out for as well here, though. Somebody that wasn't at World Finals a lot, Draco, has made a lot of surprise picks as the tank of choice right now, just given how this meta is kind of shaped up. So we should see some change-ups a little bit. This could be potentially more aggressive. A lot of tank answered with tank counters.
Nice, heading into some Brawl Ball. Looking forward to it. When you talk to these players, what do they say about their favorite game modes, their favorite maps?
It's always Brawl Ball. It's just the one that everybody loves, and I mean, I believe this is the previous draft. I'm going to get this reset for you as well on screen, but yeah, it's always Brawl Ball, and I can't blame them for it. I think it's pretty much everybody's favorite game mode if you take Brawl seriously, minus obviously Siege. We like to bring Siege back. Bring Siege back.
Don't make me shed a tear right now.
I'm going to shed a tear. Honestly, if I think about it anymore, I'm going to have to move on before I start crying on camera. But yeah, Sneaky Fields draft should be coming in shortly. Bans first, followed by the picks as well. Here are the bans. Humble going to get rid of the Sandy, the Max, and the Nita. On the flip side, Torby going to ban out the Max as well. Double ban on that one, and the Gus and the Juju, as you mentioned, going to be banned out as well.
Juju's got to be gone. Max joins in here as well. Max going to be a great distributor. Good at assisting, kind of like how Barry is. He's going to play that support role, and it's one of the best in the game. We're going to get Lou as that first overall selection. Lou is in a phenomenal spot in the game right now. I mean, the ability for him and how quickly he can now cycle that hypercharge since the balance change is a big reason why he's so prominent in this level, because his hypercharge and his super are arguably some of the best, if not the best in the game.
And when we're talking about innovations, we just had the big update come out. Are people crunching numbers? Is it just time in game? How do most of these teams approach these big changes?
Yeah, I think mostly it's time in game. You kind of see that you can look at a balance change if you're somewhat competent at the game and like, oh, maybe that's a little bit too much. It's going to swing the other way. Because if they're getting buffed, they weren't in a good place beforehand. So it definitely swings the other way quite hard sometimes. But we see on the other side, you mentioned tanks. You see an Ashe slide in, obviously with the hypercharge. You're going to be throwing down some more rats. And it's a really easy hypercharge to get. Paired with the Stu, which you mentioned before. Said might have got in the ban phase as well, but it slipped through. So it seems like Torby have got a pretty decent composition so far.
I think that's a good 2-3 turn. Again, they're clearly showing that they know the meta pretty well. I don't mind the Ashe. Obviously, we're not used to seeing him this early on in drafts. Once again, they're going to answer with Frank. That's a brawler they're comfortable with. It's the most popular tank across the world right now. I think it's a solid brawler on this map still. I mean, maybe not ideal into something like an Ashe and a Stu, but if you're playing it as well as he did in set 1, I think they're probably fine. They might pair this with a tank counter just to remove one from the equation as well.
Yeah, we'll ask you that. Predictions for these final lock-ins, World Team.
Honestly, you know, Primo against Frank's a good matchup, but I don't know if we've got any kind of notorious user. I mean, that's wild. A little Poco coming in as well. I wouldn't have predicted that whatsoever, but obviously with the tank, it's just another, as you mentioned. They love these healer tank combos, and that's exactly what Humble have gone for.
Another one that's gotten the hypercharge since Worlds as well.
Yeah.
Poco, I think, in a better spot than what he was. Yeah. With the Stu and the Ashe, I mean, I feel like you got to address some of these tanks. I think maybe a B could come in the equation. I don't know if it's enough DPS, but it's a very popular option right now and a direct answer into the Frank. If you go El Primo, you're kind of worried about the Lou, and that's a big problem for why Lou is you know, so good in the game right now. He can address those midfield ones pretty well, and also is going to hold his own against those aggressive brawlers. It's just so difficult. So I think going for something like a wall break option here and just opening up the map entirely is maybe your best bet. I think Humble are off to a pretty good start, though.
Well, in our last set, we had a big pickup there from Torby. Let's see if they can pick it up this time or if they can turn it all around. I'd love for this series to go the whole way. But gentlemen, I'll leave that up to the players and leave casting up to you.
Hopefully Torby are going to be able to bounce back because, yet again, I don't mind their comp. I think it's pretty decent against what we're seeing from Humble, to be honest with you. They're just sticking with what they know, with the tank, with the healer, and going to try power through all of this like defensive and, you know, offensive capabilities that Torby have as well. So I think it's quite well-rounded on both sides.
Yeah, I don't mind it for either end. I mean, I think Griff, B, some of these brawlers are going to be more popular since we've last seen them. I mean, it's been entirely different balance changes. It's changed up entirely. One of the reasons I love this game is it's always a roller coaster and you have to adapt. Humble are obviously going to be a great team at doing that. I know the game 3 for the other end didn't work out as well for Torby, but at least they showed they've got a fighting chance. I mean, I think they're drafting appropriately. They're making good decisions. I think they just got to get themselves over the edge a little bit here and try and take a set or two. I mean, one thing that we talked about as well, obviously this isn't the regular season. This is going to be the Invitational. So I think just building some good confidence here is a big deal going to those monthly finals.
Well, these two teams obviously preparing themselves, want to get their heads on straight. It's a big match for them both, but the set is going to be crucial for overall. So with the tone setting that you see from these teams, when they're playing against each other, you know, round after round, are you seeing them start to respond to each other, or does Humble just stick to what they know?
I mean, you can see them even through just the first set on Duel and Beatles responding to each other really well. You know, Humble win the first one, then Torby come back in dominant fashion, beating them 100-20. So you can see the kind of bounce back from Torby, but then Humble just flip it back on them as soon as they know what Torby are going to want to do, and you know they know how to counter the counter, if you can put it like that. So it's definitely a good position. We'll wrap back around with Seltzer in just a moment, but we are already 1 goal up and 1.5 minutes into the game, and it is Humble with just that 1 goal lead.
And it feels like they've destroyed half the map alongside it. I'm sure that's Frank Supers. I'm sure that's some Griff action going in there as well. But right now, Humble on the defensive end, dribble down the middle of the field, a piggy bank on the left-hand side. And he can't quite stretch far enough to break down those lower boxes. That would have been a nice pickup there for Torby.
Point where you kind of sacrificing your life for a piggy bank, and the piggy bank did absolutely nothing there, bear in mind as well. So a little bit of an unfortunate situation for Torby. They definitely going to want a bit more out of those piggy banks and allow Griff to kind of, you know, live his life that little bit longer to get the most effect, I feel.
Quick there for Torby.
Yeah, not a good look. I mean, we'll see how the game finishes out. Looked like it was a 1-0 at the time. We'll get you all back in whenever we get a chance. But I think it was a good start ultimately for Humble. I mean, that's one of the things you have to watch out for, right? You can't let them steamroll you. It has to be keeping up the whole time. You don't want Humble to build up momentum. I mean, if you can even pick up a set here, just give yourself a chance. I think that's a big deal. Didn't look like that's how things were starting there.
Yeah, and this opportunity now for both teams to kind of see what's up, get their heads back on straight, head back into this. But we do have, you know, a fun game mode that players tend to enjoy. Do you see, you know, a little more creativity when it comes to this?
In Brawl Ball, I think, you know, it's definitely, I don't know if it's more creative, but you see a lot more aggression coming out of it, and it kind of loops around with some other game modes as well. With Heist, you know, it's played a lot more defensive than it used to be, kind of changed over time, but Brawl Ball's definitely one of the game modes where it usually caters to the maps perfectly, and you can just kind of run at each other and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's changed over the years, and during these balance changes as well, it's going to mix up a little bit. I mean, before it felt like we had a real tank and then tank counter, and now it's a little more evenly distributed. Like I said, at least in games, we're not seeing as much bunch of tanks, bunch of tank counters. It's a Frank maybe gets mixed in there. I mean, obviously it depends on the map and mode, but for at least the two that we've seen, a lot of the times it's a Frank, and then maybe that's it. I mean, I feel like it's not really a tank-heavy meta like it used to be.
Well, Humble has won 2-0 in this matchup, so as you said, very comfortable, able to respond as they need to Torby. Torby, though, bringing some impressive plays and some impressive choices in the draft that have served them well. As we head on into Game 3, we're going to see if maybe they can pick it back up. But these two teams, with Humble pulling away like this, Gotta wonder kind of what the mentality is there. You guys have been at these events where they played on stage, been in just huge stadiums with so much energy, and you've watched them play from home in these little solo situations. Is it easier, in your estimation, for the players to kind of get a little tilted when they're at home, or easier to regroup?
Yeah, I think probably more tilted when they're at home. If things aren't going your way, it's not as easy to pick it up as a team. And especially when you can have the coach on stage with you as well in World Finals, it definitely adds that factor of bringing the mentality back down, and you can just regroup as a team. But to be fair, I don't know if that kind of mentality issue is something that Humble have ever, at least from what I've noticed, really suffered from. Because when they've been a team, all they've been doing is winning. So, I mean, I wouldn't be complaining about Humble, put it that way.
That's true. And also, shout out coaches. Amazing. Thanks so much for everything you do for these teams. Now, we're preparing ourselves for Gem Fort. What are we expecting to see out of these guys?
Juju, it's definitely in the mix.
What a surprise.
I mean, I say it's a more evenly distributed meta, but there is kind of a top 5 to 6, I would say, of names that show up most frequently. Penny's in that equation, Gus is in that equation, Lou, I think Stu's right there on the border as well, Juju, like I mentioned. I mean, there's a lot of brawlers right now that are kind of all, it depends on the map and mode a little bit, but those are going to be common names. I mean, they're the most played, I would say, across the world. The Brawl Stars competitive Reddit does wonderful work. They acquire a lot of data that we've looked at, so definitely helps me in kind of seeing what the world's doing, and as a result, I mean, it's showing right here. They're pretty accurate. I mean, just looking at what pros practice, it's how they're going to play as well.
Yeah, and what an incredible scene. So much information out there, so many ways to get involved. If you're not yet interested in playing professionally, you can get up to speed pretty quickly and perhaps compete with the best of the best. We showed you what the 2025 season is going to look like, so I'm sure you want to get involved, but as you've seen, you've really got to bring it up to snuff. We got teams like Humble in the mix, our current world champions, and what we have here at the Champions Invitational is the 8 best teams in EMEA. So what we're seeing here from Humble, we got more of that for you all day.
Yeah, I mean, after this one, we've got 3 more quarterfinals, and we'll see them. and this is a good enough start as it was that first set, especially that we got to get a full glimpse of. Very back and forward, it ended up in a 2-1. It's closer gameplay than what we expected, at least to see out of Torby. They're drafting incredibly well, I will say. It's surprising to see how well they're managing to keep it with Humble's drafts. I mean, you're predicting the Humble drafts, so maybe they're going to be able to as well, and I think that's maybe something that they should be trying to use to their advantage, because I don't think they've had a bad matchup for the first 2 sets whatsoever, at least 50-50. So if they can continue to get the draft right and kind of iron out a few mistakes that they might be making, overstepping, as I mentioned, with the Griff when they're trying to get these breaks and losing control thanks to it, I think they'll be perfectly fine to maybe get 1-2 sets, and even that is an achievement for them.
Well, as we know, Humble, with all those impressive victories, all those impressive finishes, they've got a lot of content out there for everyone to study. So would you say the other teams have come in here, well-versed on what Humble could bring to the table?
I think it's, a very different mentality, right? I think last year, Humble was the kind of team that were scrappy, trying to find their way. I don't think a lot of people, including myself, I mean, I was looking back at a VOD of us that we did opening up EMEA last year. None of us on the desk projected Humble to make it out of round 1. So how you handle success is a very different mentality than how you yourself. Now it's a very different environment for them. They're up 2-0 though. They're getting the job done, and we're moving on to Gem Fort. Gene gonna be the first overall pick. I mean, that's a tale as old as time. It's good to see an old friend.
Yeah, the vision gear definitely helps out a lot on these maps with quite a vast amount of bushes, scouting out really nice, and Humble just seems to be going a different route. They don't need to scout out, they just run straight on at them once more, picking up the tank of choice from Torby in that previous game. So Semantic this time is going to be the one championing Ash. Pair that with a Max, and you're going to have a lot of mobility on a very tanky brawler who's quite strong.
Now, as they're switching between maps, between game modes, we see them do this often and all the time, but I do wonder, what is the mental switch kind of like? Do you ever see them get tripped up and maybe draft for the wrong map, the wrong mode?
I don't think so. We've seen a few.
These are professionals, folks. That was a silly question.
To be fair, we have seen a few mispresses here and there. Like, we'll be commenting on the draft, like, what's that pick? And then they'll come up to us afterwards and be like, yeah, my bad. Mispick. Yeah.
A lot of
Didn't mean to
pressure
play
on the
that brawler at all, and I'm sure it's happened to most of the players, if not in competitive. Through scrims and stuff, there will have been some mispicks, but in scrims you can kind of restart the lobby and go again. But in this, it's you'll be getting punished if you're doing that. But the rest of the draft coming through now, we have the Nita and the Crow picks from Torby. More scouting on the Crow side of thing. You don't need that vision gear because that shot's going to linger and it's going to do a lot of work, especially with the hypercharge as well. Elevates Crow to that little higher level. Definitely a bit better in heist than it is in gem grab at the moment, but along with the Nita bear with hypercharge, going to go a long way as well.
One final lock in here, one final brawler for Humble, and there it is.
It's like they've gone really good support brawler, aggro brawler, and then a good DPS frag option. And that just seems to be a textbook combination that they've done for all of these maps. On the other end, vision is clearly a focus, like you mentioned. You got Crow for the chip shots. And like you said, you might not even need a vision gear for that. I mean, Crow's shot is poisonous. It will linger. I think that maybe strayed away from some of these brawlers that can heal a little bit too. So they're not going to be as interested in things like a Byron or a Barry like you might see them pull off. But don't know if it's necessarily what they would have done with that combination. But I mean, this seems to be another Humble draft, and it's kind of up to Torby to respond and finally put one on the board.
Historically here, Gemfort, Humble, no problems with this one.
I mean, they shouldn't, no team should really have an issue with the map pool, I feel, at the moment. If they're kind of in the top 8 of competitive in the EMEA region, I think they should all be adapted to the map. They're all going to be scrimming. They're all going to be coming into this year expecting to excel.
Yeah.
So they're just really getting it down, getting the synergy through with these, with the new rosters, for Torby at least, Humble sticking the same. I think it's mostly about synergy at this point in the year and making sure that you're all playing the brawlers that you're comfortable on and want to be playing. And I think something that, I don't know if that's what Torby have got down, if there's synergy issues or something, because the drafts, as I said, they're looking good to me.
Yeah, I would assume all these players, they're very well versed in the game modes, the maps themselves, but I do wonder, you know, individually or as the teams work together in this early stage for their synergy, that certain elements, certain game modes, certain features on the map might trip up certain players in certain ways. And we're studying players, we're watching you. But you're all doing very good, so round of applause to you. And taking a look in, just like to check in on our players really quick. So, you know, have you ever been there? Have you ever visited their houses?
No.
You ever done like a room raiders tour?
Yeah, we're not as fortunate as Ready Set. We've never hosted players in particular, but no, it's always an a little bit, and it's going to be a moment where they kind of have to make a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, we've got our 2 players all set, looking to make that comeback here for Torby. That would be absolutely huge for them. But Humble, so impressive, so strong. So I do wonder now, as they've got these moments to kind of lull to think things over, will Torby be able to find some edge that, wow, even we can't see here from our spectator positions on stage? Trev, you know, like in all the games you've seen, in all the come-behinds, and all the run-backs, what has been the factor that has let the momentum switch to the other team?
I mean, literally it can be as easy as just getting one game on the board, and that can change things completely. If Torby start to get their mentality in check, and you know, it's something that Rama's been faced with multiple times, but it's definitely something more difficult for the newcomers in Enraged, in Cappy. They haven't got, you know, the reps under the belt to be able to really dig deep and get that mentality corrected, to be able to reverse sweep a team, especially like Humble, who are, you know, world champions of 2024. When you're looking up a mountain as big as that, world champions, 2-0 down, it can be really tough to, you know, expect yourself to come out with a victory in 3 sets in a row.
Wow, I have good news for Humble then, and terrible news for Torby. Momentum is in Humble's favor for this set. They did pick up at that first game, but we figured out just how that second goes. Let's take a look at the bracket and just show you the lay of the land as we're getting the start here today at our Champions Invitational. Humble and Torby facing off now, but much to come. Eternal Fire, Reply, Totem, Leftovers, Pirates, SK Gaming, and Kebab all the way through. Now, we did have predictions for who would win these individual matchups, but gentlemen, I don't think I've asked you who you think is going to make it all the way to the grand finals.
Ooh. Gut saying Humble SK. That's what I'm going to go with. Oh, look at that. Oh, they won. Good job.
Appreciate you letting us know, boss.
Thanks,
Appreciate
boss.
that.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Thanks. Well, I'm just going to take a little note there. Congratulations. And as we're playing a best of 5, that's going to leave Humble victorious now. We took a look at that bracket, and yeah, you know exactly where they'll be moving into on that slot. But we didn't get to see a lot of the gameplay, so theater of the mind, imagination, paint me the picture. How did Humble do that based on everything you've seen them play?
It seemed quite fast,
Yeah,
right?
that's the first one that
It
came to
seemed
mind,
quite
was
fast.
quick.
So I'm thinking maybe they just kind of walked over them, kept them in spawn. You know, 10 gems to 3, something like that.
Oh.
Probably is how it will have ended it, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. That felt pretty rapid. I mean, compared to Brawl Ball, you know, you can dump in a couple goals pretty quick, but Gym Grab, you have to at least wait for 10 gems to spawn. That felt like a little bit of a speed run right there. I think if you're Torby, this was not the easiest luck of the draw. Obviously, you're playing the defending world champions, and yeah, they held up. They're still good in 2025.
And historically, like, if, you know, you had to predict maybe that they got played through the rest of these maps here, would there be one that Torby would have a good shot of pulling through on?
I think there's a few games that would have been better suited for Torby, and I think definitely they shouldn't kind of put their heads down for the year to come, because they have just been paired against the toughest team in the world, never mind just in EMEA. So I don't think they should, you know, discourage themselves for 2025 as a whole, considering they've just come here and been swept by, as I said, the best team.
Oh, absolutely. It's no shame here, and we're starting the year, but there's much left to be played. Gentlemen, any final thoughts on this matchup before we move on with the day?
No surprises so far. Like you said, I mean, kudos to Torby, at least in the opening set. I thought they drafted well. I think they're going to show promise. I think as a prelude to the year, they're going to be one of those teams that are close to that top 8, right? I think they're in that mix. So
they're looming on the edge of LCQ.
Yeah, we just found out there's 7 spots for this region, possibly more depending on how the Brawl Cup goes, but I think they're in the mix for that for sure.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I think we're going to get some stuff sorted, so we'll be right back, but we'll see you shortly, everybody.
Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship 2025. With more action-packed events, a total prize pool of $2 million, and exciting changes, you won't want to miss it. Let's dive in. In 2025, the championship starts in February, featuring 6 months of online play and 3 in-person events, exploring locations new to Brawl Stars Championship. You're increasing points earned for monthly qualifiers to create a more balanced playing field, and doubling all points during the summer split, adding excitement up to the last chance qualifier. Seeding has also improved. Instead of random assignments, placements are based on points and performance, ensuring fair matchups each month. We start the year with the Spring Split, which contains 3 monthly seasons through which players can earn points for their regional leaderboard. Did we mention we'll have a 3rd in-person event in 2025? Introducing the Brawl Cup, where 8 teams from around the world will compete to unlock an additional World Finals or LCQ slot for their home region. After another 3 monthly seasons during Summer Split, we'll kick off the postseason with a 16-team Last Chance qualifier, before wrapping up the year with the 16-team World Finals. Each monthly season has 3 phases that kicks off with the in-game Championship Challenge event, after which players choose a persistent team to play with in the regional monthly qualifiers, which are now split into 2 distinct days. Day 1 of each MQ is for up-and-coming teams to battle through a single elimination bracket, from which the top 16 teams will make it to Day 2, where the 16 top-seeded teams from the region will await them in a double elimination bracket. Top 8 teams from the MQ will enter the prestige of the broadcasted monthly finals and a significant boost in leaderboard points, making every win 1 step closer to the trophy. After the summer split, 16 teams without a World Final spot will have one more opportunity at the Last Chance qualifier event. From here, 4 victorious teams will earn their golden ticket to the World Finals. Finally, we arrived at the pinnacle, the World Finals. Here, the 16 best teams in the world, legacy players, fresh talent, and fierce rivals will duke it out in front of a live audience until only one team is left to raise the trophy. Who will emerge as the top champions of their regions, earn spots in the World Finals, and take home the trophy? Join us and find out. It's a new, exciting year at Brawl Stars, with new formats, larger events, rewards, and opportunities for everyone. Let's brawl!
The Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back to our Brawl Stars tournament. We've got the Champions Invitational featuring the 8 best teams in EMEA. And we've got Spoo on the desk now too. Welcome, Spoo. How you doing?
Woo! Happy to be here at the Champions Invitational, watching the best teams in the world duke it out here. Am I right, Frav?
You are right. I mean, I'm never going to tell you that you're not right about calling EMEA the best teams in the world. So
Kenny's not in the room.
I'm very pleased you're along with me and not Kenny anymore. Let's put it that way.
Well, Spoo, we just had a big win there from Humble over Torby. It was predicted by the entirety of the talent pool, but that's no shake a stick at Torby. That's just honoring what Humble has achieved. Your take on the matchup, though?
Well, I think as the entire talent team more or less predicted, it was going to be a 3-0 sweep. And, you know, Kenny did mention quite a lot about how a lot of it would be draft decided, and I think that's precisely what we saw.
Well, we did see some of those incredible matches, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more, but we're getting ready for now. Reply Totem versus Eternal Fire. This is a matchup that's a little bit closer. Rosters that you guys are well familiar with, players you know very well. Let's start just talking about Eternal Fire. I would like to know these guys a little bit better. Who amongst you can do that for me?
I mean, I think either of us can, to be honest with you. They've been lingering around for a while. Mebius, Nob, and Buzzcoat being the new addition as well. Mebius and Nob have got a long history, and it's the same on the flip side with Maro and Mori. We'll get to them in a short amount of time. Starting things off with Eternal Fire, I mean, Mebius and Nob, as I say, played together for so long, adding this additional bit of aggression in, I will say, with Buzzcoat. Definitely a extremely strong tank player, and nothing pairs better than that with Mebius' favorite brawler of the match.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Mebius is super well known for his Max. EMEA doesn't have a lot of great Max players compared to like a region like East Asia where basically everyone plays Max. But yeah, with a player like Mebius that can carry that Max for you, it really gives your team quite a lot of strategic depth. And I think that's going to be what Eternal Fire in this meta are going to try to pivot towards.
And this team, Eternal Fire, has kind of part separate. Well, break down this timeline for me here, Spoo.
Well, starting off in 2022, this is when Mebius and Nob first formed their team. They competed for about 2 years, but surprisingly, in 2024, they parted ways, forming Eclipsa, Ogichiki, and now, in 2025, they have reunited as Eternal Fire.
Beautiful to see it. They teamed up with Buzzcoat there. The three of them, great synergy, history perhaps? What can you tell me about them as a trio?
It's just something they're going to have to work on. I think this synergy is not something that can just be built overnight, and I'm sure it's definitely something that they'll have been working on over the past few months, at least, when they decided to come together as a team, and luckily enough been picked up by Eternal Fire as well, a very good org that kind of came into Brawl Stars late last year with the World Finals. Having Gugu, OPA, and Mebius. It was a very solid roster overall. So I'm glad to see them back once more and back with another strong roster. And I think Buzzcoat's going to be a great strengthening fact.
Now, I know you talked about all these players. You get a great sense of how they're moving in the kind of roster apocalypse and the change-ups. Any sense of how they actually came together? And we're taking a look at the Reply Totem here. Nope, we're taking a look at Mebius again. What?
Mari. Hello, Mari.
There we go.
You're looking handsome.
Thrown for a loop there. Hi, Mari. So, Reply Totem here, as I understand it, Mari have been together a long time. Angel Boy, now the new pickup for this duo.
I mean, they seem to go through thirds like underwear, to be honest with you. Like changing them pretty much every single day. This team, the two of them, as you mentioned, stay together. Maro and Mori, their partnership's as old as time itself. But they swap out the third like nobody's business. They were with Soy Debreza for quite a while, a couple of years. Then they brought in Joker, who was a bit of a young gun, expected to be kind of the powerhouse of the team, the one doing a lot of the work, as the other two just chill a little bit. And last year, Chaos was that same fact. They brought him in, and it worked really well. Managed to get really far along in the World Finals. This year, we question, is Angel Boy going to be Totem's next savior? This was something that Angel Boy said on social media after being eliminated from the LCQ. Was playing on STMNAU at the LCQ with Drage and Bobby. Sadly, didn't make it to the World Finals. And, as I said, it was his first year as a drafter, as a leader. Mistakes were made, and he's just looking to iron out those mistakes heading on into 2025.
Well, definitely can learn from mistakes. Seems like he's absolutely motivated, but he's got a big position on his shoulders. IGL, he's got to be in charge of the draft here. What is it like coming into a well-established duo and then having to make these choices?
Well, this is a new team for him. It's very unfamiliar territory. I know that he's a great player, he's a great leader, but he's only 19 years of age. It's still very, very much young, and he's coming into what, as you described, pretty much a marriage at this point. Maru and Mari have already been playing together for such a long time, and now the pressure is on him to basically have to fill in the shoes left by his predecessors, Joker and iChaos. That left shoe and right shoe is pretty large to have to deal with.
Well, let's take a look at the maps these teams will be playing on for this quarterfinal round. We will establish all the players, all the teams know these maps. They know these game modes, but we've mixed them up. We've laid them out. Now I wonder how it's going to affect this matchup crowd.
Yeah, well, we're going to be starting things off in Brawl Ball instead of what we had last time in Hot Zone, and that definitely gave a big advantage early on to Humble, who were able to just kind of lock down in 2 of the matches and get that set back on their side. I feel like Brawl Ball's a bit more volatile. You're never kind of going to be able to win the entire match as, you know, as dominantly as you can in Game of Hot Zone if you get that spawn trap on dueling beetles. So I think it definitely gives us a bit more of an opening for either team to start off strong, rather than just kind of the favorite in Reply Totem coming out swinging and just absolutely dismantling.
Yeah, I know that all of us here predicted that Totem is going to win, but I do expect that this is going to be one of the closer quarterfinal matches because we do have, I think, on track record-wise, almost every single one of these players has made it to an LCQ, right? That goes to show that the standard of these teams is just there. That said, though, I do have to question Eternal Fire. I mean, they're going up against Reply Totem on Brawl Ball, a mode that they practically wrote the script on how to play.
It's scary. It's a very scary prospect for Eternal Fire. I'm just hoping that this kind of added aspect of Buzzco being the aggressive player that he is going to be able to help them out in the long run. It's just whether or not that's going to be what the rest of his team want to draft. You know, there's certain drafts where you're just playing for control in Brawl Ball and trying to play the complete opposite of what Reply Totem will go for, which is it's either going to work really well for them this draft or it's going to be heavily against them.
Well, what's interesting what you said, Spoo, is that this is the one that could really go either way, despite the fact that we went overwhelmingly for Reply Totems here. What can Eternal Flame do that would put them more on even footing or potentially put them over Reply Totem based on, you know, how you've seen at least Maru play?
I think Buzzco is definitely going to be the X factor here. He's probably the only player among all of these 6 that's really, really competent at tanks. Now, I'm not saying that Maru or Angel Boy can't play tanks. I'm just saying that they're not known traditionally to be tank players. I mean, Angel Boy is an excellent control player. His sharpshooters are just, oh, what an incredible, beautiful kind of, you know, sharpshooter type of player. But this is a tank map after all. It's center stage. You don't have a million wall breaks. We're not in the meta whereby you can draft 10 wall breaks and just get away with it. We already saw Humble just absolutely dismantle Torby there, utilizing all these tanks and all these heals.
It's a dangerous position for Eternal Fire to be in. I really think it is, because you say, you know, Reply Totem are one of the teams who kind of laid the groundwork for Brawl Ball overall, so it's going to be a tough one. There's many tanks that Reply Totem are competent on. You know, you kind of associate Primo with Maru, Primo, mixing the two words together, inventing a new brawler and a new person. But
Primo, might as well. Yeah.
Why not? It's actually quite a good brawler name, I think, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, like he's one of the brawlers you'll associate with a bit. You know, Reply Totem might have to kind of spread the tanks a bit more thinly and have to pick up the areas in some other places.
I'm checking in once again with our players, and actually that's a question I want to ask you guys too. We've had so much movement on these rosters, so much history across the players and switching teams. Is any of that going to come into play here with these 3 versus these 3? No. Any history, any bad blood?
I mean,
give me the gas.
I'm not sure massively. Angel Boy's, as you kind of mentioned before, it's kind of Angel Boy's going to want to get a bit of revenge on the organization of Eternal Fire. But I don't know if that's kind of enough of, you know, a fiery reason to get him going and want to be able to beat these players.
Well, I guess it's not so much of like a grudge, but
it's not reaching. I'm not reaching by saying that, but it's a tame.
There is history between 2 of these players. I mean, just last year, Nob and Angel Boy, they did compete together. Before that, they were picked up by S-Team and EU. They were Oceanas, and then they became Ogi. I can't pronounce it. The Watermelon team, right? Ogachiki. Yeah, they were Ogachiki for a while. But they finished 4th in EMEA together. So surprisingly, despite more or less competing together for the entire year and getting a pretty decent placement, actually. 4th is nothing to scoff at. Better than Totem, who got 6. Now Angel Boy has joined that very team based on the performance.
What kind of potential is there for intel to be shared, swapped? I mean, I know we had the big update, so there's things kind of all scrambled up again, but what could a player possibly know about another player that might finish a game?
I think that kind of restarts every year. You know, the intel kind of refreshes with balance changes and with New Year's, and we've had both of those in one, and so many new hypercharges being added as well. So it's really tough to give intel that you kind of hasn't built up through the year. Like end of 2024, if there was a load of roster changes, I'd go, okay, he's gonna be able to bring play styles from this team, tell his team how to beat them, what the draft's like, but that kind of, you know, history hasn't been built in 2025, and this is where it's going to start.
That's almost better then. This is a wiped slate, fresh, clean. Everybody gets to start new. So even if you have this kind of bad blood, good blood relationships between players that have swapped rosters, it's all about the game, right? And that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, pretty much.
It is. Yeah. I mean, the game is is what's going to decide it. You know, we said this about the draft. Some people think 60, 70% of it's decided in the draft. But if you're a good enough team, if you're that much better mechanically than your opponents, you can win. And I think that, you know, your region's, I think, the biggest selling point of that exactly. I was expecting you to touch more on this. He like looks at me, he's like, yeah, that's pretty much right. I was like, okay, this is actually where you want to talk about mechanics, maybe being able to carry through the draft.
Herder and let the APAC caster talk about mechanics and draft and things
it's
like
your
that.
region.
Well, I'm not proud about it. Well, I mean, Crazy Raccoon going against Humble at the World Finals last year bowed out 3-0, and everybody thought that the drafts weren't bad. And then post-game analysis comes in, you look at the stats and you look at the sets that they should have won, and you're like, no, they were bad. They were absolutely quite rubbish, if we're going to be honest here.
Said it.
Yeah, I said
You
it.
said
I'm the APAC guy. So, I mean, I would say yes, in our region, yes, we do believe that skill, first and foremost, is still the most important thing. We believe you can make any draft work. It may not be true. I mean, it's not fact. It's just opinion at that point. And the culture of the region is just a very proud region, and that's the reason. But EMEA strikes me as a more calculated reason. They think with some logic when it comes to the game, and before the draft, before the game has even started, they're thinking of how to get advantages and things like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. It's kind of like, there's always a balance between draft and gameplay, right? No matter which region you're in, it kind of balances out one way or another. In Europe, it's definitely more calculated, more draft-based, and that's how the majority of teams want to play it. Like, every team this year has kind of been like, oh, we need to think about the roster changes in terms of, we need a drafter. And that's why we've seen, you know, a few rosters shake up here and there. Some people just changing one, or most teams just changing one. Some staying the same, who did incredibly well, like Humble. But some teams just went for an entire refresh. But the underlying is that every team has pretty much got someone who is known as a drafter now.
Well, yeah, it's interesting to see how the scene does evolve year over year. What does stay consistent after these big updates? And as you watch these, the seasons play out under this update now, how much do you expect the meta to change and transform in the hands of these players? And how much do you expect it to kind of be with what's settled? Because they're so smart. They've done so much math. They've figured things out. But Spoo, you're making a face like I'm crazy, so go on.
Well, that depends on two factors. One is the player's creativity, which I think EMEA has always been the kitchen when it comes to like really interesting ideas. But honestly, we're all at the mercy of Adrian and Supercell, right? When they come up with these balance changes. I mean, the biggest change is obviously between the World Finals, the off-season, and the new season, because as Trav and Kenny already mentioned, we've got 12 new Hyperchargers, 2 new Brawlers, 1 million balance changes, new maps, and yeah, brand new game, guys.
That's so generous.
Yeah. I think year to year, we changed so much, clearly. But yeah, a lot of it is down to those hypercharges. Brawlers have been kind of catapulted into the meta. You know, we saw Berry bouncing around here and there throughout that Humble game, and the hypercharge is just incredible. It seems, not easy to cycle, but when you've got teammates just kind of standing in your puddles, lingering about, providing your super, providing your hypercharge, it's definitely, those are the kind of things that will alter games. We've seen Ash being picked up a little bit more, has the hypercharge as well. So it's definitely a different game to what it was at the end of last year.
Well, with the new balance, just as you've looked at it as analysts, as casters, did you see it and think, wow, this is really going to benefit X player, or, oh, this is Y player season with these new numbers?
I'll say certain players you kind of associate with different brawlers. So if you see those coming to the forefront, like you mentioned, Angel Boy just thrives with sharpshooters. So if it's a sharpshooter meta, you kind of expected him to be able to pick up and carry his team. And that kind of bounces around different players on different teams depending on the meta. We'll have a few different metas per year. Somewhere tanks will run rampant and you'll see players like Maru picking up on the Primo and being able to really be the carry of the team. Angel Boy gets to shine at different times of the year. So that's why these teams build so well-rounded rosters and have like specified roles for different players.
Well, we absolutely want to see all these players play these sick plays that you're talking about. And so we're going to make sure we can do that. We're going to go to a quick break and check out some highlights. When we come right back, we'll have some Brawl Stars for you.
我が家世界の片隅にある安息の地何人たりとも触れることのできない全てが揃った楽園だった 台所、食材、憩いの場、情熱、技巧、お客様。そして何よりも家族がいた。戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた。だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる。寿司の真髄を。
The Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We are getting these games ready for you. We're setting up for Eternal Fire versus Reply Totem. Just to catch y'all up, talent predictions largely for Reply Totem. In fact, entirely for Reply Totem. But we've been discussing amongst ourselves, we've been considering Eternal Fire as well. And, you know, this matchup is not guaranteed. Nothing, in fact, is guaranteed. But you do have some speculations about some particulars that we might see throughout this matchup, do you know?
Well, I don't have particulars based on the teams, if I'm going to be honest with you, but I think generally in Brawl Stars, we don't see too much regional differences in terms of the picks. Now, 12 new hypercharges, but thankfully not all of them are viable. Probably about 7 of them are viable. So any of those brawlers like pretty much Stu, we've already been seeing him quite a lot. Barley, these types of brawlers, we're going to be seeing them quite a fair bit. In terms of new brawlers as well, Juju was added to the pool. Shade was added to the pool. Shade is kind of irrelevant. We'll probably see him. We'll see him in Kennel Grande, right? Adrian was like, let's put him over water. He can float. He can go through walls.
He can do a bit of everything.
He can do a bit of everything.
Everything, but just not good enough.
Yeah, just not good enough. And then you have Juju, which literally is you can do everything, but good enough. So I expect to see that 100% ban.
I would not be surprised either. I think Juju is extremely strong at the moment. I was fine with it when it came out. I was like, okay, it's quite an enjoyable brawler. As you say, you can do a bit of everything, but definitely at the moment it's a strong thing, player-wise. 2 incredibly strong teams with 1 new player for each of these rosters. So excited to see how things switch up, how the synergy's been building over the past couple of months, because we saw the Reply Totem announcement video yesterday, an absolute spectacle with some definite wrestling callbacks. So big shout out to Reply Totem for that as well. A very entertaining video with announcing Angel Boy to be along with the 2 absolute staples.
I've got to say, I love the new jersey.
They are clean.
I'm collecting all the EMEA jerseys, and I've missed Totems every time. So Totem, if you guys if you ever see me again, yeah, just letting you know, you guys win. Yeah, I'll wear the winner's jersey. I got a Humble one already from last year, But yeah, Humble, that jersey is awesome.
Well, Trav, anything you want to request from the teams now that you have the floor?
Guys, listen. I love the SK hoodies. Guys, if SK want to hook me up with a hoodie, if we're in the business of asking for things, those kind of lilac blue hoodies, I could go for one of those.
I just want pirates. Come on, I was the only one that picked you. It was based on the logo. Hook a gal up. It looks tight. You guys look awesome. All right, now that we've all stated our wishes, though, for, the clothes we want to wear, let's talk about our wishes for this matchup. Do you have preferred teams? Are either of you a fan of either of these teams heading in, or do you reserve your fandom for perhaps the goodness of the games in general?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say I'm a biased caster at all. I love every team equally. I love every team equally.
Yeah, right. Until we get to LCQ and Worlds, and then it's always all EMEA all the way, right? Hey, I saw your predictions last year, okay?
They weren't bad, though. My predictions were doing fine.
They weren't bad. You bet against Reply Totem, right?
Let's not talk about
yeah, we don't talk about that. Yeah, let's not talk about that. But, I mean, for me personally, I've always been a Totem fan. Because Mario are such nice people. Like, this is beyond the gameplay side of things, but it's like, in terms of pro players, I think it's, coming from a APAC perspective, it's been kind of difficult and intimidating sometimes to approach, like, really, really big players like Symantec. I mean, he's a teddy bear, but, when you see him for the first time, you see how loud he is. You're like, oh, man, this guy is like, oh, can I talk to him? But Mario, they're like, hey, and they're so approachable, so down to earth. You ask them about strategies, about their history, and how their year is going, and they just share so much with you. So I'm biased, like straight up. I want Totem to win, and I wouldn't mind a 3-2 sweep though.
Oh, we're getting into the draft here now. Brawl ball, center stage. What are you expecting to see from these 2 teams when they start picking?
Say what we're not expecting any Stu, Max, or Amber. I'll say that right now from the Reply Totem side, because they are banned out. And the Sandy, Lou, and Juju. Great analysis from me, I know. How phenomenal. How well do I know this game? Nita going to be picked up then from Angel Boy as the first pick. I quite like it. The Bear's gone definitely a lot higher up on the tier list of brawlers thanks to that hypercharge.
Yeah, I mean, immediate pickup of Nita here, shielding them against any potential tank pickups. Ash is still certainly in the pool. Frank is in the pool as well. Kenji as well, but I think that's what Nita currently will ward up a little bit better, because Kenji is kind of bad right now. He's no longer like the SS tier that we saw at Worlds. But expect something like a Surge to be picked up, and then probably paired up with a tank next.
Yeah, I mean, it's, if you get the Bears rolling and Surge kind of doesn't seem to have the stacks, you're going to be doing pretty good. But if Surge starts to get those levels nice and early, gets the speed, gets the range, and that's where it starts to become a bit more of an issue. So we'll see what Eternal Fire do choose to pair with that. You know, as you say, if it is a tank or something like that, then we kind of expect Reply Totem to be able to cycle a few bears, but it's not something they'll really care too much about.
Yeah, and actually going straight up for the Otis pickup, and instantly going into the Poco and the Ashe. Yeah, this is gonna be raw, unbridled aggression coming out here from the Totem side. And I hate to say this, but I think Eternal Fire with that Surge first pick has drafted themselves in a little bit of a corner because there isn't really a good matchup for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get some levels here and there, but when the bear comes down and the rats and the hypercharge, there's going to be so many things for not only him, but even an Otis with multiple projectiles. If all of that's swarming towards you, you're not going to be having the best of times either. You know, pair that with a Poco, load of heals to both Nita and Ashe. It's going to be so difficult to defend this. They're going to go with the Rosa to round out their composition, though. So definitely brings some unfriendly bushes, stops them in the tracks a little bit more, which I don't mind.
All right. Our brawlers are locked in. Gentlemen, we're about ready to head into the match here, but I want to get your impressions of these completed rosters before we do. What do you think?
I think it's like 60-40. I think Eternal Fire, they have some chances in the early game, but as you mentioned, when those hypercharges and those bears start to come down, I think that kind of spells the beginning of the end for Eternal Fire. So I'm going to go with Reply Totem for this one.
Yeah, I feel the same way. As you say, they definitely kind of put themselves in a bit of a corner early on. So Reply Totem, I think I'm on their side.
Let's find out how it goes heading into the game.
Kicking this off the second quarterfinal of the day. On the left side here, we've got Busco on this Otis going up against Angel Boy. He is dropping pretty low, but quite a lot of pressure he's exerted. The ball is moved onto this left side.
There's a lot of DPS left now that, well, I suppose not a lot of DPS end off, to be honest with you. They're moving this ball forward, and this should be a walk from Nob here. Even Mebius is going to get a little power up and a couple more shots in there as well. We do see Angel Boy with these rats now. Might be able to do something against the Surge, but gotta want this right matchup, and Nob might be there to help him out. That's exactly what it is. All of them got instantly.
Yeah, shifting over to the right side, Angel Boy. His eyes are on Tomebius. A heal spice up from Mori. Both of them getting extremely low. Not barely. Almost gets out, but falls to Angel Boy. Now turning his eyes on Tomebius. The aggression from that bear is out. The ball pushing forward. And Reply Totem. Hypercharge is ready from Angel Boy. It's looking painfully close to a goal, Trav.
Yeah, real nice bear. Fat splatter, sorry, from Busco there to kind of stop them. But now the hypercharge comes forward from Angel Boy. Look how many rats there are as well. So much damage on Busco there. Nob choosing not to use the super. And the ball should be pushed forward. And this should be a goal. Nice little walk in there from Mori, just wanting his teammate to get another bear. And Maru doesn't find any more connecting shots, so we'll still be on that same amount. And a lot of supers and a lot of hypercharge from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this is the one shot Eternal Fire have. They have a big tempo advantage right now with all these hypercharges. Positionless is looking good as well. Hypercharge flies out here from Nob, throwing it out there, but repelled there by two hypercharges coming out from the side of Reply Totem. And the dust settles, and Totem stand out on top.
Might be able to get this goal in, but Busco just comes off spawn at a good time. Nice respawn time in there from Busco. Not sure if that was really intended or if he just went down at the right time and got a bit lucky. Maru holding this grass firm, waiting for Ashe to come back out and extend this range. Ooh, screeching solo there from Mori. Will get Nob killed off. Busco being pinched in now, sorry, and Angel Boy managed to get some more rats. Hey, almost chooses to use that super and waste it. Does carry on. Mebius will fall down and waste that level 3. Got a couple connections, just shouldn't be far off another one. And the stun's going to be there too, along with the screeching solo and heal with the hypercharge from Mori. Everything's coming down and all odds stacked against them, but they hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, with only 12 seconds on the clock, a hypercharge bear is coming out. This should be the end for Eternal Fire. And the goal comes in from Maru. A nice stun. And GG goes game number 1 to Reply Totem.
Well, it was a strong performance. They didn't start off the best. They definitely on the back foot. But as soon as they started to get in a bit of that grass control and those unfriendly bushes started to wind down and get some control back for themselves, it seemed like a firm grip on the game for Reply Totem. They've just got to be a bit more wary in this early game, I feel, and not kind of drop that early goal.
Yeah, they got to watch out for that early matchup. Busco's positioning on this Otis is key here. Angel Boy is going to be trying to dodge out as much as possible. And right now, Nob, he's going to be making that first move here, exposing his position. But that's going to let Totem decide how they want to respond. Unfriendly Butchers do come out. And the first takedown of the game, it's a trade between Mebius and Angel Boy.
Well, Mori starting to go for Nob here and should be able to get the kill along with Maru pinching around, but almost doesn't. And a screeching solo and a heal forced out. Absolute overkill there from Mori, but they got the job done in the end. Nebius waiting to level up to level 3 here. Doesn't see Angel Boy in this grass, and he's evading well. Gets the jump up as well, but that's going to be a level 3 wasted once more. And just an unnecessary death, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, the Surge versus this Ashe matchup. It's not a matchup that these players would be familiar with because it's been so long. Hypercharge is coming down here from Angel Boy. Look at all those rats coming in, but Nob is on the aggressive. The position is a little bit split right now. Angel Boy may have had a chance there to get a little bit more aggressive, but kind of opting to back off there because of Busco. Meanwhile, on the right side here, Mebius does get a nice takedown, weaving the shots between. The trades fly out. Nob is going to go aggressive here onto Mari. Angel Boy's thinking about trying to get a goal in, but he's just biding time for his team to return.
Star Boy, Angel Boy over here is really putting in some work, keeping Totem in an aggressive position and allowing them to get a hold of this bush once more. Just never-ending respawn cycle from Eternal Fire that's preventing this goal, and a nice little mute there coming through. This should be pinched in, and Ashe does get the takedown heal as Mori comes out the back end of that mute as well. And an aggressive push from Angel Boy with this hypercharge might be able to get him down. He mispasses the ball, has to super it to the side, and I think that's still surely going to be a goal unless Buzzco can get super. Actually, Nob on the back foot, just runs back. The Totem's still in a very demanding position here. Bear in front of it as well, and Mebius choosing to try and not feed and use his last 38 seconds to get a return goal.
It was almost a miraculous defense there by Eternal Fire, but there's just too much tempo that they've given up. The respawn cycles, as you mentioned, were so strong. Nob gonna come in here with a big shield and the hypercharge, though. Double kill for him already. Eternal Fire, they've run it over, and the ball is gonna be slotted in to an empty goal.
I mean, Reply Totem just, they were choosing to play the defense, but we're just, blissfully unaware of the Rosa sneaking down that side with the hypercharge. And another one now as well. Going to be powering on forwards. Hypercharge is going to be used by the Poco. Shield not provided to Angel Boy because he didn't have the health for it. Now Mute's coming through, but a breakaway for Maru. Maybe it's going to have to run back and stop that in its tracks, but he gets the kill, gets the hypercharge Bear. He's moving on. What a beam, though, from Buzzco, stopping them once more. An EF on the back foot, and only a Poco to hold them back as well.
Yeah, it's a Poco, but it is a pretty big Poco. A nice positioning up front. Second squishy shoulder going to be coming out, taking down Mebius. The hypercharge from Maru is strong. Angel Boy will trade out, though. It's only Busco against the world. He needs to ward off Reply Totem from that ball.
Well, Mebius coming out of spawn now, has a super in hand, but Maru's got to be looking for a super here and gets it. There's an opening, and the shot to the right-hand side will go in. Reply Totem take set number 1.
Two strong games there from Reply Totem. So aggressive, as you guys called out. Looks like Eternal Fire really struggled to even leave their half of the field. And you talked about it being difficult for them early based on the draft, but how did that play out exactly?
I mean, to be fair, they seemed pretty okay. They had their moments. They started game 1 really strong and, miraculously kind of bounced back in game 2 there as well. We were kind of expecting, okay, 35 seconds on the clock. There's not really enough time for them to get round, but Nob really putting a bit of a shift towards the back end of that second game to get them in a good position. But once that overtime hit and Mebius didn't have stacks and the respawn cycle was just being forced out of them by Reply Totem, they were in a much stronger position, and that's why they won the set.
Yeah, I'd say Eternal Fire, their roster is really very contingent on that synergized push, which when you saw it in that moment, they basically melted the entire team. If you can get it, it's great. But on the other hand, Totem, they scale on more of just a simple timing with both of their supers up. And with Rosa being the matchup of choice that they gave, unfortunately, they're in a position where they just keep giving Totem all their win conditions. And so it's a lot easier for Totem to execute.
Well, that definitely panned out. Reply Totem 2-0 in that first set, but we're moving on now, and we got another draft coming up and a whole nother set to play. Gotta get all the way through this match to figure it out, and I'd love to go the distance between these two teams based on how you describe them being evenly matched.
Yeah, no, I would as well, but we are up onto Safe Zone next, and that's our first signs of heist, so possibly, a bit of the melody coming in with the hypercharge. We might see that, but I imagine probably going to see it banned out if not picked very early on, as Safe Zone is kind of one of those maps where you can make quite a few breakaway plays.
Yeah, the heist meta hasn't really changed, but Melody has, and she's gotten even more obnoxiously strong, I would say, especially with that hypercharge. There was a slight nerf that they did to that supercharge rate, but that's because they gave them a hypercharge. So imagine that Adrian has to nerf the brawler just because they bestowed to them a hypercharge. That, to me, speaks volumes to how strong it's going to be. So if there's no bans, I'm going to be questioning the coaches of both these teams. Ah,
It's not banned out.
it's not banned.
No, we got the
Okay, there we go. There we go.
There we go. I mean, Chuck's going to be banned out, and I like that ban from Eternal Fire. It's one of those things that's kind of been running rampant in Heist for quite some time now, so nice to see that banned out. Penny has really been at the forefront at the moment as well, and Colette being able to dash in and get some pretty much free damage without putting too much risk at yourself. And that goes to the same with Crow as well, with the Hypercharge recently. An extremely dangerous brawler. And Reply Totem double ban by Colette, and then the Piper along with this one. So pretty well rounded, but the Melody definitely slipped through.
Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with some kind of a solution to this. Usually, when you're so willing to give away the strongest brawler in the entire map, you've got to have an answer. It's either that or you just didn't study, you just forgot that the brawler exists, which at this caliber, I don't expect that.
You're saying it was bait?
Yeah, I'm saying it was bait.
I hope for,
I hope it
for
was
Eternal
bait.
Fire's
Yeah, for
sake,
Eternal
I hope it
Fires,
was bait,
yeah.
This could be bad. Like, Melody before Hypercharge was incredible in Heist, and it wins games alone. So now with Hypercharge, it's definitely that little bit more dangerous. So I'm intrigued to see what Eternal Fire are going to answer. Obviously, with the Angelo, they're playing this range, hoping not to feed it, but eventually it's going to happen. And Amber is going to be picked.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what do you think about this Amber pickup?
I mean, for the most part, I don't mind. It kind of has, if you use those kind of like circling flames, it's, you know, kind of got a Melody V2 kind of thing going on. But yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it too much. Like, it's going to lack a bit of range if Reply Totem do choose to kind of pivot and go for a couple more range brawlers themselves.
Yeah, I'm tempted to just joke and say that, you know, Amber in this case is basically Melody at home, but there is a legitimate purpose for these pickups, and I think Eternal Fire, they've opted to go for pure control, right? Which in Safe Zone is completely viable, and it's one of the few ways to stop this Melody pickup. I am questioning, however, whether they do have that synergy and the skill and the discipline to make it a bit. And now, Reply Totem, they've picked up this Byron, which is going to make this Melody getting super even more obnoxious. And on itself, as a matchups-wise, I think Totem have it pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking what Totem have here. All it's going to take is pretty much one breakaway, and it's going to decide the game. You know, you said they're going to go for this all-out control kind of vibe. You need the synergy, you need the team play kind of locked down for that to be a viable kind of decision in Heist. So I hope for Eternal Fire's sake, the past couple of months that they've been together has been a very productive couple of months, otherwise this could be posing a big issue, and Eternal Fire round it out with the Carl as well. I love a Carl, just one of my favorite brawlers. I'm not sure I'm in love with it in this, but like, it's going to be able to slice through a good amount of those Eve hatchlings.
Well, sounds like you're both coming down on the side of Reply Totem. Sorry, Spoo, what you saying?
No, please go on.
Reply Totem, though, we're pretty happy with that draft. We're a little worried about Eternal Fire here.
I mean, I don't mind it. It's fine if they're going to be able to actually... It sounds like this is like... The draft's fine if they can make the draft work. It's a very, like...
No. Well, you said EMEA is cooking. This is the kitchen. Maybe, no. Okay.
Totem is cooking. Yeah, that's what we're about to see, Trav, as we head into set number 2.
Well, Byron going to be playing through this mid, and Eve over the water here. Going to be able to pretty reign freely as... Maybe as no flying hook inside yet. Angel, but just over the right-hand side, Fusco needs to keep his range and keep away from the supercharge. No connections just yet. Good so far.
Yeah, Angel Boy here darting around on that right side. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on the number of shots that they are individually landing. Maru is also getting closer to his super on the left side here, the first engagement of the game. And Maru chooses to take the safe way out, disengages there, very nice. And Angel Boy here down in the center being popped up by that heal from Maru. The aggression is good from Totem as they inch closer and closer to the Eternal Fire base.
Yeah, good few taps, but Angel Boy getting a few of his own at the moment as well. Wants to try and get the super up and going, but a pinch onto maybe a couple of shots from the Byron. That's beautiful. And Maru remains alive as well. Angel Boy just puts himself in a bit of danger, but knows he has the teammate to keep him alive in the long run. Fusco eventually moving forwards now, and only 5% done by Reply Totem on that push. But now Angel Boy goes in, and the power of Melody shows.
Instantly answered there by Nob, though. A nice shot there. You know, it's damage mitigation at the very least. And on the other hand, Mebius trying to cosplay as Angel Boy for a brief second here, managing to do a little bit of damage there. Mari in the center is the last man standing, trying to defend out. A nice super flies out, kind of pushing Nob back just a little bit.
Well, Nob did use that hypercharge as well. Not the most use out of it, I will say, and those kind of hatchlings coming in from the hypercharge on the Eve side up top. Angel Boy has super going in now, needs some help on this backside, and that is going to be Buzzco trying to assist. Throws a super over to the right-hand side, a little bit of a waste, but got to make sure in those kind of circumstances that Carl lunges aggressively. Maru's going to do the exact same. Get a hatchling on safe and a few beams of his own.
Yeah, Maru's on safe as the damage dealer here. Not the ideal damage dealer. You are looking for Angel Boy to just get a lot of damage into the safe. It's a relatively close game so far, surprisingly here. Eternal Fire holding very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, a little breakaway from Mebius would go quite a long way right now, but doesn't want to feed this hypercharged Melody looming in front of him. Gets one shot onto him as well, and can't extend, but needs to. Down 4% with 15 seconds on the clock. We start to see Eternal Fire bouncing out, but these Eve hatchlings coming in now. The super to the right-hand side, and now Angel Boy's going to go in with the hypercharge, and that is game over. Not going to die either, and say goodbye to the safe as Reply Totem come out swinging in set 2.
Yeah, Reply Totem saving us 3 seconds on the clock there with that hypercharge. As predicted, it's a win condition, and if you give it away, the game's pretty much over.
I mean, the thing is, the Carl had to go, right? Like, he's the one who's got to make the move, and he's going to feed him, but it's kind of like, maybe I'll be able to dodge a few shots and get on the opponent's safe, but it just didn't work out that way. And as you say, this kind of control composition doesn't really work if Melody gets fed some.
Yeah, they really, really have to basically play 100%. Just defend the entire way, then maybe Mebius gets one shot in, and that's kind of the Eternal Fire plan. We're gonna have to see if they adapt to that in game number 2, though.
Certainly pretty much the exact same scenario as in the first game this time, but Pinch comes in from Nob. Oh, almost, but Maru so aware to how far that pickaxe is going to be able to get and only get 1 out of the 2 hits. Chooses not to jump away, and now starts to get sliced, but this Byron is just nasty.
Yeah, this heal meta coming in here is really dirty to watch sometimes. I mean, it creeps up my skin the way that I see how these pro players execute this. And Nob's going to be the first person to drop. It's an even better start compared to that first game. But once again, Angel Boy is answered, but the damage is dealt.
Good trade there as well. And the Gadget and a Super will trade ways as he gadgets away from that. Buzzco now, super in hand. Maybe it's going to go down this right-hand side and actually bait out a shot by clipping the wall there and force Angel Boy to try and shoot a bit further back than where he was going to land. But he's in a good position now. Another fly knock in. He's going forwards. What a move there from Mebius to be able to bait out a few shots from Angel Boy and get a slight bit of damage and take the lead.
That was probably the most ideal interaction that Eternal Fire could have gotten. They took down Angel Boy, and a nice shot there from Nob, but the heal from Maru is going to save him. He does still drop there to Mebius, and this is an ideal position for Eternal Fire.
Really nice stuff. Now the hypercharge comes forward though, but he's not going to be on the safe. He just wipes out 2. A little bit of help from his team, and that's going to be the lead. Instantly going back to Reply Totem. But the spin out from Mebius wants to try and make this aggressive push, but the hatchling is following on and on and on. An all-out Reply Totem.
Imagine playing that well as Eternal Fire, doing everything, and they lose to a purple button from Angel Boy. The purple button does come out here from Nob, though. They do make a final offensive. They have to make this one work. It's going to be their last shot. 30 seconds left on the clock. Angel Boy's going to make a breakaway play onto the safe, though. It's a base raise, and with 19%, 14%, Angel Boy against the wall. They put it down to 8%. 20 seconds left on the clock. Eternal Fire could potentially make a comeback here.
It's definitely a possibility here where maybe it's in his back pocket, but the Eve hatchling's going to be placed down with a hypercharge along with it. Maru wins that 1v1 matchup, but it's still going down up top. A little beam here and there, and Reply Totem will just hold on. Nice breakaway in the closing seconds, or as that could have gone back.
That was closer than I would have thought based on how you guys were talking about the matchups there. Now, I know you talked about, yeah, this is a nice little control route from Eternal Fire, but what happened to the Melody? What happened to Angel Fire? Or Angel Boy?
I mean,
you ran away.
You just can't do anything. That's the thing. Like, if it's in Melody first, but you're expecting to lose. That's the thing. Like, when you're against Melody, you see he gets 193 DPS. That's not a lot. I'd say that and look at the other 2 members of Eternal Fire, to be honest with you. But they obviously don't kind of have that collapse ability that Melody does. And, you know, as well as Nob played, 6 kills, 330 DPS. It's just not enough to fend off the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, when we usually see first picks come out, we expect to see that all 3 of the brawlers that come after should be complete counters. And in this case, I'm looking at the Eternal Fire drop, and I think that this is actually a pretty decent game for Melody. So that's something that I don't really understand what went wrong there in the draft side. We're already 2 sets down. Eternal Fire really need to start thinking a bit deeper about this.
Well, this is the beginning of the season. This is an incredible tournament, our Champions Invitational, but is this potentially an information-seeking time for any of these teams? Are they trying things out that they might be bringing to tournaments upcoming?
I think it's a possibility. I do think they're going to be really trying to get the lion's share of this prize pool. So there's going to be a certain balance between trying things, you know, testing different comps, how good the synergy is, and just really trying to win and getting all the best compositions that you can down. There's definitely a balance in there somewhere, but I do think this is kind of like the best that teams have to offer at the moment. It's a good testing ground to see where you stand and what you need to improve on for the year.
Interesting. And yeah, this is their first time they're kind of meeting now with these balance changes. So maybe some of that cooking they were doing at home, not so good when you take it to the potluck.
Yeah, that's pretty much a great way to put it. They have other tournaments mid-season that they can test it on. There's some third-party circuits that they have been playing on. So I don't think that the meta is that much unknown to these players. To the viewer's perspective, a lot has changed, but to these players, they should more or less know what it is. It's just sort of sometimes an interpretation problem, whereby between different teams, they prioritize things a little bit differently. Maybe in the scrims it worked for them, but maybe against a behemoth like Totem, it just doesn't work.
Well, heading into Hot Zone now, Ring of Fire, doing our draft. We've already got our bands in there. Anything unexpected? Trav?
I don't think unexpected at all, to be honest. I think that's probably the bands that the majority of people would have chosen. Lou, so strong at the moment. Stu's Hypercharge really propelling him. Juju, very strong. Penny, one of the strongest brawlers, and you know, same for Colette as well. And it seems to me like if they're kind of banning Colette, you kind of have a bit of a sight into what they want to go a bit further down the line.
Amber on Totem side now.
Yeah, one of probably the one pick that slipped through that is a pretty safe first pick in this regard, because on a map like Ring of Fire, no matter how things turn out, even if you get completely countered by 3 control brawlers, you always have that passive sort of charging star power that lets you eventually make a push into the mid. But I think it also kind of just sets them up for something like a bit of a heal comp. Barry's still in the pool, Byron is still in the pool. There's a lot of ways that they can still play this synergistically.
I mean, Max there, I mean, it's just kind of clutching at something, I feel, like attempting to make something happen with a bit of mobility that Reply Totem wouldn't have really expected. I'm not sure if it's really for me. I don't know about you, Spoo, but like, it wouldn't be where I'd go to start. When Poco follows up, the Hypercharge has definitely clawed him back into the meta a little bit, but this kind of pairing makes me feel a bit better about Max, but still not loving it.
Yeah, I know who loves it. Mebius does.
Yeah, that is true.
Probably that's the bigger reason, but okay. And Totem have decided violence, and it says that we're gonna end this set 3-0. The show is over, guys. Curtain's gonna close. Nah, it's not completely over yet. Eternal Fire have one last pick that could potentially work here, but Totem have drafted a pretty balanced comp. I think more or less they've covered all their bases.
Yeah, I really like what Totem brought to the table here. I was obviously doubting Eternal Fire quite early on, and now they've kind of got the Poco and the Max, and you kind of expect them to maybe go for a tank as the last one, but Reply Totem definitely accounted for that, so they've maybe pivoted a bit last second and gone for this Lola pick, which is, you know, it's got good DPS. You can kind of do a decent amount with it, but I still think Reply Totem got a brilliant comp.
Well, Prav, I'm gonna contradict you there. I think Eternal Fire have got this.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like this is the common thing now. And next to you, I always feel stupid. But this is where Reply Totem win, and I'm going to feel like the best person in the world.
Interesting predictions from both of you. I'll be checking in with you after the match to figure out just who's correct here, but I'll hand it over to you for now as we get our match started in just a few seconds. There we go.
Ring of Fire it is, to see if Reply Totem will sweep this in quite a swift 3-0, or if Eternal Fire will be managing to start to bring things back. A little piggyback place early on, and Mebius is going to be the frontline brawler, sucking up all the heals in the back.
Yeah, both teams just opting to just more or less stick around in that mid. No team is breaking away for those side lanes just yet. Healers on the side of Eternal Fire just keeping his team topped up here. Only 3% on that middle zone there, but supers have been charged out, and Nob is going to eat a nasty 3k from that B. But somehow it's Eternal Fire that have managed to regain control of the point.
Yeah, some really good positioning from Maru in this kind of like back bush area. He's going to be able to pinch up now, and Buzzco's going to have nowhere to run, and Nob shortly after will be more of the same. So just have to retreat a little bit, not giving up too much ground. Needs to continue this fight, but yeah, they did have a 20% lead before Reply Totem started to push back.
Yeah, Buzzco and Mebius, they were sped up there, but not really able to use it aggressively. And now with Maru's first super coming out into the mix, they forced out Eternal Fire. Mebius is on the back line. For a synergy-based comp, you don't really want your Max to be on the back, but flanking really, really strong. They're getting one pick there. Angel Boy is going to fall to a second. And Eternal Fire, a reversal of situations. They've completely secured the mid.
Nasty. Cleans up 2 on the back line, and just Mebius left alive. It's very much back and forward of team wipe one way, team wipe another, and the percentage will balance itself out.
Yeah, they're finally going to answer Mario on the right side. Eternal 5 had enough. They sent Nob to go and deal with him. But in the meantime, Reply Totem just racking up all these points there. The speed is going to be coming out here from Mebius. No hypercharge from him, surprisingly there. And Eternal Fire, they've managed to push back Totem just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I like that gadget from the Poco there. Got rid of the Amber Burn as soon as it started, but wasn't able to do too much in the long run. Now Maru versus Nob on this right-hand side. Managed to pick the super along the way as well. And Mori getting so many shots. It's beautiful. And they're running away with it, getting about a 40% lead now. And it's getting out of hands for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, Totem's just standing at the max range. They're shooting each other. They're chilling a bit. But the last push coming out here from Eternal Fire, managing to regain control of that center. But Maru shreds through the opposition. The 3-man super from him does so much damage. It's the last stand there from Eternal Fire, and I don't think it will be enough. Totem are going to claim game number 1.
I mean, there's only so much heals can do, right? Once you've thrown 3 shots in a super, you kind of like, oh, well, now, if I don't heal him, he's going to have 3 people shooting at him and our front line's gone. And then everything crumbles from that point, and Reply Totem just took full advantage of that. I mean, they had to deal with the Griff on the right-hand side, because he was just wreaking havoc for the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about these breakaway plays, and he didn't even come in from the sideline. He came in from the front and somehow managed to end up there and made it his home the entire game. So I hope that Eternal Fire aren't going to let that happen. If not, we're going to see a 3-0 sweep here.
Well, Reply Totem, Eternal Fire starting the second game out the same way as the first. Just slow, a bit composed, just stepping here and there, but this time it is Eternal Fire with the early percentage.
It's only 5% though, and Totem already going to be getting that back. Maru's position here on the right side, always presenting that threat of sneaking into that right side here. Eternal Fire, they're so reliant on this max speed. It's going to come out here, and they're going to try and get a little bit of value. They're going to have their eyes on Mari, cleaning him up, and getting just a little bit of control in the mid, but they're so scared of Maru.
Yeah, they're just running away from him, and now he has managed to get himself back in this right-hand side push again. Nob taking some fire, and Reply Totem will just be like, okay, fine, all 3 of you shoot him, we'll just go and sit in the mid.
Yeah, it looks like the game plan here from Totem is cut out for them. The heal flies are a little bit too late. Mebius still drops there. Maru is just hitting so many of these enhanced B shots, and the Amber Oil in that mid is going to present another threat that they have to contend with.
Nob has managed to pick up the B though, and now Angel Boy does have to retreat just slightly, and Nob will get that along with the max speed. Little super being thrown backwards, so they can't retreat, just narrowly misses. And this Ego on the front lines tanking so many of these B shots, he tries to get back into the mix.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity there for Eternal Fire there to catch up. Mebius, though, has to stay alive here. Maru is still just there, almost in range to be pinched there. If Maru's just going to shoot up just a little bit, Mebius is going to fall there. But Eternal Fire, they gradually catch up in the percentage.
Yeah, but, I mean, Maru's just got 2 with a simple pinch and Poco overstepping. But now the hyper charge is there. Little shield being provided, but instant burn down from Maru. Can he get the Poco kill? Doesn't look like it so far, and maybe he'll get Angel Boy too. And this is going to be Eternal Fire eventually taking the lead.
It's a good advantage that they can have. Let's see if they can hold on to it. What they have to be worried about right now is this Griff Super and Mari Super. Angel Boy has already thrown down the oil right now. Eternal Fire, they are the ones that are in control, dodging out a lot of these shots. Mari's already used his slow. They're running out of resources. Another speed from Mebius going to be coming out here, but not really waiting for Poco to heal up. He just wants to play on his own right now. 90%, very, very close. Eternal Fire just might be able to take this back, and they do.
I mean, there was a lot of just kind of ignoring the Griff in that game, and it seemed to work a bit better. There wasn't as many pinches coming through as, I feel like it was kind of maybe just Poco kind of poking, no pun intended, towards the Griff instead of the Lola taking that matchup head on and dying over and over. Lola seems to be that little bit more helpful in the mid and placing down the Ego and tanking those B shots when they're coming through, because it was Mori who was kind of ripping through them in the first game.
Yeah, let's see if Totem's going to be adapting to that game plan. It doesn't really seem like they're making much adjustments. It's going to be the same lane setup. Eternal Fire do seem to be playing with a lot more confidence right now as Mebius gets the first kill of the game.
He says he likes Max, but this is just a kind of another level here. He's playing it so well, and eventually Maru's going to return to this kind of mid-fight and push him back that little bit more. This is a 30% lead already for Eternal Fire, and they're just running away with it.
Yeah, this is what I expected to see a little bit more of, just Mebius, getting all such good matchups, honestly, here for the Max here. Not like his performance in game number, maybe he has warmed up already. Already 50% trap.
Yeah, these comfort picks, and maybe it's just really showing his worth, and a little flank around the left-hand side now, from Mori, and Ego's going to be placed to tank some of those shots. Maybe it's to be stopping him from getting anywhere, but the slow that Mori provided has kept him alive for that little bit longer, and Nob very low. Bosco not providing any heals just yet, as he might need to soak up some for himself.
big super coming out here from Maru, but he's too low to capitalize on it. Totem aren't in the position to answer to this aggression. And Eternal Fire, they're just sticking together, just getting healed up by the Poco and just gradually inching forward to victory.
Lusco eventually going to try and scout it out as him and Maru playing the waiting game, seeing who could make a better job of that and get more control, but only 10% left. Maybe it's going to use a hypercharge on the dash, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, it's at 90% at this point. They could surely just keep on cycling onto the zone and getting it finished off, but Nob trying to make that happen. Maru not strong enough to be able to get into this mid. The ego plays down, and that should surely be the game, but they're just holding them off. But how long can they hold them off for?
It's 4% left. Eternal Fire. Just man up and walk into the center. They're waiting for max speed. They're waiting for a lot of resources. Mebius, he wasted one of the supers, but yeah, barely enough there. He's going to get the set in, and Eternal Fire, they've got one set of their own right now.
I mean, that was a well-deserved set as well, and didn't start off too well for them, but after a few adjustments, they started sending that Poco to the right-hand lane, and Max, or Mebius, I should say, started doing a lot more work on those front lines, evading a lot more shots, getting a lot more kills. Eternal Fire really set themselves up for victory.
That was an impressive one, and I think, the real prize for us at home, Mebius' smile at the end. You can see the tide kind of turning for him there, getting that victory under their belt. Gotta feel good at this point in the match. Could still take it back.
Could be. I mean, it's personal between Nob and Angel Boy. As we did mention earlier, these two were ex-teammates last year. Performance-wise, between the two of them, though, Angel Boy was not playing the Lolos, playing something else earlier, but the kills were quite close, and I think both of them, they did perform pretty well.
They did their part. They both did their part, so I mean, it's pretty even on the it's personal side. So both players really doing the work, and it is Canal Grande up next, so maybe we'll eventually get to see that shade. maybe, just maybe. Who knows?
Although what I do think is interesting, we were talking about predictions, and I think it was Kenny that said this head-to-head is going to go 3-1 there. So there's that one for Eternal Fire. Do you think Kenny's right?
I mean, to be honest, if we can see Eternal Fire playing like that again, I don't doubt that we can go all the way to a 5th set here, because it was a very good showing and a pretty good draft.
Good draft, good showing. Anything else you want to add there, Spoo, as far as accolades?
Well, accolades-wise, not really. But looking at the next two maps, I think they are pretty good maps to come back on. Yeah. Canal Grande is a new map, right? New map, in this case. We just brought it back into the pool. It's not new, but we did bring it back. Strategically, a lot has changed here. And there are a lot of very scary picks that could come out. And if Totem, they just haven't really done their research, or their coach hasn't really looked too deep into what Eternal Fire is playing. They may have a pocket strat or two that they could pull out.
Interesting to see what they might pull out here. Now, if you were to see maybe a certain brawler selected, would that cascade into that interesting pick? What would you say it might be?
You're going to ask me this one. I mean, Juju, I want to see Juju and
I was going to say Juju.
Everybody wants to see Juju. I've heard so much about Juju.
I don't think we will, but I'd like to, and I think whichever team would get her would be in a very good position to be able to either make it 2-2 or
you have a better luck
3-1
for an SK jersey.
Yeah, maybe so.
Now, should a Juju slip through, what would be the best counter for their opponent?
Most likely Larry and Laurie is probably the only thing, not really to counter, but more to neutralize. And yeah, I mean, she's banned out.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. But yeah, Bali is another pickup that we can kind of see. In cases like this, where Angelo is slipping through, it's a valid first pick. But immediately, Eternal Fire here, they've got to be thinking about, now that they've already banned out Juju and Tick, they need to think whether they want Larry and Laurie or they want Bali as a pickup there. Just two of the most stable throwers on this map, and it's a way that you don't get locked out of this map.
Both of the throwers work, but they are actually going to go for the Eve. You know, another brawler with the ability of sliding over the water, and definitely against Angelo, these spawnables are going to be doing a lot of work. Definitely with the hypercharge as well, kind of added, and allows a few waves of them to come out, and that does even more against single shot.
Yeah, it's more than annoying. I mean, it's a win condition, especially in a map like Canal Grande where there's really not too much real estate to walk around with and kite, you know. And with Carl ban out, I think that's one of the Penny as well banned out, like two of the kind of natural checks to Eve out of the picture. It's pretty strong. Eternal Fire get to double down though and actually go straight for the Gus, completely ignoring throwers here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for them. I mean, they definitely still have that last pick, so they're going to be able to either take a thrower if we don't see Reply Totem taking one, or, you know, have a counter pick just in case. But I do think it's a little bit odd that we are completely ignoring them. We're going to see the RT sliding in for Reply Totem and the Barley. I feel like they kind of got to take a thrower there just in case of Eternal Fire taking as their last.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Eternal Fire right now, and I don't know what to pick. I mean, Totem have rounded off their draft again, once again, really balanced, right? You've got Angel Boy in the mid, you know, RT is going to be pretty much blocking tanks if it ever comes up. And you've got a Barley there, just for good mention, you know, just to, you know, ward off any potential throw picks that could come up.
Is balance the best on Canal Grande? Or are you going for something else? Can you overwhelm here?
I mean, they've gone for a thrower themselves. They've gone for the Sprout. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you think? Because I'm seeing your face and I'm seeing you not liking it too much. I would say I'd prefer the Barley. But...
Yeah, I think I prefer the Barley a lot more to Sprout. Already doesn't have great matchups against the Angelo. You can't hit him on the water, literally. You can't hit him on the water. So it's a matchup that he's going to have to go up against the Barley, and usually we do favor that Barley in this matchup, so it'll be a hard one for them.
Well, both of our teams have a tough road to hoe ahead of them here, but if Reply Totem can do it, they'll be onward. Otherwise, Eternal Fire stays alive. Let's see.
Well, will it go to set 5, or will Reply Totem shake off Eternal Fire before it gets that far? First star does go the way of Reply Totem, takes the Angelo sliding across the wall.
Yeah, that additional speed on that Angelo, that star power is one of the hardest things to play against. And that's why you can see Busco just, you know, kind of conceding the entirety of the river here to Maru. And this is more or less the game plan that we want to see from Cano Grande. You just grab that first star and you play passively for the rest of the next 2 minutes.
Thrilling gameplay. Thrilling gameplay. Thanks for being so aggressive, guys. But a little gadget was thrown out there by Maru. Wanted to maybe pierce through that wall and find someone, but didn't end up hitting enemy at all. Not once to try and pinch it here with Busco. Finds a connection. If it ends this way, it's going to be Reply Totem selects that blue star that heals from the Barley. Now flowing through, and that will land on Maru with the water.
Now, both this might not be thrilling gameplay in terms of the kills here, but Mebius, he's caught that gadget, and yes, the boosted shot connects there, and it's gonna go in the other direction. Eternal Fire claim another kill onto Angel Boy, and all of a sudden, it's Eternal Fire in control.
Well, Mori somehow managed to slide back in here and get control back. Nob's gonna fall down. A little bit of an overextension there as well, but nice amount of pinching coming through, and Totem back in control. And unlike last time, they do have to kind of extend that bit more and try and get some kills, as they are still down.
It's a hard one to break out of this map. This is, of course, one of the maps that only has 2 lanes, and there's not really much you can do once you've been spawn trapped. The river is completely covered there, and another kill is going to be dropping from Nob. If Eternal Fire don't find a tactic soon enough, it's just going to be Reply Totem just controlling it completely. They're breaking out here with the Gust Super, though.
Wonderful gadget as well in there. Found the connection and gadgets it up, tried to get the kill. Busco pretty much one shot now, but spawns that hatchling, and down goes Angel Boy on the right-hand side. 2 members of EF so low, but with the RT not alive, you can't use the gadget to secure Mebius, and Nob's going to get another. Eternal Fire running away with it in the closing seconds and bringing that game back their side.
That should not have happened. That was
it really should not.
It couldn't have been better for Eternal Fire, right? Busco somehow miraculously makes it out there on that left side, and then on the right side here, the Sprout just gets a perfect wall on the RT. Like, that pretty much was a picture-perfect kind of reversal situation that shouldn't really have happened.
Well, Busco looking like he wants to try and actually take a bit of a fight against Maru here for the middle star, but it still does go the way of Totem. Whether or not they're going to be able to defend it a bit better in this game rather than in the previous is probably going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Totem are playing this passively, because I do kind of expect that Mari on this Barley should be able to contest a little bit better against Nob, but, you know, on this River matchup, yeah, it's just kind of conceding this position. Angel Boy's going to be going on the aggressive there, wanting to get a 2-tap in onto Nob, but the wall comes down, and the dust settles, no kills are traded.
Oh, it's Mebius with these Gust gadgets they're hitting, and the pinches are going so well. The wall comes down from Nob, and that's going to allow Busco to slide up into this grass, but with Mori coming back down this left-hand side, which just seems to be where he wants to stand, rather than taking a head-to-head matchup against the Sprout. Another wall is there, but the healing from Mori will linger a bit longer. Kept in that bit.
Mori just choosing the whole position here so far. Technically, we're not seeing anything different from Reply Totem. They just seem to be banking on slowly charging this hypercharge, charging their supers. They want Maru to win his matchup in the mid, but Mebius is just playing so carefully. Eternal Fire, if they keep this up, they just might keep their dreams alive here.
Angel Boy, super in hand. Not really going to do a lot of this range, let's be real. Other than be able to float over the water now. Gadget, almost used by Maru and almost finds the connection, but Angel Boy getting some good pressure onto Busco. But saw what happened last time when Angel Boy started placing pressure. He got taken down, unfortunately. No gadgets from Maru to pierce through these walls, and really no movement for Reply Totem at all. Everybody's so healthy for Eternal Fire.
Mebius is just playing so carefully here on that right side. Not just taking single shots to fight. It's going to be Angel Boy that's actually in danger right now. Suddenly getting pinched out here. Maru pops the super, trying to get a shot in, but with Nob getting his super in of his own, it's going to block out Maru completely. And in an unexpected twist, Eternal Fire, they're going to bring this to a 2-2.
Busko with all 3 kills there as well is definitely a good showing from him and showing his new teammates his worth as well. And it does seem like, although they're a very new team, the synergy's just working.
I'm so excited we're going the distance in this match. What a great match we're seeing here. And, you know, I'm going to hand this over to you, Spoo. This was not something you were confident in. Now it's played out quite nicely in Eternal Fire's favor.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm feeling a bit silly right now for sure, you know, making it sound like Totem have more or less got this. But hey, in my defense here, I gotta say, you know, tactically, Totem, they did the same strategy 2 games in a row. And that's not something that I kind of expect out of them. And Busko though, the sniper in charge of 4 kills here, all of it going to his name. Incredible synergy there from Eternal Fire.
I mean, we've seen teams losing games. We saw Humble do it, especially. They lose a game, their strategy changes, and they come back with a win. And Reply Totem were kind of just very, you know, like, nah, we're not going to do that. We got full faith in ourselves, and the faith was clearly misplaced.
We'll see if maybe this shakes them out of it or if they're going to go for a 3rd time's a charm here. But do want to zoom in on Busko there. What a great game he had. Was that, you know, the innate aggression that he is tracking these people down? Or is that the communication, the synergy that we were hoping to see from this team?
I mean, I think he just played pretty well personally.
Yeah.
There was definitely some pinches here and there, which allowed him to get some kills. But in that last game, or the second game, I should say, it was just doing a lot himself and winning his lane pretty much perfect.
It was particularly against Angel Boy at that, which kind of feels a bit bad, right? The 2 new players going head-to-head. There was moments where Angel Boy was like, okay, I'm going to get a 3 tap in. He runs straight in and Busko dodges all 3 shots. He's like, yeah, you're dead now. Like, you're just going to throw it away. So, yeah, Busko, great showing from him.
Now, I do wonder, too, yeah, it is the 2 new guys on the team there. Now, there's no narrative for, I'm going to unseat you or anything like that, but I do wonder if that is that synergy that we were worried about seeing him play, or is that just how the lanes panned out?
I mean, I both teams should be lacking a bit of synergy, right? Like, that's just
You
how
would
it
think
should be.
equivalently,
Like,
and I suppose it's playing out that way.
I mean, it seems pretty even. Maybe a few missteps here and there from Angel Boy, some misplaced confidence in himself. Overconfidence on one of the lanes can definitely do that to a person. And with the rest of his performance from the previous sets, I can understand why he's
Hold
maybe
on,
a
we're
bit
seeing the
confident
coolest thing I've
against
ever
his
seen. I don't mean to interrupt you, Trav, but I have a new favorite thing in my life.
team. A pigeon on the half pipe and a guy doing the worm.
Go back. The worm's cool, too.
Oh man, I mean, we're gonna be heading into our draft though. It's the last map, and it's gonna be last stop. Quite a dangerous map, and we're gonna be seeing double gene bans coming out from both teams. Nobody wants to deal with the magic hand, of course. Kenji's banned out, Amber's banned out, Gus is banned out, and surprisingly, Trav, Janet is banned out.
That is quite surprising. I mean, I guess the drop the base can like do it quite a lot on some of these lanes, and also, you baby, do it. I need this guy to stop interrupting me. He's making me look stupid.
Well, I'm not gonna try and make you stupid here, Trav, but just for the draft they're looking at here, this is your chance to tell me predictions, because so far...
Now you're gonna make me look even more stupid.
Whoa,
You got this.
I got Bounty wrong, alright? I already said that Totem were gonna close this out, so if anything, this is your time to tell me that Maru is going to win this, right?
I mean, I doubted the Max last time, and I'm not sure I'm willing to do it again. I mean, it was Mebius' performance on the Max, right, that really brought it into the forefront. But, I mean, Penny's so strong at the moment. Piper going to be able to outrange the Max, obviously going to struggle when that mobility starts going, though. And this, you know, Max-Lola composition that we've already seen today worked so well. So I find it quite hard to doubt it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Eternal Fire didn't really default into sort of like an 8-bit. One of the more stable pickups here. It does have synergy with that Penny pickup. I also want to point out that Juju is in the pool.
Ooh.
And it's been ignored because this is probably Juju's worst map.
Just pick it. Pick it for our sake, guys.
Pick it
Just
for
take
memes. Let's go.
Otis, though, coming in from Eternal Fire. Fat splatter down one of those sides, covers it for a little bit of a while, and the mute, obviously, when the aggression comes through, is quite helpful. And when you see a Max, you're expecting something aggressive, and even if not, the Max can be aggressive itself.
Yeah, it's a prophylactic tank counter, right? You do need it because you did pick Piper and Penny, and Piper has already lost the slow on the auto aimer. It's, according to players, not a big deal, but it still makes it weaker against the tanks. Now, Totem, in spite of that, they're going to target this Otis pick. They're saying that you want us to go a tank, we're not going to go a tank. We're going to double down on this absolute monstrous amount of sustain that we can have, which they've already shown in previous maps, and I think it could work.
I mean, it's almost Eternal Fire's hot zone comp with Byron instead of Poco, right? So they're kind of like, right, we'll show you how to play this comp. We can play the healer with the Max and the Lola as well. So I'm intrigued to see if this is going to be something that Reply Totem can pull through with. If they get that aggression and that spawn trap locked down, I think they're in a good spot.
I think we're all excited for this matchup here. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your insights. We're ready to start the final of the match.
The final match, indeed, well said there. We are going to be going into this set number 5. This is what we wanted to see. And already Nob landing that one shot, going to be giving him a slight gem lead here. The right lane is duking out. Busco is playing so aggressive, but a pitch from Maru just saves the day there. But at the end of the day, Eternal Fire going to take 2 kills here.
Oh, Maru not in the best of spots either, and a break comes through too. Maybe it should finish that off no matter what happens. He's going to get that kill. Does eventually get it, has the super as well, so start raining down some mortar shots. But he's quite aggressively there. A couple of Byron shots to bring that down, but his focus is elsewhere.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Reply Totem whatsoever. Eternal Fire already scooping up 6 gems here. Another tap here from Nob onto Maru. We can't even get any respite here. Jumping away. And Basco's going to be taking over this right lane. Meanwhile, Mebius on the left side. An absolute master of the dodges there. Got a second turret ready and lined up there. But Reply Totem, they try their best to just kind of, hold on to some control in the mid.
He's going to be happy about this. Not only is he getting supercharged, he's getting hypercharged charge. So might have a couple of double balls of fire raining down. There it is. He's got it as well. And this first mortar is still living. Like, it's crazy how no one's focused on this. And now he's placed it. 8 gems in hand, make that 9 as Nob slides forward for another one. And Totem in a world of pain.
Yeah, this is not what Totem were expecting whatsoever. It has gone knocked their way. Another homemade recipe getting out here for Nob. A normal shot coming higher onto Angel Boy. Nob's kill count is absolutely wonderful this game. Busco's got a hypercharge. It's just celebratory. Just throw it at the enemy base just to kind of, showcase how dominant this game has been. 14-0 gems, and it's gonna be GG for Eternal Fire. Nob looks pretty happy.
I mean, that's as happy as he'll ever look, I imagine. Like, we don't see that many smiles from him, to be honest with you. So when we see him crack a little bit of a grin, we're happy for him. But I mean, when you match point against a team like Reply Totem, who added an absolute powerhouse this year, you start to like the chances of how well your year's going to go.
Yeah, the same lanes are going to be coming out here from Eternal Fire. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Side of Reply Totem, a similar story here, but a lot more caution coming out here from Mari. The mid is not taking shots this time. He's playing a lot more aggressive and managing successfully to dodge out so far all of Nob's shots.
It must go down for one shot, maybe nicely, but eventually does go down, and a gadget used by Angel Boy there just in case Mori can find the connecting blows. Maybe it's been round for the pinch and successfully gets it with Nob.
Yeah, Angel Boy here lurking here on that right side. Nob. Homemade recipe flies out, doesn't really connect. The fat splatter is thrown out as well. The whole kitchen sink at this point, just throw it at Angel Boy, and they can't seem to get him out here off this right side. Meanwhile, here on the left side, Mebius is doing the same, but finally kind of being answered there by Maru. Positioning-wise, Reply Totem, they're in a lot better spot compared to game number 1 here.
I mean, the turret's gone down as well, and there was a turret surviving for pretty much the entirety of the last game, so a good kill there from Totem, and eventually Buzzco will burn down on the right. Nob so low, has the jump to be able to get away. And if he does go down, Reply Totem will surely get the count. But maybe it's in an aggressive position. Places another turret and might be able to start getting in a better spot.
Yeah, it's a very sharp position right there. Mebius needs to make some plays here. The Eagle going to be used to bring down that turret. A nice usage there from Maru. And Maru's here going to get the speed, going to give his buddy there the high five. He speeds up, gets one more gem. They just need to play very passively, but Maru doesn't have passive in his dictionary. He's going to go ham on that gem carrier. Now 9 gems to his name.
Well, 9-5, and the countdown will start if they get the next one. Hypercharge there as well, and Maru is going to go pick it up. Oh, Hypercharge missed from Buzzco as well, from right to left, and the gems drop once more for Eternal Fire. Maybe it's going to just go forward with his Hypercharge, but burn down eventually thanks to those shots from Angel Boy, and Reply Totem are going to be going to double match point against Eternal Fire.
We wanted the set to go the distance, and it is indeed going the distance even in this set. Totem, they are locked in. Not an expression that we can read over here. It's your beautiful, gorgeous hair. But aside from that, yeah, Totem, this game, a lot more aggressive. A lot less shots taken, a lot more confidence in the way that they're playing.
I mean, it's all about that start as well, right? They got pinned so heavily in spawn in the first game that he had just a regular old mortar pretty much for the entire thing. But things changed as Mori started to evade some shots and get forwards, but that's not the story in this one, as Nob gets a couple of taps, sends them packing back to spawn. Not able to get the kills just yet, and forced back with a jump. But that is 3 early gems that he's going to be pleased about.
Yeah, it's an early lead there. Nice pinch there from Mebius and Nob. The dynamic duo comes in clutch, but Angel Boy presents a threat of his own here on that right side. Him lurking there last game gave them so much pressure, and that's what really drove Nob there to that left side. And so this might just be a good resource that Totem can capitalize on.
Splash from Angel Boy and a pinch round will bring Buzzco to his knees and send him back to spawn. Nob forced back as well behind this mortar, but chooses to come forward. Tries to get a couple of shots, expected the first to hit against Angel Boy, and threw out a homemade recipe to try and finish him off, but that was not the case.
Angel Boy is still a problem there. Nob can't get back to the center just because of his Byron's position. Ari though getting very, very low there. Heals from Angel Boy are barely gonna help him. Nice dodges there against Mebius. He could have been very bad there. And Eternal Fighter finally push out Angel Boy. The gem count is looking very healthy for them.
7-4. And Mebius so low. Can he get the trade? Little pinch round. Might be able to get him with a salty barrel. Oh, he doesn't get it. And the trade's not there either, but the gems drop in the mid as a few shots from Angel Boy do burn down. But Mebius will grab a couple more and bring it to just one play. Everybody falls. Maru might be able to get them, but it's only Nob in there. And he jumps out. But countdown starts for Totem.
There's not much left Eternal Fire can do. There is a last push coming in. Hypercharge is there for Mebius, but it's an uphill mountain for them to climb. Not gonna have to land every single shot. His aimbot has to hit everything. Maru tucks in the corner. A shot flies out, but it's not going to be enough. Reply Totem are gonna be your match winner for this quarterfinal number 2.
Snatching that victory from the jaws of defeat. What an impressive comeback by Reply Totem after going down 2 sets. They're gonna close out the match with a victory. And gentlemen, that was really fun to watch. And your ranking of incredible play on both sides, what are you gonna give it?
I mean, Totem should have lost. Like, they should have. That's like, their gameplay wasn't that great. They were pinned in spawn for the majority of the game. And I think Mori knows it as well. He doesn't even seem too pleased about winning. They just take it. It's an absolute robbery from Reply Totem, but definitely a misstep from Eternal Fire and overstayed their welcome in that mid portion of the map.
Lot to learn from that. Both teams there. What do you think Reply Totem's takeaway is here? Are they feeling great after that victory?
I don't think you can. I don't think you can feel good after that.
Yeah, I think if I'm Angel Boy right now, I'm pretty worried about their next opponents. They are going to be facing off against the defending champions. Like, there's no better test of the year than to fight off, you know, the champions of the last year. But yeah, the synergy doesn't look great, right, Trav? I think we talked about this a little bit. You mentioned in scrims that you saw that the synergy hasn't fully formed there for Totem, and this seems to be a trend because last year this is exactly how they started out with Chaos as well.
I mean, it was a tough start for them. At least they haven't, started with a loss. That'd be devastating for a team like Reply Totem if they come into the Invitational, who got top 4 at Worlds, and then lose first round against Eternal Fire of all teams. Not that Eternal Fire are bad, but Totem shouldn't be going 3-2 against that team.
Yeah, as you said here, Spoo, of Reply Totem as their prize gets to face off against the reigning world champs, but I can't imagine feeling better in the grand final if you arrive there by stepping on the former grand final champs. So, exciting bracket right now, shaping out a little bit as y'all predicted, but based on just what we've seen here today from the 4 teams, anything you want to revise about our remaining 4 teams?
I mean, I just think good upset's due after that one. Like, it feels like...
Like
it
maybe
feels like something's been
Pirates?
taken from the world. Like an upset was meant to happen. So I feel like it's just going to come full circle. And one of these teams is going to get an upset.
Well, let's check out those replays from that last match. They're great ones.
Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. You're watching the Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, and we have had two incredible matches. One, an expected victory for Humble, and two, a well-fought and hard-earned victory for Reply Totem. Now we've got Kenny back, we've got Spoo on the desk. What was it like watching that from the spectator zone?
A lot of fun. I mean, I'm sure the folks at home absolutely enjoyed it too, but it's awesome having a start like this as a good kind of setting the tone for the year, right? You never know what you're going to expect. This isn't a monthly finals, but they're certainly preparing what it is for. And Eternal Fire, like you all said, honestly should have won. They should have won, but you know what? Mistakes are made. It's the opening tournament of the year. I think they got a lot of promise for the season.
Well, we shall see as the season continues. A lot of exciting stuff from both teams, but we're heading now into Leftovers versus Pirates. This is the only matchup that we did not agree on here, but taking a closer look at Leftovers, I do have to wonder, what made you guys all choose them?
Well, I'm looking at Drage, and I'm looking at iChaos, and I'm looking at Lenan, and I can't believe that their team name is Leftovers, because how can you have three players with such raw, unbridled power, and they're somehow all leftovers?
I think the name speaks for itself, right? To your point, this feels like the Humble of last year, but a lot flashier of names, right? This is a team I did not expect. Let's go back to 2023. Drage and iChaos were beefing openly. Drage said to his face, "You suck, buddy." I mean, it said not him directly, but to his team. I mean, now they're playing together. It's kind of an unbelievable thing. I mean, the storylines get better and better, and I'm curious to see how that shapes up in 2024 because it's a lot of drama, and I'm all about it.
Oh, that's that kind of messy player drama I'm talking about. Thanks, Kenny, coming in with that one, because we do have an exciting matchup here, and exciting just going on within the Leftovers roster. Do you feel like it's pretty easy to put that aside when $5,000 are on the line in the prize pool, right?
You better learn to work together pretty quickly. I mean, they've got a huge year ahead of them. EMEA is a deep region. It's very tough. iChaos had a strong showing at Worlds. I mean, he is qualified for every single one of them, something he takes great pride in. One of the highest earners in Brawl Stars. This guy has been around for a long time. AQM, SK, Reply Totem last year. He's delivered essentially every year.
Yeah, I just want to point out that is $200,000 here. He's probably earned potentially more prize money than the entire Pirates, if I'm going to be honest here. He's just the loaded king for a reason.
Well, they are going up against the Pirates. Pirates, choose you. And taking a look now at the roster, what we know about these guys, do they have the shot that I think they do?
Well, looking at the Pirate crew and the results from last year, you know, it's not the best. But as you can see at the very end there's this little invitational, and Dora Invitational, they finished second. And I just want to point out that they beat out Totem, SK, Humble, and Eclipsa to get second. They only fell to Zeta.
Excuse me?
Which was, yeah, so Pirates did that much, but this is the question, which is that a one-time fluke, or is that the rise of, you know, Pirates this year?
In your experience, Kenny, what would it be?
I think this team is not one that I expect to make a top 4 guaranteed World's Finals spot. But as you saw there with the results, top 8 is very reasonable. We saw in the little roadmap this year, 7 spots available guaranteed. They are certainly in the mix for postseason, I think. I think they've got potential. These guys have been around for a little bit, though. I don't think this is necessarily some team like some of the others where, yeah, it was kind of their rookie year last year. They had a couple monthly finals. This is where they've peaked in the past, so I want to see them kind of get past that hurdle if we really want to see them do something special.
Well, we've got their maps all locked in for this one. They've had some time to prepare. They knew what was coming. You think they did some studying? How did they prepare for this one?
Not a lot of data to study from either of these teams, to be honest with you. I mean, these are, you know, Pirates, we've had a roster, but not necessarily some top 4 team from last year, and Leftovers is literally all coming together. None of them played together last year.
Yeah, they didn't really play together last year, but in 2023 and 2022, Lenan actually brushed shoulders with quite a number of these players. You know, he was teamed up with Drage in Foot and in Tribe EU, and Lenan and iChaos, they go way back to AC Milan Clash, a legendary team that pretty much just set the standard for what, you know, tank players are going to be like. So if I'm Pirates, I'll have to target ban Lenan, but you kind of can't do that because you need like 9 bans to do that.
We've got our bans locked in already. Anything unexpected in there?
Ash, the only one that kind of stands out to me as a little unusual, especially coming from leftovers. Usually they're the ones
Juju's
that...
coming! Sorry.
No, you're good. We did it. We did it. We did it. She's
did
on the
it.
board.
We
She's
did
on
it.
the
She's
board.
on the board. She's on the board.
That might be part of it too, though, getting these aggressive brawlers out of the way so that you can power up your Juju even more. Y'all were kind of chatting about it earlier, and I was listening in. There's really no way to hard counter her. I mean, I dare to say it. She's just really good. I mean, at a pro level, she's definitely a top 3, top 1 kind of brawler, to be honest with you.
Yeah, she sets up really, really nasty drafting traps as well. You kind of have to hyper-focus on this Juju. It blocks out so many of your picks. And even if you do end up just... It's either you like hyper-focus or you completely ignore it. And then if you ignore it, it becomes a win condition by itself. And that's what kind of makes this type of brawler so difficult to draft against.
Yeah, and we got a lot of common names in the pro scene right now. We went from Juju, and now we've gone into Gus. So a long-range option that's going to be playing the mid here. Something to look out for, too, and I'm going to go ahead and shout it out because we saw it earlier. The main man himself, iChaos, loves him a Rico, and that's why they partially banned that, too. I do think Pirates have a good idea of what their opponents are doing. This Sandy picks a little more of that unpredictability, right? I don't think Pirates are astronomical underdogs, but they kind of got to throw some stuff at them just to mix it up a little bit.
Well, if they're doing that kind of preparation, it sounds like they're aware of their position. They could be coming in here with some well-thought-out strategies. If you see anything that they put up there, what would indicate that they're like, oh yes, they're absolutely not only just targeting IKS, not only just taking down leftovers, but, you know, really trying to cook their own meal?
Well, aside from bans here, I don't really see any other way to stop iChaos. There's just there's just so much talent on leftovers, and there's so many good players. On one hand, you have to ban out all of Lanan's tanks, and on the other hand, you've got to ban out like half the pool in the game if you want to deal with iChaos. And I'm not really exaggerating this. He's really one of the most versatile pro players that's ever graced Brawl Esports scene. They're going to be picking up this Penny pickup, a little bit of a more control-ish option. He does have the hypercharge, which he didn't have at Worlds, and we did see a little bit of that in that last Jam Grab set, and we all know how potent it could be. Spike, though, this to me is unexpected.
Agreed. Honestly, the team that I expect to kind of make some crazy stuff happen, I think that's the craziest pick easily. Maybe, I mean, dare I say today, I don't think Spike's been relative in the professional scene for a while now. I love the little guy, but he just hasn't been very viable as of late.
So you think they're going to be able to show us something that we weren't expecting here with Spike?
I mean, are they just going for high DPS maybe, a little more coverage into the Sandstorm, Life Plant to go into the Gus? I'm kind of just working through it. I don't know if this is impartial to prep for what the enemy team's doing, but that's the kind of team that I would expect to lock in an aggressive brawler right there.
Yeah, I think they were trying to block out tanks here, but the thing about it is they don't really need to answer it with such an extreme measure like Spike. And on a map like Hard Rock Mime, yeah, this Carl pickup is fantastic. Dare I say, honestly, I like the Pirates draft just a little bit more, but we are looking at a Juju. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here because Juju just wins the draft single-handedly by herself. I'm not sure who's going to be piloting it, but, you know, whoever is going to be on that is going to, you know, have a little bit of pressure because this is the competitive debut for Juju.
All right, well, let's find out if the Pirates are going to be eating leftovers or if the leftovers are the greatest pirate hunters in the entire world.
Let's kick it off here. Quarterfinal number 3, and it's leftovers. A bunch of talented players now going into Pirates, a team that's been around for a couple seasons. They've got the synergy. Let's see if talent shows up.
I love the names there, and all three of them throwing out AC Milan classes pins. But we've got a game to cast here. Totem is going to be going on the aggressive, almost taking out Lanan here. iChaos, they're going to be pinched out there. A flying hook falls in there, and Pirates in a very commanding position.
We saw the Spike get drafted, and immediately my eyes went to that Carl. I think it's going to be a fantastic answer. One of the better ones into Juju, right? She's going to drop an extra spawner. That's something that he can pierce through. He's going to shred through squishy little Spike. And a Penny up close, yeah, maybe you drop a barrel, but you only got so many of those. Now that they've established a little more control of this turret, though, I do think that AQM, fake, obviously, their leftovers team name, is going to have a little piece of control here.
The leftovers, they are pushing in a little bit better now that they've got that mortar online. Tomsy went a little bit too aggressive, barely surviving there, but no Sandstorm coming out from him just yet. We do see this lane swap coming out here from iChaos, shifting over to this right side, which is going to put that matchup that you mentioned, Lanan against this Carl.
Yeah, and I think Carl does not mind having Lanan that left hand and a little extra range. One issue, though, like you mentioned, Tomsy has not been able to cycle in Sandstorms. You need that coverage. If Sandy's not cycling it in, it's a problem. I think one of the issues is Sandy just doesn't have the range to keep up with any of these 3 brawlers.
Yeah, and IKL's gonna be pressuring him so hard. The Juju factor is there. IKL's got 2 kills on the board. If he can extract himself out of there, it's gonna be game over. But Filippo, he cleans it up and equalizes in the mid.
Lenon gonna cut off this left-hand side as well. Filippo flanking, Drage holding the mid down. They're 1 gym away from taking off here. All you need is 10 to get a countdown.
Drake now on that hypercharge as well. Gonna see if he's gonna be using it right now. The Salty here on that Gus. He does have that boosted shot here. So there is some counterplay right now, but it's gonna be very difficult for Pirates to make that aggressive. But they are pushing in. Filippo, flying hook already expended. There's not much time left on the flag. Second flag is gonna be coming out, but Drake just pops a hypercharge and it's super duper chill and easy GG's for them.
I know the gym count was somewhat close. It felt like leftovers were pretty much in the driver's seat the whole time. And I think in large part due to the presence in the mid, once that penny turret gets established, it's a lot harder, right? And even if they do have a Sandy Sandstorm, which they did not really have any, that's something that they need. But the penny turret's gonna help you cover a little fire on the ground. The spike's gonna help you throw down a super that has some coverage. I mean, that may have been a very intentional decision for why Spike may have been picked as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could be intentional decision. It could also just be outright skill diff, if I'm going to be honest with you right now, because when I saw IKEA just walk up that right side with no rhyme or care about who he was going up against, doing it once again right now, Invisible, sneaking up here on Filippo. This is a matchup that he's not supposed to be doing super well into, but that's the Juju factor.
Drage low HP, so teammates are going to cover for him. IKL's will rotate to this left-hand side. Tomsy just trying to get within striking distance. Sandy is a closer range brawler. Does a great job at peak shots. Historically fantastic on this map, and even a gadget combo not going to be enough here. IKL's, though, did miss. It was a close call, but he will still survive. This brawler is just so menacing.
Yeah, trading out there, just a couple shots there, but it gave up the super to the Jujus. That Grizz, you know, chasing after this additional body is just buying them so much time. And now Drage 5-4 in the gem count. Somehow it still remains close, Kenny.
5-4 is the count. Now evening things out. Filippo dash over to the right-hand end. They're very intentional. This is something that pro players do such a good job with. We've had a lot of casual players join the esports scene. These matchups are everything. Filippo trying to position himself to give himself an advantage for his team. This is something that these players are constantly talking about.
Yeah, the lane swap, the musical lane swap coming out here. Just, if you're wondering why Filippo and Tomsy aren't really doing much, it's because they're trying to get the right lanes. But right now, they've just pushed the button. They've realized they're running out of time in terms of gems. Filippo's going to be diving into the backline and taking out that turret.
Tomsy in position. Does have a shield as well. Can go into Lenon. Engage. It's a trade. 8-6 is the count. Drage trying to move forward. IKL's rounds out the rest. 15 seconds on the shot clock, and Pirates have to respond.
Filippo responds, flying hook, getting out of there just to barely survive here. They finally have a sandstorm from Tomsy, but Lenon hops that hypercharge, just throws out multiple shots. 4 seconds left on the clock. They're going to be trying to just reset the count on this. But leftovers eat Pirates alive.
Yum, 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 yum.
Good.
Yeah, that's my commentary. That's what I
That's great.
That's what I'm here for.
Good stuff. We've got kebab later.
Yeah, you could just wait.
Good. I was hungry. Well, we've got a great pickup here for the first set for leftovers, and you know, I feel like you guys told me so much about Juju. I saw them pick Juju. Did Juju really factor in as? Yeah.
Yep.
Never mind.
Nope,
I see.
yep.
Yeah. she's doing great.
5
Nice job, Juju.
kills, more than the entire team of Pirates. That's unfortunate and just, frankly, an oversight in the draft. I know this is a little more even of a meta than we're used to. That's one brawler that stands out to me. You have to ban the Juju. This is a map that she fits in well with. I think that's just a mistake from Pirates, knowing that they don't have that first overall pick. That just has to be one of your bans.
Yeah, it happens. Maybe Pirates, have a bit too much ale as Pirates or whatever the Pirates do, and it slipped their mind, right? It completely slipped their mind that they didn't have an answer to this Juju. The Carl pick was a good idea, right?
I agree.
But it's just that once you get that initial lanes wrong, and you don't really have the skills to like perfectly lane swap and find that synergy, you're cooked.
But great opportunity for learning as we head on to the next draft. It seemed like if that was their major problem that they were facing, they can do what everyone else did and say, you know what, no, Juju, she's not invited anymore.
Yeah, on Hot Potato, I don't think she will be invited. It's not necessarily the highest damage dealing person, but it's still a good enough brawler to in scrims. It has been banned or played quite a bit. I think it's still something you're crossed off. Obviously, it depends a little bit on the order. You know, teams are going to treat drafts differently if they're that first overall pick versus that second overall pick. And I think that was the biggest problem there for Pirates. This is the first tournament of the season. I'm sure they're settling in. I know the folks at home may think this Edgar ban is crazy, but I swear to you, I've seen it so many times. It's one of the more aggro picks that go into these throwers, so I think that's why they get rid of it, and they can immediately draft that berry.
Yeah, that's a good shout there, Kenny. I mean, Edgar has won a World Finals
That's facts.
on this map, just letting you know.
He's got earnings like Chaos.
He's got earnings like Chaos, indeed. And, you know, Chaos is just chilling on the Juju, man. I mean,
Why not?
They've given away this berry, which is also another very, very, very potent throw that we've seen. I mean, Humble executed, I wouldn't say to the maximum of its potential even. They just played it at just the right amount, and it was more than enough to, you know, set themselves up. But leftovers here, to answer the berry, they're gonna go for that Juju pickup, and I think this is a circumstance where Juju is not that menacing.
It's an interesting start for sure. Nita is definitely a damage dealer. I think this is mostly to protect from those tanks. A lot of the times, this is going to be a more preventative pick. Nita is not going to hard counter the berry, but in a ranked draft setting, you have to think about those things. I really like this Colette selection for 2 reasons. One, it's also a preventative pick. If they want to get aggro, they know who they're facing. Lana is one of the best in the business at getting aggressive. He's the guy I've seen in these scrims playing brawlers like Edgar to get up in the faces of enemies. So I think that's step 1. Step 2, phenomenal, one of the best in the business at dealing damage that high save. So that's a good protective pick and also fantastic for the game mode.
Yeah, that's why we saw double Colette bans in the last high sets for both teams. A little respect coming out here. This isn't necessarily just the Melody show. Colette, when it makes through, tends to be one of those high damage dealing brawlers. Now, this is interesting to me, which is that among all the tanks they could have gone, they've actually gone with one of the more control-ish tanks, and it's going to be the form of this Buzz.
Definitely an interesting one. The Lifeguard is great, not necessarily at the top of my tier list right now. So this would be kind of one of those picks that, it's not a bad pick. It's not that it never shows up. It's just not as frequent these days.
I'm reading that on your faces. Both of you have the same expression, the tight line, the we'll see how this goes.
It's a question mark.
Yeah, I'm so interested to see. We got bigger variety in this draft than ever before.
The Mushroom Man coming in as well. I think that's a direct answer to the Buzz, right? That's going to be your fully defensive brawler. You're not really worried Cordelius-wise on playing the offense. It's purely to protect your ice save.
Yeah, it's a great thing to use against the Colette as well. I mean, you pretty much, so long as Drage is, so long as this Cordelius is going to be holding onto that super, Colette can't really go aggressive. You can't use that hypercharge super, you can't do anything. It's one of the rare things that some of the best Cordelius players have pointed out. It blocks hypercharges.
Fantastic. Well, our brawlers are selected, our map is set, and now it is time to send our teams into the brawl.
Here we go, set number 2, Leftovers taking set 1. A fantastic Cordelius pick at the end here, and he's immediately stomped on. What a trade to start things out. Tomzy with the first overall selection going with Barry. They passed on Juju. They gotta make this one count, improve the worth of this pick.
Yeah, proving the worth indeed. But Grizz is going to be dropping out here from IKEA. That's going to buy some time. Filippo going to actually be using that super, auto-aiming it, I suspect, and sent into the Shadow Realm. Lanan's going to be on the hunt for him. Rage and IKEA, they take an aggressive position, and it's going to be Lanan going up against Filippo back here in the base.
Filippo torpedoes in onto this high save, dealing a lot of damage here. Lanan with defense, though, desperately needed. Salty using that super for the defense. It's going to work for now, but the value that Nita gets is Bruce the Bear. Once it's on that high save, it is going to chew. There's that super from Cordelius that you mentioned as well. So completely remove Filippo from this equation.
Yeah, he's actually going to be happy to let Filippo slip through because that's going to let him sneak up onto Tomzy. Great communication there coming out here from Leftovers. But after all said and done, IKEA drops down to Grizz, just buying some time for Drage to get up this bear, as you mentioned, because without it, the damage is not really significant from Leftovers.
Pirates locked and loaded with a couple supers. They have no offensive stance. There's the dive in from Filippo, the frag as well. Lanan jumping into the action, and they're gonna all fall down. All of Pirates now moving up the middle of the map. Hypercharge for Colette, swings her way through that high safe. Drage, Lanan now on the back foot.
Yeah, big offensive mountain out here from Pirates. It should have been the last push from that. Tom's just trying to do as much damage as they can, but tempo swings both ways as Leftovers. They're gonna be pummeling on the Pirates save and taking this game number 1.
Blue side with a narrow victory in game number 1. Drage still locked in as well. Impressive stuff to say the least. I mean, that was a real back and forth. That was the definition of a momentum swing.
Yeah, like the thing about Heist is that pretty much if you want to commit to any kind of offensive, you're almost always going to be throwing bodies at that safe, and that's going to give your opponents that reset there. And I think that, honestly speaking, the tempo lead was in the side of Pirates. You know, Filippo snuck up in that mid that first game, so I'm surprised that it didn't go their way.
Game number 2. Pirates definitely have a shot at this. They've been competing. Now they just have to find a breakaway. That's a fantastic start. Salty gets a takedown on the right-hand end. Lana, short-ranged, but fantastic for defense. Like you mentioned, he is the ultimate purple button killer. You're going to throw him out, not for that high safe damage. He's going to get it for free, though, so he will take advantage for a little chip shot here. 13% goes down. Salty dives in as well. That essentially neutralizes the whole thing with one super.
Bear dropped out here, but not in an ideal position. The stun doesn't connect. The two summons are barreling down here on the Pirates. Grizz getting so much damage done here. Lenan is the damage dealer, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but, you know, look at the save percentages. Somehow Lenan's done more damage than the Pirates roster combined.
iChaos's Voodoo Doll has more HP than the Brawler itself. It's so difficult to deal with, and now Filippo diving in as well. Salty in prime position. A little assistance coming in from the super, and they're already down to sub 20%.
It's going to be an uphill battle here for leftovers. Exactly, probably about one push for Pirates, and Filippo is popping this hypercharge. This is exactly what they need. So much aggression coming in here. Drake's going to be eating that stun as well. Doesn't even drop the bear. 9% left. Hypercharge there from Salty as well. Going to be queued up, Kenny.
All he has to do is get to the other end. He's going to use his super here. Still has a hypercharge, but now he's removed from the equation entirely. Drage flanking right-hand side. 53% can evaporate pretty quickly, and now Bruce the Bear is in the mix. He's taking down Filippo, trying to make a run for the safe, but they do get that pickup there. Tomsy trying to do some chip damage, but not enough ice cream on the floor. 1%, and it's finally taken down. Lingers long enough to put us in a draw.
Yeah, that gadget from the Berry, the 12 ticks, is pretty menacing if you can get it onto that sim. And that's precisely why Berry is so good here. And Pirates, yeah, they managed to equalize this set. And I have to say, this didn't feel like as coordinated as game number 1, like what Leftovers did.
Felt a little scrappy. I didn't feel like they necessarily got the start that they wanted. It wasn't that consistent damage. They didn't manage to get Bruce the Bear really onto the other end. It was a little chip shot from Cordelius, like you're seeing on this top right-hand side. As a result, though, they're not shadowing Filippo. Drake's just gonna get his free super out of this, but it's also a free frag for Pirates as well. That should inevitably be a takedown. Already down to 60%, and it's getting difficult.
Yeah, Filippo's doing so much by himself, but Lanana on the other side is the damage dealer. And somehow, when everything is over, more or less 51% to 68%, but the difference is the Hyper Bear is in play. Drake is just thinking of a better timing. He drops on Hyper Bear, a nice stun comes out, but it's not going to be enough to clean up Tomsy. The damage is mounting and dealing quite a fair bit to the Pirates safe, though.
You see Filippo hovering over the button. He dives in. Not enough for a kill, though. That's a nice touch from Salty, but Lana there to close out. Drage chip shots in as well, and now a super from Juju from the grave. Gonna help them hold them off just a little bit longer, but now Pirates getting aggressive. The first frag goes down. Tomsy trying to equalize. Lana jumping away, one tag, but not enough. They can't quite get that 12%. It's left to iChaos to try and get some chip shots in.
Yeah, just 2 more shots should do the trick there. 1 more shot should do it. Drake, he needs to be the one to penetrate through this. It's just 1% one shot. Lanan jumps in. All the shots are being blocked here. Is it going to deal it 50 HP on the save? What happens? It's going to be Leftovers that takes it. And Drake doesn't even look pleased.
A real close one there. 2-1. And a last-second shot that goes through. Leftovers are going to take a 2-0 lead. It was definitely a competitive set, though.
We talked about him looking a little uncertain early on in the last match. Did you feel that it was similar in this one, where they were a little bit scrappy, or were they pulling it together in a better way?
I feel like it was a little bit of figuring it out on the fly. That's kind of how Heist goes sometimes, though. I think the other end mixed it up a little bit on their defensive assignments. I felt like they let Cordelius run there the second and the third game a little bit more. They weren't afraid to let him do damage, which I think is smart. That's not really what he's known for. I think they're willing to make that trade to send Buzz, the aggressive, high damage dealing brawler, to the other end. It didn't end up working out, but I see the vision, right?
Yeah, I see the gears turning, right, in both the teams. Like, Heist is a game of pretty much rapid adjustments where you have to see the scenario and what's happening. And when you've got Cordelius in the mix, it's just really, really hard to stay composed. And it is personal between Trage and Filippo.
The ex-teammates, very different brawlers, of course, so this is just kind of a synopsis, but obviously they played together last year at Foot at the time. Juju being operated by one of them and Nita on the other end. A few frags to go both ways. I felt like they both contributed pretty well. I haven't really felt like Pirates have had a sore spot or somewhere lacking. I think Leftovers have simply just played a little bit better.
Well, and Kenny here, as we take a look at, remembering the draft, remembering that we see some faces of brawlers that maybe we hadn't seen yet in the tournament, that there's a little bit different synergies and selections in that one. You think they've learned either side, Leftovers or Pirates, anything that they should maybe stop picking or maybe start banning?
It's another interesting call there. They go with the Berry over the Juju. Juju now 2-0. But I don't blame them. I think Berry's solid. I think it worked out. I don't think Juju was necessarily the reason they lost. But when you have that powerful of a brawler, it's so hard to pass up on, and when you get a result like that, it's kind of demoralizing. I'm curious if they'll adjust in the future, depending on if they get that first or second pick on the coin toss.
Well, these bans they are selecting, especially as we move now into Shooting Star, are they bans that you think they're going to really sit on, that they've researched, that they want to take away from Leftovers on the side of Pirates, or is Pirates like maybe, gonna switch it up? Are we gonna ban Juju? What is it? It's not. I know it's not Juju, but it is Juju for me now. It's very much Juju.
What have we done? Well, good news. We probably won't see Juju here, or if we do, I'll be shocked, right? Because this is the most open map in the entire game, and Juju as a thrower, no matter what, I don't care how far that ranges when she's standing in the bush that you can shoot. This is an open map. You're probably not gonna see a Juju here, and yeah, Pirates, I think they're traumatized. They're banning it in Shooting Star.
Well, it's interesting that they have the first overall pick, right? They banned Juju. The other end was already going to do that. Unless you're just trying to double up, or you really just didn't want to play Juju and you really wanted to play the Sprout, that's questionable to me. I don't really understand that call.
Yeah, other things I don't understand. Of all the first picks in the game, Sprout on Shooting Star is questionable. Very, very questionable. It's usually just used as a last pick, right? To deal more or less with those mid matchups, when you're dealing with control, those low HP things like Piper, Brock, Gray, and then maybe you throw in the Sprout and you just get a couple picks and you get that big tempo in the mid. But they're picking it first pick, which is just a massive weakness in the draft now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if they're just trying to stray them away from going sharpshooters. I mean, other than Angelo, you don't really see that banned, but at the end of the day, this is a brawler that's not necessarily super high in the tier list. This is one of those surprise picks that have definitely caught me off guard.
It's really interesting as these teams, sort of develop a tournament meta and maybe even some superstitions, because how far in advance they had these maps. They were able to prepare as a team what they wanted to play, what they wanted to ban, and how much of that is getting changed on the fly, how much of that is sticking to the script.
I think that's definitely something you have to plan, right? I mean, Sprout is a very intentional decision.
Yeah.
Like I said, this isn't a brawler at the top of the tier list. This is somebody like Juju that they ban out. They could have had for themselves. Obviously, the other side would have ended up banning it, but just from a theory perspective, why do that unless you're making a very intentional decision? They end up getting Piper and Pearl here. They round it out well. I don't mind the comp holistically. Again, I just feel like it's an interesting decision, and I want to see them prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, rounding out the draft here, Lana's gonna get his signature pickup here. He loves his cow. And on this map, this Shooting Star story hasn't changed, right? This is one of the most beautiful meta games about Shooting Star that we've seen for such a long time. The Sprout versus the cow matchup. One of them is gonna get the star first, and the other is gonna try and play aggressive the entire game. One team's gonna be defending. It's gonna be a great game to watch.
I'm excited for this one. Gentlemen, you've hyped it up, and these teams have done a great job showing that they came ready to play, prepared, and they're bringing something special in each of these sets. So let's get on into it. I'm going to hand it back over to y'all, and we've got a match on our hands.
Leftovers with a 2-0 lead here. It's going to be a tough one to come back from. I think Pirates have shown some solid stuff, but they're going to have to take it up another notch here. We're going to Shooting Star, arguably one of the most mechanical maps of all time. A bold pick from Tomsy to kick off this draft alongside his teammates. He's going to hunker down, attach himself to these walls, and just lob up a few shots. The good news is they don't really have an easy way to get to him if he just hugs that.
Yeah, it's a decent start here for Pirates, but it's nothing that really gets too unexpected. Whenever we see these Carl versus sort of Sprout matchups here in Shooting Star, it's always a matter of basically you just take the blue star and you just hunker down for the rest of the entire game. And then Pirates basically have to be the offensive team the entire time. So we're going to see if that's what happens here, as IKEA is going to be eating quite a lot of shots here from Tomsy.
Love that call out from you if you're taking notes at home for your own ranked games. Carl is essentially a free blue star, like you mentioned. That dive in is what they want. Now they need to press. They don't quite get the kill, though. I think think that's a little bit of an overstep, and now Lana trying to take advantage. That's the matchup that they're going to be looking for. Lana's going to stay aggressive, look for the squishy Sprout, run up to him, hit a tailspin, and that's essentially a free kill.
Yeah, that should have just been 2 kills there for Pirates, but it didn't really go out in the way just because of the skill difference of all of these players. I think it goes without saying that Leftovers, they're just one of the most mechanically skilled teams, and on a map like Shooting Star, where mechanics is, you know, of utmost importance, I would say, yeah, it's not really looking too good here for Pirates.
Leftovers are definitely new to the synergy department, but Lana, Drage have a lot of history together. iChaos, an absolute superstar and one of the highest earners in the business. This is a ton of talent coming together for one roster. The question is, can they put it together? And so far, they're doing it in convincing fashion against Pirates.
Yeah, they've probably got just enough time, Kenny, for one last push here. Tomzy is going to be dropping this wall here on the right side. Hypercharge is going to be popped up, but none of the shots are connecting. I don't know what I'm looking at, Kenny.
Now they're bundled up together, 10 seconds on the clock. Drage, right-hand side, lands a nasty pull. Tomzy falls. Salty low HP as well. iChaos cleans up. Leftovers on match point.
Absolutely clinical execution there from Leftovers. It's just the positioning, the way they block shots, how they use the gene heals, all of that just coming together. And meanwhile, Pirates, they don't look like a pirate crew at all. I mean, maybe they are. Mutiny is on the board because they're all doing their own thing.
I think the argument for Pirates, too, is they have history together. This is not a bunch of guys that just started up this year. They're maybe a little less household Brawl Stars names. They're not the World Finals caliber team that we've seen from some of these guys on the other end. iChaos top 4 last year. Lana in the mix as well. Drage not as much, but in the past it's been fantastic. Blue Star once again going to be going to Leftovers. There's that free Carl click. You're going to get in, get out, and basically give your team an advantage. I mean, they don't have to press the issue. In the casual level, you'll see players be much more overly aggressive. At this level, they're going to take any little advantage they can get, and they're not going to force the issue.
Yeah, it's not uncommon here on Shooting Star that you just see the team win 1-0, and a nice catch there from iChaos, just landing so much damage, and Drade's going to be just, you know, giving a little bit of help with that vengeful spirit, but this is exactly the type of competitive matchup that we are looking for. It's the defensive sort of Bastion-like gameplay coming out here from Leftovers, and Pirates, they really got to start playing more aggressive, but they just can't seem to find an entry point.
Oh, and I think Salty just missed an entire magazine there. I mean, I believe he burned a gadget out of that, and unfortunately, he's not lighting fire to the other end. You have to take advantage of that. It's such a huge part of this kit. One thing I will say, Tomzy doing a good job of placing these walls down. One of the advantages of Sprout, you can craft the map the way you want it. Now Pirates are putting themselves in a position where they can be the ones to make the last second push, and I think that's what's necessary for them to get the dub here.
Yeah, Tomzy is going to be moving forward here. The wall kind of blocking out Lenan for the moment. He didn't even use his hypercharge there because he's still going to be able to transplant one more, and this is the play that we're looking for, locking the entirety of Leftovers in. In theory, this should work. There should be damage coming in here from the Pirates side, but look at Leftovers. They just seem perfectly comfortable there, and Tomzy's run out of hedges. There's no more gadgets for him.
Pirates have to make a last decision. Tournament lives on the line. Chaos, Lana, Drage all in the corner. Now moving forward. Pirates making a move. The pull goes through again. Drage with perfection. And 5 on the clock. Salty throwing up frags. Lana there to cover for his teammate. Gets the final kill. And Leftovers take it in convincing fashion.
The Pirates could not get close to Leftovers there, despite having them backed into a corner. And as you called out at the end, wow, what accuracy from Drage. What great timing. What opportunity. Really saw a clinic on sharp Brawl Stars play here.
Yeah, and this is going to be stats from the previous one, but we saw how it went down. The kills certainly favoring the left-hand side once again. That was, I feel like it didn't really have to be pressed too hard. I didn't think Drage had to work too much. He landed the 2 pulls. That's something that's difficult for Jeans and Jip. But into a Sprout, again, that's part of the reason you don't make the pick. Once you kidnap the Sprout, that's a free kill. They held on and pretty much just used that blue star to their advantage. All they had to do was burn the clock, and I don't think Pirates were aggressive enough. I feel like there were a lot of issues to go down. I think this is going to be a big learning moment for them moving into next month.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket now, and we can all feel my shame for making the straight pick there. Pirates, I still believe in you. I'll be watching you for the rest of the season, but Leftovers moving on. Going to take on the winner of SK Gaming versus Kebab. Who do you think Leftovers would rather face there, Spook?
Well, for the purposes of our predictions, they should be facing SK Gaming here. Obviously, I think they'd rather be facing the weaker team here, which on paper should be Kebab, but we all know that's very likely not going to happen.
Yeah, we've, you guys have proven your knowledge. I'm glad I have you at my disposal here to pick your brains throughout these games because you certainly know these teams, their strategies, and their players very well. I think, as we've had some beautiful games, we can check out some beautiful highlights.
The Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back to the Champions Invitational. I can't believe that you guys made it into the replays, Kenny and Spoo. And I actually, we sent Spoo off. We've got Trev back on. Welcome. What was it like watching that from the back room?
You just said, ugh. Oh, what's that about? What's that about? I'm literally your favorite co-caster.
We were talking about it earlier.
I'm your favorite co-caster, man. I know what you're talking about, but watching from the side, very dominant, I will say. And I wasn't expecting him to be that dominant, to be fair. I actually had hope for your Pirates pick, to be honest with you, off the start.
Thanks,
I did
man.
too. I was like, okay, maybe they've got a chance. Maybe they've got a chance. But in the end, leftovers just proving to be too strong.
They were very strong. They looked amazing. But we got our next match coming up, and that's going to be between SK Gaming and Kebab. You guys were overwhelmingly for SK Gaming. Me, I love the team, SK Gaming. But there's so much more to know about them. Checking out their roster, checking out their players.
It's going to be Joker on your screen here. Yoshi remains the same with the team. The big change-up was Ope making his grand return. And in the hype video, it really felt like when they announced this team that the mentality this year is kind of just perseverance, right? This is a team that's been hurt, that's been so close for several years in a row. The consistency's been an issue in some years. Last year, I think they were a contender for Worlds. I really do think they had it in them. They played well. Humble were just a little bit better. I'm curious to see if Ope is that missing equation, because on paper, their team last year with Lana was phenomenal, and now Ope kind of makes his return. I'm wondering if the synergy just works a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a 50-50. I think this SK roster is going to go one way, or it's going to go heavily the other. It's either going to do incredibly well, or not going to be able to really keep up with what Lenane was able to bring to the table last year, because Lenane is such an incredible player. Many people would make an argument to be one of the best players in the world, and OP didn't have as a successful run at World Finals. I think it's fair to say his year last year was not comparable to that of the standard of SK.
Yeah, we saw even just in the last matchup, those are some big boots to fill, but Ope, he's got some credentials to his name, and I do have to wonder, you're picked up by SK Gaming. That's got to bolster you right off the bat, right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a confidence boost, right?
And it's the second time he's been picked up by SK Gaming as well. So, I mean,
it's like a double. They
his
stack,
confidence
right?
is going up, and now it's like get picked up, then get left behind, and then get picked up again. So it's kind of a bit like, ooh.
He's back. He's back.
He's back. That's all that matters.
Confidence at an all-time high.
Okay.
Exactly.
And this roster now, was it Joker, was it Yoshi that he was playing with SK last time?
So it would have been Yoshi at the time. Joker would have been with Reply Totem. So that would have been 2023. Ope gets picked up mid-season with XK. They need a little bit of a spark. And he certainly brought it. I do think one thing that can be said for him is he is emotional, he's passionate, and that's something that's necessary in this business, in all sports, in all esports. I think his commitment is unquestionable, and I think he is ready to get back with his team. I think they left off that 2023 season with wanting more, right? I know they had it in them, and it's unfinished business, and that's kind of the gist that I got from their announcement video, which was really, really cool. I think they have a little bit of momentum coming into this year. I think they had a good year last year. They're hoping this is the fix.
Enough to take him through Kebab here. That's what you guys told me earlier. That's what's likely to happen. But taking a look at Gugu, Yuffie, and Koros, who stacked? Be happy with this roster?
I mean, it's a good roster. We've seen them kind of floating about here and there. Like there's some bigger names than others on this roster, and there's some that are that pretty similar to that first matchup that we saw with Torby. It's like they're newcomers. They're just making appearances. We've seen them here and there, but never at like the highest end of Brawl Stars.
Well, the road is long here in 2025, and it has just begun. The first step is always the most important on the journey, no?
It's a tough step, though. It's a
very
tough step.
That's a really hard first step. The first step's always the hardest. This is a little particular mountain you got to climb over. Look, SK Gaming, no, it's not the exact same roster as last year, but this is a very talented team. On the other end, Gugu's kind of the most well-known name, and he made Worlds last year, but last year was kind of his first big step, too. Now, I believe he's going to be leading this roster, essentially, too, with the most experience. I wonder how he'll do as kind of that, mentor, the guy in charge role.
Yeah, that's a lot to take on here, and heading into the draft, gotta wonder how much he's contributed thought-wise, strategy-wise to these, these planned-out early game things that are really gonna set you on track to win or lose here. So coming into this, we've got our bans. What are you expecting to see from SK Gaming based on just kind of how they've been preparing, what you've talked to them about?
I mean, they've banned out one of the throwers, and, you see Kebab banning out the same, so I don't know if they're kind of going to try and pivot to go for a different thrower. Maybe Sprout pretty strong on this map. Juju banned out as well, no surprise there. We saw a little hint of her in the previous one, and it didn't end too well for Juju's opponents, so not surprised. There you go. I mean, we see Sprout being picked up nice and early on by Kebab there. It's just a thrower map. Once you get a thrower, you kind of... opponents are forced to pick very aggressive or pick another thrower as well.
I think in this case, I took issue with it the last go-around. This time round, it's going to be another instance where the team with the first pick banned Juju. And maybe they just don't believe in it as much. Maybe these... Again, I'm kind of confused at why they go about this. On this map, I'm kind of with it a little bit more, but Angelo, Pearl, those are two really good options.
Yeah, very, very solid options. You've got the range for one of the lanes. Pearl's going to be able to break up some of these walls as well once getting that super. It's going to be very difficult to get it, but in the late game, you're going to be able to win matchups. And also, if you get it and you can kind of keep it, then you're going to be able to break up some of those walls that Sprout's going to so desperately want to sat behind. But there's always unbreakable ones on this map, so that adds a definite extra issue. But Gus is going to be rolling on in as well, and that's another very solid pick.
It's a good long-range option as well. I think it kind of matches what Angelo is trying to put down here. I think Angelo in general is one of the better brawlers that you can have right now. I think Pearl's a good one to kind of pair with that too. I know it didn't show in that last set, but a big reason for Pearl is going to be able to apply all that pressure, right? Constant damage. Even if it's not the most, you charge up a little bit. The heating also kind of chips away at the opponents as well. So I think it's just a good pressure applier.
Interesting. We've got new guys in here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gray coming in as well. Don't mind the dimensional door. I think that's going to be a good one to kind of press a little bit. The only issue is they don't really have aggressive brawlers to pair with it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the added hypercharge, you'll be able to have the teleport on the map as well. And also, the walking cane can pull through walls, bring people to break them as well. And obviously, you can take the grand piano if you just want those guaranteed wall breaks against the Sprout. It wouldn't be the worst of ideas either. But it's definitely nice to have that ability to pull back towards you. And then Max on the other side as well, just adding that extra bit of aggression and allowing Pearl to get into these aggressive positions.
It seems like both teams have done their homework, came prepared for this one. Nothing out of the order here, nothing raising any hackles on either side of these.
I think the Sprout first pick's the only thing, just I haven't seen it as much in practices, which is totally fine. I mean, they're going to be hiding some of the strategies that they have. Maybe there's something that we're not as aware of. I think Sprout's a great kind of, like we saw earlier, if you can get yourself in a position to press, it's going to be super helpful in general. But otherwise, I think there's better throwers in the meta, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a possibility of that. I mean, a couple of them were banned out, though. That's the issue. Larry and Laurie may be one of the only other ones, and Barry left as well. Obviously, not the two best brawlers for this map, I will say. But as we roll on into it, Gugu takes a heavy shot to the face and brought down some people like one shot.
Even distribution of brawlers here on the SK side, and they're already forcing Kebab back. Gugu can keep the range. Gus has the long distance, but ideally they want to be a little more aggressive. Yoshi on this left-hand thing, now cut off in the mid. It's just going to be an opportunity for Kebab to make a comeback. That speed's going to match.
Well, moving over to the right-hand side, trying to get the job done now, but not really able to do too much and ending up backing off again here. Just throwing up a pin and waiting his turn as Gugu throws down a wall on the left-hand side and tries to push Yoshi back with the shield. It's a lot of HP to burn through.
These are the moments where Sprout comes in handy. It's passive-aggressive. He's going to drop a castle and now put Yashi all the way back. He can't shoot over those walls. He's not a thrower. Joker looking for a flank here as well, playing one of his most popular brawlers. They shift through. Yashi cut off. Joker barely able to get a tag. Ope doing his darn best on that right-hand in, but it's not enough. The red roster cleaning house here to open the round.
I mean, Joker provided a speed, but for what? Like, it was like, where are you going? There's a wall in the way, and Yugu manages to have another one in hand as well. So really nice stuff for him. Going to be able to push straight down this left-hand side. TP comes in along with the Gust shield as well. But Walking Cane is going to be missed, and that's going to put them in a good position moving forwards. But would have been nice to get it done, and there it is as well. Wall break comes through along with it, but not in the most influential of moments.
Good just turned to great. They've got mid control. They forced him back. They've broken up the grass. So much good happening right now. Oh, and he missed the Walking Cane. Could have been a nasty play, but he'll get the finish anyways. Yashi left all alone, and SK completely separated here. Now they can isolate opponents.
Yeah, well, Gadget going to be available for Yoshi. They're just waiting for him to be able to be brought down. Nice pinch coming through. Now they get it, and Joker's walled in, and a 1v3. I mean, regardless of being walled or not, it's finished for him. And Kebab takes a surprising game one.
A very convincing one at that, too.
Yeah.
It never felt like SK got their legs under them. And I know I've had some question marks about the Sprout just because of the throwers. It's not always the best. On this map, like I said, I like it a lot more, and you saw the interaction there. Especially when there's no wall break from SK Gaming to really mess with. You can just drop a simple Sprout wall on any of these. These corners bounce off so well. I feel like this is a map of the throwers that fits Sprout particularly well.
Yeah, I mean, once Tick's out the way, Sprout can really do a lot of work because, you know, Tick with that a bit of an extended range over Sprout can definitely prove a bit of an issue for this particular thrower. Korvas just moving down this right-hand side now, trying to get a pinch in, and does have control of the lane pretty nicely, but OP with a really nice tap there, looking for the pinch onto Yuffie, does get it, but once more, they're just lingering on such small amounts of health. Now the pinch comes in, that should be a kill, but maybe traded out as Joker can't phase shift in time.
I think they could have gotten away without trading there. Yashi will clean up, though. This is a huge deal for SK. They gotta find some momentum. Kebab with an early 1-0 lead to start things out. And in this round, it's gonna be a tough one there. We'll see how it turns out in a second, but definitely advantage SK in that opening one.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think that they win the 2v1 there. With these players, you can't really be losing 2v1s in knockout, otherwise you're really not deserving the win's end of, and that'd put Kebab in an absolutely wonderful position if they did manage to clutch that up, but yeah, I just can't see it happening.
Yeah, round number one very likely went to the SK side. We'll stay tuned just to confirm what happened, but Kebab certainly in the mix here. Like we mentioned, this is not a team that I would expect to be a contender for this tournament just on paper. Again, it's 2025. It's a new year. You never know. Some young up-and-comers on the other end. Gugu's been around for a long time. But Joker, Ope, Yashi, some historic names in the business. So for them to go down would be kind of insane, especially an opening set would be a huge deal for the other end.
Would be big here. I would love to see Kebab come through and just make an impression. You know, these early games, this early point in the year, some teams, you know, they maybe don't have the hope to take out a team like SK or like Humble, but let's see if they can maybe put a little fear in them.
Well, I mean, we're back into it, and it was SK Gaming who did manage to hold on in that first round of this, but this one's looking SK-sided as well, as they're all quite low, but OP brought down really low, and now a nice phase shift from Joker, and he picks up two. Brilliant from SK Gaming to pretty much all survive there.
It's an iconic brawler for Joker. Joker's an interesting player for his team. When playing with other teammates last year versus, you know, for a long time there, Maru, he's kind of shaped up who he's been playing with. Sometimes it's those more aggressive brawlers. A lot of times, though, it's what I'll call the point guard of Brawl Stars. He's there to not be the star player all the time. He's going to be doing a little bit of damage. You're going to see him power up some teammates with speed, and I think that's why he really likes this brawler. He's very good at utilizing when to go in, when to go out, when do I get aggressive, and when do I not. Just a very intelligent player.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing you have to do with Max. There's moments where you can be the star man yourself. There's moments where you have to pick up your team, almost getting the connection there with a Gadget OP. Just narrowly missing out on that shot, and Yoshi did make a connection with his as well, thanks to that. But oh, what a Gadget that is from OPE. Gets the connection with two, and down goes Korvas. Just Google alive. Did manage to get a little bit of a trade in there, but what can you do in a 2v1 when Yoshi's so close? SK take that round, and now one away from taking the set.
Yeah, a little bit of a heat check there, right? That's 3 rounds in a row. Joker with some phenomenal footwork. This is the only chance that Gugu is going to have. He's going to have to get these Sprout Walls early. We've seen Joker get early supers and instigate some offense. That's where the pressure starts to apply. Bob can't do much. They have to have control, and I think the same can be said for the other side, obviously. But with no real wall break outside of maybe a walking cane, each side's going to rely on complete control.
Yeah, well, 3 shots missed there by Gugu. Eventually gets hit after like 6 shots in a row. But a speed is ready for Joker. Might want to get both of his teammates in this, as it would put Yoshi in a great position. And this is what you were talking about. This moment where you know you have to pick up your team rather than going to be the Starman yourself. 3 supers across the board for SK Gaming. 1 now uses Joker, uses speed, but Yoshi not able to progress. And a wall blocking OP's advance.
Really good play out of Gray. He needs to go for 2, though. Opay charging up, gets the tag. Gugu misses both. And now the poison gonna affect Gugu as well. It's gonna hurt his healing in this 2v2.
Well, the shield used on the right-hand side. Corvus trying to make the move. Yoshi gets a few shots, but both SK players fall down at the same time. 1 round is going to decide it all in the first set.
No super for Joker going into this. The utility, none on the side of Kebab. This is going to be a battle to the very end here for this set. 1 round to determine everything.
Well, a few walls broken here, and honestly, it's going to help them quite a lot, stopping them from completely blocking off these sides. He's going to make the rotation to the right-hand side to ensure that he can do just that. But over the left, Gugu might become a bit more useless. Yoshi and OP in the open are going to be pretty pleased about that as well.
Spoo called it musical lanes earlier. Now they're putting their long-range brawler on this left-hand open side. Speed going down from Joker, rotating from that right-hand end. Now a castle being built on that side. This time the dodge is not enough. Low HP for SK Gaming, and as a result, Kebab are going to be able to hold ground in the mid.
Super available for OP as well here. Holding out on it for now is going to be pretty useful in those closing seconds. Gugu in a world of hurt here, in a bad position to be pinched, but Yofi does go forwards, gets hit and burned down, not going to fall just yet. A shielded Corvus moving forward, but all members of Kebab so low. But it's a 2v2, now a 2v1 as Gugu, the only one remaining, is not going to be enough. And SK Gaming narrowly takes set 1.
Impressive from SK Gaming there. Way to keep their heads in that tough match, especially when it looked like a team like Kebab was possibly going to put them against the wall there. You wonder if that's getting to the middle, or, you know, it's hard to read face right here. Seems a lot of confidence for Joker.
That's a pretty consistent face that we've seen for how many years? 3 years now. They have a poker face for sure. I mean, this is competitive. I think Joker is very much aware that he needs to respect his opponents right now, because as you can see from the numbers here, very, very close. I mean, 13 kills on the side of Kebab, and it's 13 on the other end. Very even. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles in the game mode. Ultimately, 1 kill can matter at times. So, a very close one. I'm honestly surprised a little bit that it was that close.
I mean, it did seem like SK had a firm grip on it towards the end. Yes, there was a few back and forwards, and Kebab started out so strong, but definitely when SK got a bit of a grip on the match and what the Kebab wanted to do, they had an answer to most of it, I think.
Well, and there's some call-outs there about movement, about accuracy, some misses, anything that was really game-changing, you feel like, for either side, something they can tighten up for these future rounds.
I think, honestly, SK just made really good adjustments. It kind of got away from them after the first one, and I think they were able to adapt, and that's something you're going to see a lot of low level. The Brawler's the exact same for 2 to 3 games, yet it plays out so differently every time. I think the mechanics from Joker got his feet under him a little bit, was able to juke, make some dodges. Sprout had a harder time, and I think managing the utility was a bigger deal as well. Having those max speeds going into the middle of a round or start of a next round and not having a Sprout wall was a big deal. I think not beating the Sprout was a huge reason why SK were able to turn things around.
Yeah, that was a big factor in the first game there, the Sprout. Then they kind of shut that down. So great communication, great synergy from SK, being able to determine that and communicate that to the rest of their teammates. Great casting, guys. Really good insights.
We try.
We try our best, huh?
Occasionally it's a bit, but occasionally we get it right.
We try our best.
You're doing great, guys.
We've never been called geniuses. We're not usually,
You're really propping us up.
I'm really trying to endear myself to you guys.
25 is a nice start. We're off to a good start.
I like this. I like this. I like Zelda.
Well, as our teams get set for our next set, we got some fun info on ping pong in here with Gugu. So a little bit back and forth on the records. Tell me what this means to you as people have been watching this from up close.
This is 2024. This is the matchups that he had against SK Gaming last year. Obviously, this is when he was still with Eternal Fire, Opay on his side as well, now moving over to SK. But honestly, this shows me that he was competitive. And I think if you watched last year in the EMEA region, they only made a finals, I believe, one time, but a lot of months they were showing up, they were competing at LCQ. They had a tough road on that final day. They had to beat a good STMN EU roster. This goes to show he's got a resume. Like we mentioned, Gugu is the guy on this team that has the accolades. Last year was kind of the first big breakout for him. Now he has to see if he can do the same thing that players like Ope did for him last year. Can he do it with a bunch of newcomers?
Well, I'm wondering, is that easier to teach? Some of these rosters that we're seeing with these really well-established players kind of come in with their own ideas. So is this an opportunity for Gugu to kind of build things the way he has the vision for?
I mean, if his vision's like going to work, then it's a good thing, right?
Sure,
some visions
My
do
vision
just
is
crumble.
terrible.
And
Follow
there's
me
nothing
off the
wrong with
cliff.
that. Some visions do just crumble, and that's why it's sometimes good to have a team of 3 people who are so experienced. You can try different people's ideas and just settle on the one that works. When you've got 2 relatively inexperienced players, you kind of have to bring all the ideas yourself, and it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, up and down for both situations here, but all our teams making the best of it, heading into El Grande, and we're doing our draft. Gentlemen, what are you expecting to see here, Kenny?
I'm expecting some brawlers that can float over water, but they've both been kind of banned out. Eve, the only one that I'm kind of thinking about. I don't think they're going to get too frisky and go a Shade or something. Lou is a brawler that we haven't seen a ton today, and for good reason. At a professional level, they're going to be able to expose that super so well. His hypercharge, arguably the best in the game, and especially having the ability to freeze an opponent entirely just with the click of a button, that's a where kills are everything.
Yeah, it really is. The issue that I'm seeing so far, I mean, obviously it's going to change. Tick's not going to be feeding too much Lou super. Yeah. So if they can continue this kind of idea, then it's going to be quite difficult, but it's just one brawler in. They're going to have to pick some brawlers that are going to feed inevitably. It's just about managing it, and that's the difference. Berry going to be sliding in here as well, providing some heals, getting a lot of supers, and being that thrower to fight against Tick.
This is a good 2-3 turn, I think. They've got Lou, who's a great brawler, I think one of the better brawlers in the game right now. And they grabbed their thrower of choice. I don't think SK Gaming were really going to ever take a second thrower. I'd be pretty shocked. You only see that on occasion. You want to be careful about when you're making these compositions about having too low of HP. You don't want these really aggressive brawlers to stomp on you. There's the Eve that I was talking about as well. That's the brawler that's going to allow a rare opportunity to travel over that water.
Oh, we'll keep an eye out for that one then. And yeah, this is really shaping up here for Kebab in a way that, you know, did you expect them to be this coherent in these choices?
I mean, I think so. I think, you know, Gugu's probably going to be the one who's making a lot of the drafting decisions, and it worked for Eternal Fire a lot of last year, so I can see why it can be working. That is not a draft that I would have expected. A Maisie rolling on in for the side of SK Gaming. Not something I would have expected. The Eve, on the other hand, bringing in the spawnables, stopping a bit more of that supercharge. And Maisie's kind of a bit of a tank, but also has the range to be able to stay away from Lou. So I think that's maybe the decision they've gone for there.
Yeah, the label I think is going to be a tankier player, but I'm kind of surprised that this is the first time we're seeing Maisie. At a professional level, I think it's a pretty well-known thing that she's a very solid brawler now. I mean, balance changes have taken her from being one of the worst brawlers in the game, and she's slowly crept her way back up. There was a time when hypercharges were first absolutely insane. And now she's kind of back to that S-tier kind of category, I dare say. I really do think she's one of the better brawlers in the game right now, surprisingly.
Any reasons you might think that we haven't seen as much of her in this event?
I think there's other good brawlers as well. I think it's going to be a matchup-dependent thing, too. Especially
I just don't think she's not like upper echelon, where it's like first picked or banned.
Right.
She's just there, right?
Well, we'll see what kind of difference she makes in this next matchup. I think our game's ready, so gentlemen, take it away.
Here we go, set number 2, SK Gaming starting off strong. 1-0 in a close match, but there's that Carl click again. He's gonna be able to get a free blue star for his side, and now it's Kebab who can make a decision. Do we get aggressive, or do we not?
That's the question that Reply Totem did kind of put forward as well, and they were beaten down quite often when remaining quite passive, so they might take a different route towards it. But the Tick, throwing down a Tick head nice and early on, might be able to make a connection on Carl and bring him into a tough spot, but the heals from Berry will keep him up. Same can't be said about Corvus at the bottom.
Joker with the frag early, that's a big deal. Gugu gonna manage to get a slice through, but Berry goes down as well, 5-4. And SK Gaming with a small lead. Opae's gotta stay alive though.
Yeah, that Tick head almost made a connection onto Gugu, but he ran away nicely with a flying hook, and a Lou super over the right-hand side will stop the advance up there for just a moment, but not really gaining much overall. No kind of ground being made as they're just kind of playing this left-hand side more than the right. Now the Tick head comes in, and it's hypercharged as well. Not going to do too much to throw a few mines down, but no one anywhere near it.
They're now trying to press this right-hand side. Lou kind of isolated all by himself. There's a Hypercharge available, but Joker gets the tag necessary to bring him down. 3 stars the difference. Gugu barely surviving, and Ope just trying to throw in a few chip shots. It's enough. Barry getting aggressive here. Ope does have the blue star. He's going to be backing off. Yuffie going to survive now. It's going to be Yashi trying to hold him down. That's a good save on the Joker, too. Great teamwork there.
I mean, you know, these are two players who have been playing together for a while, and that shows with the communication and synergy that they just brought there. Yuffie going so far up, though. Yoshi getting another kill and throwing down that super whilst he's at it, but not going to get a lot from it. Only 2 stars in between these two teams now. Joker getting a good few connections here on Corvas. We haven't seen much from that Lou.
No flying hook available for Gugu. He does have a tail spin. Right-hand side. Blue gonna have to move forward. It's gonna come down to a last-second push. Can the defense hold? Gugu swinging. Not enough for a kill, though. It's gonna bring him down. Yuffie has to dive in, but not enough time on the clock. SK Gaming survived.
Just about, though. That Berry coming in was definitely a bit of a threat. If there was anybody else in the mix when he went in there and healed them up, they might have had a chance, but just him going in alone is not really the most influential of moments. And SK Gaming do manage to hold on. Only 5 stars in it there, though, and it did seem like a game that could have quite easily gone the other way, just like set 1.
Couple moments that certainly would have changed things up. Kebab had the last second chance to go in. That's the moment you dream of in these professional bounty sets. You want to have the clock expire with you with the last second kill. Gives SK Gaming no opportunity to respond. Right now, they're all going to get clustered up together, and I think that is one of the benefits of Barry. It's going to be able to charge that super quickly, going to be able to help his teammates here, dropping a gadget, dropping a super, and it's still not enough. Interesting gadget choice as well. I honestly don't hate it, but it's not enough to save it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I wasn't expecting it, I will say, but I don't mind it at all. Joker sneaking into this bush here, trying to catch Yuffie off guard, and he does just that. OP already with 5 stars over his head is just absolutely crazy, and how much control SK have. Just wild.
It's a great draft from them. Joker popping a super. Perfection so far in game number 2. The red roster all on the right-hand side, just trying to recover. It's very difficult for them to have an entryway. The super from Yuffie is not enough. A tick super going down. He's trying to press forward, but Eve there to assist. Another takedown for SK Gaming, and Gugu left all alone on the left-hand side without a way to really get a tag.
Yeah, a few heals there for Corvas now, and Yuffie has this hypercharge and super ready to go, but when pinned in spawn and Corvas really hasn't taken too much damage, it seems a bit pointless to use it now, especially with this tick coming forwards. No connection made, and regardless of this huge lead that SK have, they continue to trooper forwards.
Now they painted up this right-hand side. Ice cream all across the ground to provide some heals, a little bit of coverage, still not enough. Joker dives, frags out, and now they're gonna have a momentous lead. It is 16-1. This is a dominant showing.
Kebab have so much work to do, and I don't think it's actually really that possible. Hypercharge super comes in. Gugu continues to move forward, gets hit by one of them, and an Eve hatchling finds its way towards him as well. Corvas goes down, and SK Gaming takes set number 2.
That's the SK cheer. SK coming out strong, winning another set, moving that much closer to closing out this match here. And I wonder what they're talking about right now. Congratulating each other?
Not a lot to be said on the other side, I know that for sure. 3 kills entirely? A 20-1, by the way. That is an insane feat at a professional level. They have a cap for a reason. It's so that you can just end the game at some point, but they essentially waved the white flag. There was no hope in that game number 2.
Yeah, really disappointing performance from Kebab there. Game 1, we saw some chances. In set 1, they could have quite easily won it, but it seems like it's a pretty slippery slope from here for Kebab as they just go away from them so fast.
Yeah, SK really running away with it in Bounty there. High scores over the 20 that we hadn't seen in earlier Bounty matches, so congratulations to them for that one. But we do have another map coming up, going to be Safe Zone, and I wonder if Kebab really wanted to pull away here, if they had an opportunity. In what form of brawler would that come, Kenny?
I mean, they could try and go with the Barry again. If that's something they liked on Canal Grande, it's probably something that they'll like on Safe Zone here as well. I think this is going to be a tough one to go into. That final game of set number 2, that's a momentum killer. It's really hard to bounce back from that. You're already facing an opponent that is on paper simply better than you, right? And again, you never know. I've seen crazy stuff happen. There was nearly a reverse sweep earlier today from a team that I didn't necessarily expect that from. But SK Gaming have the momentum, they have the confidence, they're drafting well. I think something would have to drastically change here for Kebab to make this comeback.
Yeah, Kebab digging deep, could potentially pull something out here, but as you said, SK just really letting them know that it's going to be tough. So love to see that kind of consistency from SK, though. Interested to see how that's going to play out further in the bracket, but would really love to see Kebab put something on the map here. Strav, would you like to see the same, or you want to wrap this up?
No, I mean, I'd love to see Kebab come back, but I just don't really know how likely it is unless we see SK make a huge slip up in the draft, like we saw earlier, letting Melody slip through or something like that. Then that can make the biggest of differences, but I mean, I was going to say I don't really see it happening. I'm guessing SK probably had the first pick as Kebab have banned out 3 of the best brawls on this map. Yeah, I mean, they've left Juju.
You missed one.
This could be an issue for Kebab, I feel.
Definitely an issue. She can float over water too, so I get the Angelo argument, right? You do have the sharpshooter shot, but Angelo and Juju have the exact same effect. You don't have that first overall pick. No, Juju's not going to be the best for the heist save specifically, but sometimes you just gotta trust in the OP brawler. I don't know. I don't hate it at all. I think that's a tough one, honestly, if you don't have a first overall selection. So I look at those bans. I get it, all good ones, but that's part of the game.
Yeah, you can't cover them all. You can't ban every brawler, as much as fun as that would be. That wouldn't be fun at all. No, never mind. I take it back. We want them in the game. But we see our teams trying to respond to Juju here from Kebab. Is there a response to Juju specifically, or do you just need to ignore the fact that that's now in the mix?
Yeah, I don't know really. I feel like you kind of got to come with something extremely aggressive, but then again, Melody's banned and Chuck's banned, the same way you can just kind of like beeline to the safe and hope to win that way. So it doesn't leave many options. They've gone for sharpshooters who don't have that much health. So if Joe can get anywhere near Bush and get that extended range, I'm seeing some big issues here for Kebab.
I was racking my brain. It's not that Brock's never picked, but I wonder if they just want the wall break opportunity. The problem is Juju can still walk over water, and on this map in particular, the water kind of runs left to right. It's not in clumps. There's no walls really to take down, so she's going to have free roam anyways. I think part of it is just helping in general. If you can use those for defense, for offense, crafting the map the way you want is helpful. I think Max is a fantastic response. We saw it earlier. It's a comfort brawler for Joker, and there's always the debate, is a good Max or a good Piper going to be better? But the footwork of Joker and the speed, the phase shift, it does really well in these sharpshooters. It's very hard to nail them down.
Well, it's interesting to see the preferences that come through from each of these players. Again, Juju's such an interesting one that you got so much skill. You're making a face at Lily, though, so break that down for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit odd, I will say. I guess it's probably just going to be a gadget and walk up, try get close to these squishier brawlers. It's an assassin that I don't mind, considering what we see on the opposing side, but still very surprising to see them go this bold. I mean, they are 2-0 up, so they've got a little bit of leeway, a little bit of room to make some moves. And Daryl going to be the last pick coming in from Kebab. So yeah, I actually quite like that. Going to be able to go aggressive towards Juju, get in the face, which he's not going to like. And the same with Lily. If Lily's going to invis towards you, then you're going to be doing fine against that too when she likes it.
So a good answer from Kebab to this maybe kind of experimental fun time roster from SK?
I think experimental is a good word. The Lily's a bold play. I kind of see the vision with you. That's the only explanation I can come up with. Lily has the ability in the rare one to go into that shadow realm, can pop out, and then kind of get the takedown on those squishier brawlers like you mentioned. Brock doesn't have a lot of HP. I do think the Daryl is a great answer into that. We'll have to see how it plays out here. Set number 3 on the way. SK Gaming 1 away from a semifinals.
They don't really have that much DPS either, right? Like,
no, they
Joker
don't.
can do some damage, but not massive amounts. I mean, OP's going to go in now. I'm going to see how Lily fares in this kind of position. He's going to try and use some tanking here, but it's not really going to work. Yoshi getting around this right-hand side, wants to slot to this bush to get the extended range to actually be able to match up against these sharpshooters.
My thing is, like, why not just go the Daryl yourself? It rolls up, it has the ability to get up close to enemies. Sure, it can't disappear, but it can still be a shotgun brawler in the faces of opponents. Okay, with a nice dive forward. The mechanics are clear. Now Daryl rolling his way down the mid. Extra damage going down. A beautiful 7,200. Take notes on that, folks. That's how you get the maximum amount of damage.
Grisper's doing work as well here on the safe. It's a pretty dangerous position for Kebab to be in. Absolute dominance here so far from SK Gaming, and OP just powering forwards. And Brock eventually going to be able to get some shots, but OP doesn't care who he goes into. He's just going to use a gadget when he gets there. Juju moving forwards now, getting damage onto the safe, staying out of this grass to get the extra damage as well. And this is just getting away from him so fast. Eventually, we're going to see some moves being made, but he baits up the super as well, and he goes in afterwards. That's surely going to be game. I mean, Daryl doing some serious work, but Lily up top's going to finish that off, and SK Gaming, just dominant.
That's a mechanic stiff.
Yeah,
I hate to say it. Like you said, oh, that was a little, I don't think that was intentional, but that was a mean look out of Joker. I'd be scared too. Lily was an interesting pick. Like I said, why not just go to Daryl yourself? But I don't know. If you're playing, Opay's mechanics were unbelievable. Tagging those supers is easily the hardest part about Lily, and those were some long distance tags.
And the bait as well was beautiful. Waiting for the Brock to use the super in a defensive motion on the safe. You know, just incredible from him there. Now we're going to see some slowing shots thanks to water. OP trying to get into the grass, does so pretty successfully, evading nicely. Might be able to cycle and actually uses the gadget. Joker's going to try and pick someone up for the return, but Yuffie just about staying alive. Joker will pick him up though. Damage starting to go down on the Kebab save.
And they do handle it relatively quickly, 17%. That's a solid amount. I think this SK side relies on just constant pressure, right? You mentioned it. This isn't a high damage dealing comp. Daryl, Piper, Brock are all going to be better options, to be honest with you. And at the other side, Joker doing his best to play defense. It's Daryl still continuing to assert some pressure here. Doing a great job at it as well. He's buying a lot of time. The survivability was good. Unfortunately, on the other end, they're still having a hard time dealing with the Yashi-Ope combo.
I mean, it's so much to deal with, that's why, and now he's just going to invis once more. I mean, Yuffie doing the same again and just trying to go for damage, but can they match what's going on up here up top? They got a lead as well, and Yoshi just doing amazing at staying alive, uses that shield to get a kill, and might even be able to take Brock down too.
Daryl doing some good work, still not enough though. That max speed combination with Juju, instead of funneling all three brawlers up the mid, Juju can just walk left. You're seeing it here. When that max speed was going down, it was hard to get a takedown. Okay, looking for one of his own. There's the squishy takedown that he needed. Daryl getting away. This is going to be a base race at its finest, folks. Daryl trying to get the long-range shots, goes down. Max speed energizing this side of SK, and the final tag goes through. Domination across the board. SK Gaming starting 2025 off with a bang.
Absolutely. Congratulations, SK Gaming, moving on to the semifinals to face off against Leftovers with an impressive and dominating performance. I imagine Leftovers was locked in watching that one, and I have to wonder what they're thinking right now, preparing for their semifinal team match.
I'd be a little bit scared, I will say. After seeing what SK Gaming have just brought to the table, it seems like OP is just reintegrating perfectly in his, you know, mechanics you mentioned in that first game were just second to none. It was really incredible to see how well SK Gaming are playing at the moment, and yeah, I'd be pretty scared.
Yeah, great skill execution in-game, great planning ahead of time, great reactions to some free and open pickups that they were left. And you gotta say, that's exactly what you want to see about a team that would be making a run for the grand finals here at our Champions Invitational. So gentlemen, any other thoughts from that match? Any reactions?
I think if you're Kebab, this is a tougher team to go against. SK is a team that I'm expecting to be in the mix for final spots. I think they're contenders for that. Kebab, I don't have that same expectation, if I'm being honest. I think they're one of those borderline top 7, top 8 teams. I think an LCQ would be kind of the goal.
I think they'd be happy with an LCQ.
I think they would too. Obviously, this isn't the start you want, but this is a tough opponent. Just a lot to work on for me, though. It wasn't quite a perfect day for them.
Well, not the start they wanted, but exactly the start that you guys predicted to our tournament today. Taking, oh, come on, did you really need like the little X over Pirates? Just trying to keep it fun.
You get used to it. It's okay. This is a great day for us so far, folks. I mean, I'm not used to the perfection. I'm not used to that.
Beautifully done. You guys clearly came in here knowing these teams very well, and I'm glad things are panning out as predicted, but I'd love to see some shakeups, and definitely interested in hearing your predictions for the future matchups. We're going to be seeing Humble versus Reply Totem, and we're going to see Leftovers versus SK Gaming. Any thoughts on those matchups?
I think they're going to be 2 extremely close games.
I
think
hope so.
pretty much both 50-50s, I'd say, which is very different to what we've just seen in the quarterfinals. We see 3 3-0s, and I think they were pretty one-sided initial matches in the quarterfinals, so I'm intrigued to see how the semifinals are going to play out.
Yeah, the day is long, and the games will decide, so much remains ahead of us. But let's take a look at what's already happened with our replays.
The Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
We started with 8 teams, now we're down to just 4 here at the Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and it's been a thrilling day so far. Spoo, Trev, what do you guys think of what we've seen so far?
I mean, I was just casting that game, so round it up for us, the quarterfinals.
I mean, can I just say that we are absolutely on point with predictions for a reason, right?
Wow, so modest of you.
I studied this man's notes. I'm on board for this.
Yeah, we might have written the scripts, but this is where like the stories might diverge predictions-wise. I'm still on board with some of the predictions that I heard from you guys. Not too entirely sure what you have, but upcoming match between Humble and Totem, I had it in my notes as a 50-50 as well. I don't have it anymore. I have it at 70-30 now. I think Humble is gonna crush them.
Well, Humble did bring some impressive matches earlier in the day. Let's take a closer look at them as we size them up against Reply Totem. For a minute, I thought he was sleepy, but no, he's just looking down at his phone.
Yeah, I mean, Humble today were just, kind of second to none. I mean, we don't expect any less. A team that's come off the back of 2024 as World Champions with very consistent performances all year long. A lot of second places, a first in there, a top 4. We kind of expect them to come into the 2025 as the best team, considering they've stayed the same. Their synergy's still going to be perfect.
Yeah, Boss here seems pretty confident as well. Any other thoughts from Humble? Have they been tweeting? Did you take a look online? Any messages from our players?
I haven't seen, to be fair. I imagine they're probably just keeping quite calm, composed, and until they get a few more wins on the table, then maybe we'll see, the Humble name be dragged through the dirt a bit as they get a bit less humble.
Interesting. And as we size them up against Reply Totems, I mean, it started as a 50-50, now you're downgrading them to a 30%, Spoo?
Yeah, I'm a bit brutal about it. I wrote 51-49, and then now I'm dropping them down to 70-30. I'm not convinced about the draft, and I'm also not convinced about that synergistic point that you mentioned. It's a hard road ahead. I mean, Maury, as handsome as he looked, handsomeness isn't going to save him here in this matchup. They are going up against the world champions, and Angel Boy hasn't really shown up for me just yet.
Really? Because I thought in the first couple of sets, he was playing really well when they played in their quarterfinals, and then definitely started to waver a little bit, and they dropped a couple of sets here and there. As I said, I thought they probably should have lost against Eternal Fire in that final game there and been reverse swept. But if Angel Boy can get back to the way that he was in the first couple of sets, I think he's going to be perfectly fine.
Yep.
Well, let's take a look at the maps they'll be playing on and the game modes. That'll help us decide who you think is going to squeak ahead here. Does this change your calculations at all, Spoo?
Let me look at this. Okay, yeah, it's not looking great for them, I would say. There's a lot of tank maps over there. Yeah.
To be fair, I don't really feel like it changes my view too much. Like, I still think that it's close to 50-50, at least in my opinion. It's just a question of whether or not we're going to see Angel Boy go back to how he was in those first couple of sets, and if they can get the draft right, then I'll be a bit more convinced. But Humble are already there, so you kind of expect them to come out a bit better.
Now, when we were watching Reply Totem versus Eternal Fire before, we saw a lot of action just from Buzzco, and they were able to kind of shut down and identify him. Do you think that this is a strength of theirs, being able to kind of identify the biggest threat on the other team, or is this just a steady play kind of situation?
Possibly, but I don't know if they can really play too steady against Humble, because I think they know they're coming into it the underdogs as well. So it's going to be a tough position for them to be able to just kind of cruise along and play the normal game. I think risks might need to be taken.
Yeah, and on top of that, you can't target anyone on Humble because you've got 3 world champions. And in the past, we would say that Symantec has to be shut down. You've got to ban out his stew. You've got to give all this respect to him. But we saw Luki and Boss step up so much last year. They went from basically being forgotten players to rising as world champions. So not really much you can do for targeting in this case.
Well, meanwhile, if you're Humble, if you wanted to target somebody on Reply Totem, are you trying to shut down our Angel Boy, or are you going for the duo?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? Because, like we said, is kind of in the last couple of sets in their quarterfinals match, he got shut down, and that pretty much shut the entirety of Totem down. Yeah. So I think that's, got to be the game plan for Humble, if they technically even really need a game plan.
I mean, Humble could just be improvising at this point coming into this. They've already won the World Championship. You know, they claim this is their last dance together, so they don't seem to be playing like it's their last dance, that's for sure. They are drafting, I would say, kind of towards the meta in this case. Pearl has been showing up a lot more, in case you guys aren't aware of what has really changed in the meta. We are in a little bit of those kind of like heal, sort of more tanky brawlers, so even for sharpshooters, Pearl and Lola are more than welcome.
Yeah, and you're talking about the last dance there for Humble. That was in relation to a tweet they supposedly sent out that this is like their last time playing together. We put this before you, and you guys were like, no, that can't be right.
I didn't buy it. No. It'd be sad. It'd be a sad moment if it was, but I'm sure it was probably Twitter bait. They've got quite a good meme game these days, so I don't buy it.
Yeah, it's not happening, right? Yeah. We'll call Symantec after the show's over, immediately be like, hey, is this happening, you know? Because if it is, then the internet's gonna explode.
Well, it's such a cruise to potentially the grand finals here ahead of them if they end up making their. Why would they do such a thing? They can't. They're world champions.
Why break up perfection? But, oh,
Kit.
It's been a bit of a while, and we know what happens when you play Kit against Humble.
What happens? What happened?
It's just,
Trav, what happened? What happened, Trav? What happened when you play Kit against Humble?
we don't go there.
Well, I'm not going to touch on it. As much as I'm sure you'd like to know, it's been a meme in the community since World Finals. I'm not sure I want to resurface it.
Oh, okay.
Well, it isn't the same map, so the meme is 0-11, and there's a particular player with an inflection for it. But yeah, in this case, Totem's draft confuses me a little bit, right? I think they're gunning for some kind of a late game last push, or alternatively, they're going for some kind of like a, we'll just get Kit, throw Kit's life away, get one super, and then pray that the end game goes out well for us. I don't understand Totem draft very well, but I understand that Humble has a very, very clear plan. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah. No, I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, the Totem draft just seems a bit weird, and they might just be going kind of like I said, they've kind of maybe got to take a few risks here and there, and I think Kit might be the risk brawler that anybody can take, like, to maximize risk.
How can that happen? We're about to find out. Let's get into it, boys.
Corn sugar and spice.
Well, starting things off here, Humble here gonna be positioning themselves on this left side of the map. This Goldam Gouge map, if you guys aren't familiar with it in professional play, they always will split left to right. The reason why you don't send one lonely guy off to the right side or the left side is because you will be running into two people and instantly lose control and potentially die. So, professional level play is a lot different, and Goldam Gouge tends to be a pretty passive map trap.
Yeah, sadly, to be fair, I like a bit of aggression, to be honest with you, and Mori just flashing the super at Semantic, telling him to back up, and especially with Maru here, might have that wall-piercing gadget. It'll be a bit of a tough situation. He does bring multiple across, he is there to provide a bit of health out. He might just do the pass through, just up on someone's back instead.
Yeah, both teams have passive supers, fully charged up now. Boss and Mari, respectively, both holding onto it, but can't really kind of make full use of it. And I think Humble, their game plan is just to try and deny Angel Boy as long as possible, break up the map, and just overwhelm in the late game. But it's going to start right now, Trav.
Yeah, a wall break there, and Ice Block going to be used. Kit throws out a few shots as well. The Brink being thrown down. Luki might fall here. Gadget obviously not going to be the one that's going to get them the guaranteed freeze, but they're freezing anyway. They're skating across the rink, and Totem starts strong.
That was a disgusting round number one, and Angel Boy's already got the hypercharge super, and they're gonna be changing up, going onto the left side. They want to catch them off guard. Angel Boy hypercharge. They haven't been scouted out, but Humble, somehow they know. Angel Boy's gonna two-man stun. Mari gonna follow up, jumping in here. Luki gets the shot off, but it doesn't kill anybody just yet. Mari's gonna drop. It becomes a one-for-one trade.
I was expecting a lot more out of that double hypercharge stun, to be honest with you, but weren't able to get those finishing blows on the second player. Luki trying to pivot down this right-hand side, get a bit of grass break there, and play for the late game. Semantic does have the super. Pretty useful. They've got to evade feeding Angel Boy.
It's really just all about trying not to beat Angel Boy. He has burned down all of his gadgets, though. That could present an opportunity. Luki, though, gonna be eating two shots from Maru. Angel Boy celebrates inside there. Semantic gonna be trying to go for one final play. He gets the bud onto Angel Boy. It's gonna be close here, but Maru, he uses that wall perfectly and claims this game number one for Reply Totem.
I mean, just about. It started to get a bit close at the end. Considering the start of that round, we saw a double hypercharge stun from Angel Boy. I expected it to be done a little bit faster than actually getting towards that end game, but in reality, Reply Totem were in full control of that and managed to get it done.
Yeah, I think they've just... After that round, I kind of understand the draft a little bit more, and I'm afraid for Humble, and I do think they have to go a little bit more aggressively at the start. They have to take the gamble to feed Angel Boy a little bit, but they just don't have that late game timing. They don't really have a choice anymore. Luki's gonna get picked off by Maru!
Gets 2 as well with the stun. I mean, Boss, all he's going to try and do is get this super, but all he's going to result in is Maori getting another one. 3 supers on the side of Reply Totem, I believe, and just about 1 for Humble.
Very, very nice start here from Totem. Didn't even have to use the Lu super there, so they have it perfectly available for this second round. And that really puts Humble in a spot where they basically have to win off a miracle. And that's exactly what's happening. Everyone's just throwing out sprays because they know that they're all waiting for the same timing. And if I'm going to be honest with you, Trav, I don't think Humble's got this.
Yeah, I mean, with the Ice Rink as well coming in from Lu, I just don't really see what they can do. The heals and the extra damage that Maru's going to be able to provide with his super, it's just not comparable on the side of Humble. No Piper super, no Semantic super, and on the side of Plateau, they've got everything they need.
Mid recipe even going to be missed there from Luki. You can see Totem slowly inching forward. They can sense the late game is coming, and inevitably they're gonna have to deal with that Ice Ring. Marui then making an advanced move. They're gonna be picking off Luki, then just jumping out of danger. What great execution here coming out here from Totem. They're gonna be cleaning up Humble so easily. A peer shot coming through. It's just boss against the world. And that just might be the most dominant set I've seen so far the whole tournament.
And especially against Humble as well, to put it that way. Like, that's crazy to think that that's even a possibility. I was, considering if Reply Totem were going to be able to get a set, considering how they were playing at the end of their quarterfinals match, but Humble not looking too good now.
Spoo, I'm going to give you the opportunity to revise your prediction percentages. Are we still at 70-30 here?
Well, looking at these stats, yeah, 1-1-0. Oh my god, it's the kid meme. It's on blue side this time. And 4-6-2 here on the side of Reply Totem. I'm not gonna revise it so much so because
stand on it. Stand on business.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand on it. Other people are just gonna look at me and be like, yeah, you guys, you're just going with the winning team. My logic is that, I mean, unless Totem basically just didn't prepare for quarterfinals, right? We know teams do this. They're just like, okay, you know what? We'll not prepare for the first one. We'll just kind of improvise the draft and just focus all your drafting efforts on the second match. And if that's happening, then maybe it really is a 50-50.
Do they involve the word vibes when they're describing this situation to you? You're like, man, we just gotta get past the first round, then we'll go on vibes.
I never heard it kind of said like that, but the vibe of that kind of sentence definitely pulls through.
Well, just wait until they learn the word vibe. It's gonna be terrible for your interviews.
It's gonna be all over the place.
Well, I'm excited to see Reply Totem making such a play here to stay in this tournament, to potentially get to those grand finals. We can have a big shakeup on our hands if they're able to unseat Humble here. But I do wonder, is Humble, we saw their third pick in the draft. We wondered a little bit about it. Were they being creative? Were they being a little extra bold? Is that something they can tighten in, or are they got it? What is going on here? You guys tell me Humble.
I just think that Reply Totem's comp was just so adventurous. Like, I don't think there's any, they probably wouldn't have prepared to face anything like that. Wow. So I think that's probably just how it is. They just didn't know how to play against it, and Reply Totem just possibly have scrimmed it, or it just worked off the fly.
I kind of forgot that Lu is completely meta now. The reload speed buff that they gave just completely skyrocketed Lu up to an S+, which is precisely why he was first pick. We were kind of doubting the kid pick a little bit, but looking at both drafts, yeah, Humble were drafting in the past, right? That comp would have been perfectly fine at World Finals. But here at the Champions Invitational, new meta, new rules, doesn't work against Totem.
You think they're going to be able to update that mentality in time for this next map here?
I hope so. I hope for a bit of a closer game, to be honest, because I was expecting this to, be Humble's way, but be close. And at this rate, it's going to be going to Reply Totem all the way, possibly a 3-0 unless they revise what they're going for. But bans are in for Hard Rock Mine, and we see the Penny, the Ash, and the Max from the side of Humble, and the Ruffs, the Rico, and the Juju from the side of Reply Totem.
Oh, and the Stewman tech is in the house.
It's a danger.
Yeah, it's dangerous right now. So it might have gone the other way already to the double S tier brawler of the season. One of the best first picks that you can go for. That Hypercharge was available to Worlds, but you can use it. Now it is. Semantic's gotta be just so happy with himself right now that it slipped through. Comfort pick for him, and just great tactically as well.
I mean, I really like this pick that Semantic's managed to get, and surprising to see that not only such a strong brawler has slid through, but especially against Semantic as well, who's so strong on that brawler. Mori going to pick up the Sandy, though. I like that, the Sandstorm, being able to move up and just change the game with just one super and change the trajectory of the game at that as well. It's just crazy good. And then Maru as well. This time I'll say it first. The Hypercharge. Don't interrupt me, Stu. The Hypercharge. And also you get, a little bit of vision with the gadget as well.
A little bit of vision with the gadget. Very nice to know. Anything you want to add there, Spoon? More info?
Well, do you want to know why Janet Hypercharge is so broken?
Tell me, because you go into anyway.
I don't know if Maru knows this, and I'm assuming that all these players at this level should, but there is a way you can land every single bomb now. With you Hypercharge and you Super, and you're very skillful with that joystick, you can literally aim every single bomb. And that's what's making Janet kind of skyrocket in the tier list all of a sudden. She's gone from C tier all the way up to like somewhere in the high parts of A to S. I'm just surprised that they've picked it up this early because it's still considered more of a last pick, I think. But maybe they want to conceal that for something else here to deal with.
Probably why I don't know about it, because I don't have the skill in the joystick, I just don't have it.
Thanks, Trav. Thanks, Trav.
I'm unaware.
Yet. You don't have it yet.
Yeah, I'll work on that. I'll work on that, Spoon, just for you.
I believe in you.
Maybe you need those finger sleeves, like what
that's all the difference.
That will solve the problem,
yes!
man. Yeah, okay.
Okay, wait, why the reaction to Tara? Right here.
It's just my favorite role.
Oh, okay.
You rarely see it, and I just love it. It's great. Even if it was the worst brawler in the game, I'd still cheer.
Well, you can cheer it this time. It kind of does work. Janet mid has returned. You got double side lanes here that seem to be quite favorable. Semantic's not going to have too easy of a time. I think both of these side lanes, traditionally, the matchups are quite decent, so we'll have to see.
We shall see. We're about to head on into the game. We'll find out who takes this one. Gentlemen, it's all yours.
Well, I mean, we'll see if Humble are able to bounce back or if Reply Totem will extend this lead to 2. See, coming off the spawn, Semantic. Little speed zone being provided and Luki through the mid against the Jan.
Yeah, doubling up here on the right side. Early tactical move here made by Totem. They have two brawlers that are super duper reliant on their supers. And yeah, Humble's just gonna sacrifice boss. It's not something that they've done like, 1,000 times at this point. And meanwhile here, Maru on the mid gonna be falling here. Luki and Boss gonna be getting a double roll here very quickly. A nice shield there to just keep him topped up. A nice pinch there from Luki.
I mean, Angel Boy's getting so many shots. Boss not going to go down to the root sand. A little bit unfortunate for them. And all of that kind of positioning the Reply Totem had has gone away. And now the gem lead is as well. But we do have a little bit of a super here from the Tara, which we know can change the game. And Angel Boy shouldn't be too far off either.
Yeah, folks, if you guys are looking at the 6-2 gem count and you think this is over, it is not. Because this is why Trav loves Tara. And Boss, on the other hand...
super now.
Yeah, he's just going to delete Angel Boy here. Okay. And Trav's got a look of disappointment on his face. Boss is just going to continue going ham here. Here we see Mori without that hypercharge. Yeah, there is no controlling this. And Humble, they're pushed back by the Sandstorm, but it's only going to be momentarily.
I may have jinxed it a little bit there, I feel. But still not my fault, I feel. So Angel Boy coming around the left-hand side. Just going to pick up this gem. Try to close the difference between them. But a hypercharge super now available. I'm feeling a bit more hopeful on this right-hand side and full control to Reply Totem. Be a little bit worried if he does miss this. We do have the hypercharge available for Janet as well. We'll see if he's very clued on to what Stu was talking about.
Yeah, triple hypercharge gonna be coming out here. Angel Boy gonna be popping out his hypercharge as well. Maru scooped up the jumps in the back. I believe it was the gravity that connected there. And Maru, he does know a little bit of that tech, landing some of those bombs on Symantec. But it is a daylight robbery indeed. Playing off that wonderful timing. And Totem all of a sudden just looked fantastic.
I mean, that was wild. Like you said, regardless of the gem count, against these two brawlers, the game's never over. It can turn around with a click of their fingers, and that's exactly what it did. Reply Totem on the back foot for the majority of this one, but come out on the in the complete forefront of position.
I could be wrong, but my prediction, if these games continue the way they are, we could be looking.
Slowly fading away.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe I should have put in the other... Nah, I shall not waver. I believe in you, Skumantech. We're going to be seeing the same tactic coming out here from Totem, though, on the left side, doubling up. They're already creeping up onto the base, but Humble, though, they're not feeding as many supers.
Still a few shots here and there have been connected, but Maru trying to get on this left-hand side. Boss pinch in, but doesn't want to get hit by too many cards. And what a shot that is as well. Maru just turns on Semantic and manages to get it. Super with the root side there, resetting the healing. He's just brought back and hopefully he'll be fine.
A missed super there from Luki, a big opportunity missed over there. Boss gonna be going in with 2 rolls, taking out Maru, the key target here. That could have been really, really bad there if the gravity had landed. Symantec now challenging up against Maru, who has to take to the skies just to get out of there. It's a 7-2 gem lead, but Maru already encroaching on that right side with the gravity.
Well, not using it just yet. Could have got the Daryl with it, but now has the hyper charge. Might make it a bit easier to get the job done. Stun comes through, double stun as well. Luki's so low. The super's there as well from the Sandy, but nothing more. Maru sliding through, gonna be able to get this. Doesn't even need super, and actually only grabs 1 gem. Closes the gap. Just not enough yet.
The boss is on scouting duty. Humble is basically telling him, like, you have to find Maru or this game is literally over right now. But Symantec right now with the hypercharge comes out. Jasso heal is not enough. Angel Boy with a critical stun over there. Maru still holding onto that super so patiently. Reply Totem know that they have this one in the bag. They just need to hold on a little bit longer.
Maru hiding now, and Boss knows it as well. Goes in once, surely going to go in twice, but Maru goes for the pull just on him, but gets the hypercharge through the wall. Can't really see the bottom part of the map now, but the countdown starts 10-7, and Humble with a lot of work to do, even more work now.
The new meta is favoring Reply Totem as they just comfortably retreat out of the base. It's just Boss against the world. They can't equalize the gems. There's not enough time. Last roll is gonna come in. And Totem, they're gonna be taking 2 sets.
I wish y'all at home could see when they're casting. Spoon's literally on the edge of his seat the whole time. Is this like as shocking as it's playing out in front of you, watching Angel Boy do what he does, but watching him do it to such effect?
I mean, it's just phenomenal gameplay from Reply Totem. Like, such an unexpected draft. Like, you saw me cheer when I see Tara. That's how often I see Tara. It just doesn't really happen at the end of the day. And look how well it performed as well. 10 kills and 9 for Angel Boy over the other side as well with the most DPS. So, really nice stuff from Reply Totem. But I don't think Humble were out of the question on winning that there. They just kind of needed to not feed off the start. And both games, a lot of shots went Totem's way.
Do you think we'll see more Tara after that masterclass on how to mix it up?
We can dream. We can dream.
I want that for you. I
Probably
hope that
not.
happens.
Probably not.
Spoon, what do you want?
I mean, it's gonna depend on the next map, triple dribble. There's a lot of better things there. We're probably not gonna see it. I'm sorry to let you know.
Don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, you know, it's just Tara, right? I mean,
I never expect to see Tara,
you got to see it
but I'm
once.
just pleased when I do.
Yeah. The execution was great.
It
though.
was.
I mean,
It was very good.
there's a lot of nuance, right? People think Tara is just get your super, press, yellow button, and the game's over. But there were so many chances that he was like, patience, hold, and then in the back, Maru was like, can I like use it now, please? And he's like, no, you only catch Luki. You have 1 job. And yeah, the threat of the super was kind of even more prevalent than the super itself.
Yeah.
Oh, really incredible restraint there, and a possibly indicator of that great in-game leadership that we were hoping for from Angel Boy. Now we're looking at Brawl Ball. What do you think this is going to do to Reply Totem's record right now? Are they going to be able to consistently move it through this?
I actually quite like their chances in Brawl Ball.
Care to explain?
I was just waiting for you to add to that, because you're like, Reply Totem, they wrote the script on Brawl Ball, and I was waiting for you to say something like that, but I can say the exact same thing. Reply Totem basically wrote the script on Brawl Ball, and that's why I think it's good.
Okay, here's my take, okay?
Yeah, okay.
So the Totem Brawl Ball formula that they came up at Masters and that every team copied ever since is you pick a thrower, you pick an anti-tank, and you pick a tank.
It started.
And it started, they've already started with basically the second best thrower in the game right now. Juju has been banned, so this is bumped up in priority. This is pretty much thrower number 1. Kind of expected. Lu is out of the pool as well. That's one of the biggest threats. That's why both teams have completely banned it out. With the lack of throwers left in the pool, I'm honestly really worried for Humble right now.
Yeah, I am as well, and especially this is such a capable healer, not just a thrower. Like, you take Juju, you're going to have a lot of work to do on your own, but Barry can definitely set up the teams, and or teammates, I should say, to be able to do a lot of work. We'll see what Humble do take for their second. We've seen them take the Poco Frank time after time after time after time, or with another healer as well. But a lot of tanks on the board, and they're choosing to go with the Nita.
Yeah, just shutting down this Nita pick a little bit early. I think it's also a block pick, so to speak, because if you're gonna go with Poco and any tank in that case, Nita is gonna just completely eat you alive, and Totem, they're gonna pivot the other direction. They're gonna take out their old friend. It's gonna be Rico, and oh my, Maisie slipped through. I think I completely forgot about that. You guys got to see a little bit of the action by Joker.
And it worked. And
yeah.
it really did work. Yeah, it was quite entertaining to see. So we'll see if Reply Totem were able to replicate what we saw. But Humble do still have this last pick, so we'll see what they do choose to go.
Now you're talking about Maisie coming back up and not quite being that SS tier, maybe that S tier, definitely A tier, but is performances like this from Reply Totem what changes that calculation later on in the season?
Possibly, but not really, because if you buff Maisie 7 patches in a row, and now she does 3,000...
Eventually we'll get there.
Eventually we'll make her relevant. A bit of a hard brawler, because she's always been good into tanks, right? Which is precisely why Humble have tried to not draft any tank whatsoever, but they've got 3 mid-range brawlers, and yeah, there's not much DPS. I'm scared, Trav.
He's 70-30, he's gone out the window now.
It's going out the window right now.
Maybe it should have been the other way. But this is where Humble dig in, I'm sure. Like, they've got to make a stand. They don't want to be dropping out of pretty much their own invitational tournament, right?
I'd love to see it. Let's see how it goes for Humble and Reply Totem.
It's called the Champions Invitational, but the champions are looking so hot right now. 2 guys are going to be coming out from Lukey. Their opportunity in this game on Triple Dribble. This is a new and improved Triple Dribble. Some of the boxes have moved around. Their opportunity is in the early game. So if Totem can pretty much just bide their time, which is what they're doing perfectly right now, Humble are kind of cooked.
Just a little bit worried now. Berry going to move forward as well. Should be able to pick up Lukey and does just that. Semantic all alone. He'll be pinched down as well. Boss, the only one surviving, obviously has this sweet dreams to be able to put someone to sleep. Ooh, just goes for the shot, tries to sneak it near post, but still pinned in spawn. And the sweet dreams not really getting a lot of... Oh, I mean, come on now, that's just dirty. Lukey the only one remaining, and Totem are going to slot the ball in.
Yeah, the Ricochet ulti there, just, rubbing it in from Angel Boy. And the super coming to crank out from Maru, that hypercharge didn't really connect with anyone, but it doesn't really matter because 3,000 damage shot followed by a Byrie hypercharge. I mean, he's not even using the skin at this point, he's just rubbing it in. Totem are just dominating this match so much.
I mean, we've got the Sandy super down, but they know exactly where everybody is and they've got heals of their own, so what can Humble do? Now getting a few shots in, Boss wants to try and cycle this one out, but lockdown defense, or lockdown offense, I should say, in this position from Totem.
All right, Lukey with that hypercharge coming out here, shielding the entire team. It just more or less lets them gain 1 tempo back, and the Bear's gonna give them another piece of tempo. Boss is dodging out so many shots, but it's not gonna be enough. They're back in the same position. Maru just gets another kill, and it's gonna get topped up completely by Mari. If they just pocket the ball in the corner, I think more or less, yeah, Totem's gonna do it. Yeah, they're just taking the easy road out. They're not even going to go for that second goal.
I mean, who can blame them when they're in this position as well? Lukey trying to make a pathway out, but he's a support brawler. Like, none of them have got the DPS to be able to just break out instantly and make the move without a Sandy super. But when that was used, they didn't have any positioning. Mori's got the hypercharge now as well. Maru's just going to go for a knockback and heal all the way through. Lukey on his own once more, and 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's just whittling down the time, and Totem's like a control comp of all things. The Sandy Super is going to be coming out, covering out half the map, but as you said, look at just these Barry shots. They know where everyone is. Hypercharge is going to be coming out from Angel Boy, and there's just no reprieve. There's no way out of the base.
I mean, what can we even say? Like, it's just been 2.5 minutes of bullying. Reply Totem, they don't really need to do anything other than just shoot in a straight line.
Yeah, I need to tear this cue card up now and pretend it doesn't exist, and then I need to draft an apology to Totem for doubting them, because that draft is the kind of drafting I thought Humble would be doing to Totem. But Totem just feels this is what I mean, new meta. The brawlers, Maisie, Barry, these are things that we don't really see in the past patch, and meanwhile Humble, I don't know what they're drafting in this match, to be honest. The hyper-aggression, though, is working out for them this time, Trav.
Yeah, they have to make this early break, but Angel Boy just going to go straight for Lukey and get the kill. Oh, almost gets Semantic. Gives him a little haircut along the way with that Rico soup, but eventually going to get the kill. And now Boss moving forwards, and he'll be punished as well.
Yeah, it's a repeat of game number 1. Perhaps Humble made it just 1 yard further than the previous game, but when they're back in the exact same position, and can Humble even consider overtime or something? I don't even see any resources or ways that they can defend this position.
I don't either, and Mori goes aggressive with his Super Rico hypercharge along the way, and I mean, it's a 1v3 for Boss. He has the sweet dreams, but what more can he do? Actually, they're just playing it passive. They don't want to take that opportunity thanks to the gadget that Boss still has in hand. Felt like there could have been a goal scoring opportunity there.
Yeah, just the respect giving in over there to Humble. They know they played slow and steady like game number 1. This could be good for them. Angel Boy almost dropping there, but once again being topped up. A 2-man stun coming out here. Finally, Humble showing us some signs of life.
Yeah, I mean, they're stepping up, but that one lingering berry shot just stops Semantic from moving the ball forwards faster, and that's going to stop them from getting the goal end of. Now, on the defensive side of things for once, this is a rare thing for Totem in this Brawl Ball set. They've been offensive for so long, we've got to question if they know how to handle it, but I'm sure they do.
Maru's already even swapped over to deal with Semantic, and you can see he's going to rebuff there. Hyperdodge going to be coming out from Lukey, getting out the shield to Boss. He's going to get a little bit of shots in. Lukey's going to be able to do a little bit of damage himself. This is the closest Humble has been to a goal. But Maru, that super pushes back Semantic. The offense is over.
Yeah, it was close, but not close enough as they didn't get the goal. Down he goes, and a hypercharge super coming in now, not really making the most connections. There's the stun. Everybody moving forwards, but on the right-hand side. And Boss plays it smartly to the left. He's going to go down now, though, as well. And Semantic has a bear, and that should be enough to get them out of this sticky situation. But I'm sure it'll be straight back to it.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on the clock. We are heading towards overtime, and I don't know if that's even like good for them, honestly, because with Maru and Angel Boy having this much range, a bit of a misstep there from Angel Boy. He's going to be falling here, but Maru here with that hypercharge super, and Maru with the super of his own, they're going to be able to secure that mid and position themselves nicely for this overtime.
Yeah, wonderful recovery there from Mori to keep his teammate nice and healed up. Could have gone quite bad, but there's the hypercharge super now, and he's just going to go heal up his teammates with the hypercharge of his own, but Boss coming forwards. So many heals and ice cream dropped on the floor. Semantic trying to get a super of his own and does get it. There might be that chance. Mori going straight for him. The stun on the back lines, but Angel Boy still looking healthy. Maru's going to get that and just super the bear away. Another super coming through from Angel Boy. Hypercharge of his own. Lukey might have a chance if he gets a couple of connections, but they're just retreating, and Mori bounces out of spawn.
It was so close to glory. They're gonna have another shot here, Boss, with that super, but it's an uphill climb for here. Totem, they don't even have to get this game down. They can just corner the ball and play for a draw. Meanwhile, Humble, they do need to get this. Is the closest they've ever come to a victory. Inching closer and closer there, Trap.
Still chance for both teams. Going to go forwards with the hypercharge now. Mori trying to open up some room for his team, but the heal on the opposing side as well from Lukey. Totem just playing for a draw as Semantic lunges forwards to the ball. Berry super still available. Gonna get it now. The pass towards the mid. Lukey goes for the super through, but he gets the shot, but it just goes in. Clock on 4. And Humble, after 2 games of defense, finally get a win.
How can you play such a miraculous game and Boss is just like, all right, that's the plan, and he's just so calm, it's not even on his face?
Because there's so much more work to do. They might have a win, they might have prevented a loss, but they've still got to get 3 sets in a row.
That honestly was absolutely miraculous there from the side of Humble. I mean, that's just pure skill. I mean, we can ignore all the draft and all the comments that we're making at this point because Humble, all of a sudden, they figured out one way to win and they execute so well.
Well, Mori getting some shots in, but healed. That's the gadget. Maru getting pinched in now, and Berry wanted to go for it, but a super from Angel Boy not gonna. Oh, just gets one, but I'm not sure it's gonna be enough to stop Semantic. He passes him the ball!
Lukey there, not really in sync there with Semantic. There could have been some team play opportunities there to get that goal, but they're gonna have to leave it behind them right now because Semantic is falling low. He drops down the bear. Humble are keeping the aggression high.
Baits out the stun there. Real nice stuff from Mori whilst healing himself and his teammate up. Trying to get the banking shots onto Semantic, but not finding any so far. Eventually going to get a few connections thanks to the super and the pinching shot around the right-hand side, but not going to fall yet. Maru gaining some ground up the left, but a heal all the way from the left. Hypercharge there as well. Provides a shield to Boss, but Semantic was too low to gain the effect.
Triple mid-range comp right now, it's actually doing a lot better than in that game number 1, but Hypercharge is active here from Maru. Angel Boy gonna be tapping down Semantic, and Hypercharge flying out here from Mori. Totem are finally going on the offensive here.
Angel Boy hit by the effects of that screeching soul as well, but Maru going so far forward. Lukey pinned in the defensive position though, and Boss getting pinched down, gets the kill though. Angel Boy up the top right is the only one surviving, and Mori coming back up doesn't have the most DPS.
Angel Boy mispositioned there and actually going to be falling to Semantic. The Giga Bear is online. Maru pops the Hypercharge, just flashing that super a million times, trying to bite as much time as he can for Angel Boy to return and laser down Lukey.
Oh, I mean, that's brilliant. They might even have a chance to go up the left-hand side here, but choosing to just play it slow, waiting it out and trying to get Semantic down before the moves are made. And some wonderful shots in on Maru, though, who's just attempting to ignore him and go left. The rest of Humble back to support him.
Angel Boy is in a little bit of a tough position once again. Mispositioning there from Angel Boy, not really in sync with his two teammates. And Boss and Symantec, ball control is back to them. The ball is passed to the center. That might have actually been a goal-scoring opportunity if Boss had queued up the gadget there, but it's too late now, and we are actually barreling down overtime once again.
Just too focused on this left-hand side. Symantec going for it, though. Oh, Totem, that would have been embarrassing if it went through, but now it's going to go the other way. The over-aggression from Symantec might have cost Humble the game. Angel Boy moving forwards. Hypercharge being used to evade, lining up with Boss here. Angel Boy now using a Hypercharge of his own to try and get some movement. The pass to Maru going to be there. He just uses his super and can't get the super shot off, though. But the ball moving forwards. Boss moves out the way of the shot and lives to fight another day.
I don't believe it. Humble might actually have a shot at Symantec. He held on to the Hypercharge, just, biding his time. And he might use that movement speed at the very end. Angel Boy, he's holding onto his laser. He connects onto Boss. The Sandstorm is going to be coming in. It's going to be covering Symantec with that Hypercharge. Ooh. It's a shot. It's a goal. A team wipe on top of that. And Humble, they keep their dreams alive.
Ooh, Humble, congratulations. Way to stay in that game every last second. Looks like a big turnaround thanks to Luki's pickup, and everything after there seemed to fall into place for them. We talk about momentum being a huge factor in these matchups, but now we saw it come into play, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a few sighs of relief there from Boss rather than being happy about this, because they're not used to being in this position these days. They're kind of used to being up on everyone and beating everybody down. But, I mean, look at this. How are they not winning? 15-15-13.
Wow. And Luki's got 1 kill.
I mean, one player on the side of Reply Totem got as much as the entire team on Humble.
Well, it does make sense. They should be playing soccer, not murdering. And, yeah, Humble did pull through there. But what? Those numbers are insane on Reply. I'm still parsing this. Please explain this to me, Spoo.
Well, so you've got a team that has no range. The other team has too much range. So one team's playing the dodging game, and the other team's playing pinball. And in this case, Angel Boy, I think his pinball, game 2 and 3, fell a bit short there. A lot of missed positioning, a lot of missed opportunities from them. And Humble, they played so incredibly well.
Yeah, they were a team that was absolutely able to capitalize on that from Angel Boy. And I do wonder, is this a fatigue issue maybe that he's facing right now? Or is it just when you kind of get really up there, when you're doing really well, do you maybe loosen up the reins on yourself a little bit? What would you attribute this to?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have no explanation as to why Reply Totem haven't won that, because they definitely should have done. After the first game, absolute dominance. They walked over them. We were like, okay, this is done. 3-0. The champions are out of their own invitational tournament. But they just persevered and just kept on dying, as we saw. So many deaths. It was just death cycle was their entire game plan until overtime, where they saw the opportunities.
Now, you mentioned the death cycle. Was there anything to say about the timing of when one of them would go down? They really seem to respawn at kind of the perfect time to save their goal every time.
There usually is. There's usually a good amount of timing to it. Sometimes, if they get team wiped, it's a goal. But if they go down one by one, they always have that respawn, and especially with Sandy and the Sweet Dreams, it's a very good defensive measure.
Well played by both teams. Little hot zone now, open business. This will be, I would love to see this go the distance as well. And last time I spoke that in the universe, it worked out great for me. But gentlemen, is this a deciding map for either of our two teams? Spoo?
I don't want to say it, and I don't want to see it. And looking at Humble's bans, I think there's a good chance that we'll go all the way. They are panning a little bit more accurately this time. They are assessing the threats based on what they've seen in the previous sets. So I do hope that we can go the distance, but we're gonna have to see, because so far Humble's just been kind of squeezing out miracles.
Yeah, it's they don't deserve to be in this at all, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, they do after their performance, but Reply Totem should have just beaten them down and finished them off. But Angel Boy gonna pick up the stew as the first. Can't blame him trying to get out of Symantec's hands. It's also just an incredible brawl at the moment.
Yeah, it's one of the best first picks. We're gonna be seeing it a lot this year if that hypercharge isn't adjusted in any way. Question though. Is Humble finally going to adjust the meta a little bit and start picking up some new things? Or do you think they'll just stick with their guns with what they did at Worlds?
I mean, honestly, it's not working for them so much, right? They might need to adjust. But, I think because they've just had such a successful win in the previous meta, they just cling into it still.
Well, is any of that calculation going to change playing hot zone here? What are we looking for to stay in that hot zone?
Well, typically in a map like Open Business, there's only one zone to really contend for, so no real tactics here. There's a lot of walls and a lot of breakable terrain, so throwers are always very welcome, tanks are always very welcome, and we're going to be seeing here Humble, they've banned out both Barry and Juju, and then they're taking the arguably next best thrower, which is Larry and Laura in this case, one of the more versatile thrower, pairing it up with a Max so that they keep their options open for that endgame, but they are going up against new meta. This is indeed old meta by Humble, and then, you know, Totem though. Okay.
Roll in with some heavy hitters.
Very heavy.
I mean, Frank is a great shout if you know you don't have to go up against a Colette, so just take the Colette as well. Why not?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's tactically sound, and it works well. I mean, you've got wall break as well.
Yeah.
It's great against that Larry Lori. Rather than going for a throw of your own like a Bali, they've just answered it by this. We'll shred the entire map open, and then we'll let Angel Boy just go ham. The Colette will present a slight weakness in their draft though. I mean, there are matchups that will do very well, and yeah, Humble, they are gonna, of all the anti-tanks to pick up, I think Nida just might be the only one that can give them enough like zone pressure to stay in the zone. So I'm still gonna say Totem's favorite for this, sadly, but I think Humble can pull it off.
Well, I'm interested to see, and gentlemen, I was gonna say, you've not steered me wrong yet, but this one is busted wide open. Reply Totem coming in with two very impressive sets. Humble picking up that third, but this could be where it all ends. Or we can go to 5. I'm happy either way. Gentlemen, I'm happy to get this game started, so take it away.
Yeah, it should be a very entertaining one, I'll say at that, but I'm just hoping for Totem's sake that this Colette can get a bit of a look in and not be kind of dominated the entire game. We'll see if Frank can get things open and allow Stu to really go ham on the opposition. Seems like a good start, at least he has the super and has the mobility of it.
Well, nothing too crazy happening just yet. Just some trades going on in the mid. Very stereotypical of that early game, and Angel Boy, he's eaten so many shots, he's feeding Semantic an entire bear, and that's going to be swinging the advantage slightly in Humble's favor. Angel Boy, though, going to be trading out, almost getting Semantic there, barely surviving.
And ends up giving him a hypercharge in the end, so not the best of trades for Angel Boy here, but going to use the super and actually stun out the bear. Oh, managed to get Semantic in the back as well, didn't see that. Not that it really did too much effect, as I don't know if he would have really pushed thanks to the bear. Pretty much guaranteed to be going down. Gets a super back, gets a little bit of a wall break again. He wasn't quite there. The Colette swoop in from the right-hand side and give it a little bit of help.
Totem, they're playing for all the new school power spikes here, all the hypercharges not online yet for any of the three of them. Meanwhile, Semantic already got his hypercharge. Lukey, the hypercharge of his own, he's going to be getting his super real quick, throwing it over to both his teammates. That's going to give Boss his super, and with the tempo, they're going to be pushing forward. Angel Boy's going to answer with a hypercharge of his own, though, just walking down the mid, and just that alone is going to pressure Humble out of the zone.
Yeah, kind of wanted to pressure them back and break a few of the walls along the way, but managed to get them back into their spawn, but those walls did not come down. He tried to use that hypercharge super in his last moments. Stun comes down on the left-hand side with the bear, but not enough at the moment. Angel Boy tries to get a gadget out, but finds no connections. Mori dying for a hypercharge at the moment to make the difference.
Yeah, Humble's got on quite a lot of percentage, but with more, every wall break that comes down just makes Boss a lot worse. Lukey with another hypercharge super going to be coming out. They're going to be zeroing here on the Totem roster, trying to get as many kills as they can with this timing. And hopefully that should be enough for Humble, but I think Totem, they should have one more push in them.
Yeah, he's got to bounce back with a hypercharge from the Stu here, but not going to have it just yet. Thrown out by Maru, needs to push them back off this zone, but just no chance. The percentage still ticking up, just about gets it. And that's going to be a Humble game, continuing their comeback from the previous set.
Yeah, Humble is back on the rise. This could be a reverse sweep. I'm not going to jinx it just yet. I know I just said it, but this game, however, it just felt like maybe Humble got slightly lucky, right? They had the perfect matchup at the start, lanes didn't really go well. This isn't a map that you can just instantly lane swap either. So, okay, they just mind gamed them. They just did the perfect swap between games.
We'll see if Totem can make a bit of a difference. Didn't see a single hypercharge, I believe, from Mori in that last one, so might be the difference maker if he gets it in this. But it's a much better start as well from Humble.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning, Angel Boy just doesn't want to meet Semantic, and that loss of tempo is going to be giving 25% all the way inside of Humble. And it's still a bad matchup here for Angel Boy. That's why they're just being forced out of the mid.
Well, he's getting around now, should be able to take Semantic down, and he does just that. But Mori can't quite pounce onto the boss yet. Eventually gets a super, and this will be his chance to do just that. Misses a shot in there and loses that mobility that makes him such a good brawler.
Getting his partner online right now. Angel Boy almost lands that stun on him. Barely misses it there. Mori's going to be using one of his gadgets just to bring down Boss. That is going to concede Humble's mid control once again. Samantha just going to chuck Bruce the Bear in there for good measure, just to buy them a little bit of time for Lukey to come back and start lasering down Angel Boy. Second super consecutively coming out here from Lukey.
Yeah, and it's Larry and Laurie coming from the back as well. A little bit of a gadget used by Boss in there too. Tried to move him forward and get some more control. And this is just all Humble. Super going to be missed once more by Maro, and the Colette hasn't done anything for 2 sets near enough. And you know, pretty much the same for the Stu, I feel too. It's just been Frank getting beaten down and feeding supers. So I guess that's a third brawler who hasn't done too much, and Humble should take it.
Such a bad game for Angel Boy. Unfortunate, but I guess this is why they call it the Champions Invitational. You can't just bring down the champions expecting a 3-0 Humble comeback, and they come back strong.
I need popcorn for this distance. And these two teams are bringing some incredible matchups in the field, and just watching them play has been a real delight. We're seeing some new meta stuff now from Reply Totem. We're seeing Humble rising to the occasion. We're seeing Lukey get some damage on the board there. Very nice.
I mean, 77 for Angel Boy is not looking too great, is it? He was just eating shots all game. And to be fair, I don't think any of the players in Reply Totem really had a great performance. Right? It's not like one person stood out and did loads, and the rest of the team was letting them down. All 3 members really didn't get a look in.
What would you attribute that to from Reply Totem here? Was it the draft? Was it the map? Was it Hot Zone?
I think that Frank Colette was kind of an interesting idea. I mean, it's a tactical idea. You just pick the brawler and then the biggest counter to the brawler. But then with Colette not having a real matchup in that game, it puts Humble in the driver's seat, and Lukey, he drove that max at 300 kilometers per hour. Like
cycling supers whilst hypercharge, it was just wild. They played it so well. And yeah, as you say, the matchup just really wasn't that phenomenal.
Well, we've got Hot Potato coming up next. We got Gem Safe. Any thoughts on how this might favor one of the 2 teams?
So, moving now into Heist, I think both these teams are honestly pretty renowned for it. I might be wrong about this, but I think Totem is one of the teams.
Did they write the script on Heist too? That's the question.
I don't think they wrote the script. That would have been Zeta Division, probably. But I think Humble came pretty close. The win rates, I recall, they had one of the more positive standings. And so far, in terms of the draft, they have shown that they do understand the mode quite a fair bit.
I mean, I couldn't say who's going to win this one. It seems like Reply Totem kind of just got let down by the draft in that last one. Should have won the set before. So I don't know if they're kind of losing a bit of grip on this match, and Humble have kind of got the momentum swinging through with 2 sets in a row now. Kind of makes me want to side with them. But I think at the same time, Reply Totem, if they get the draft right, they're going to be feeling pretty confident again.
Well, let's take a look at what we predicted earlier, because we couldn't say who can win now, but we sure had some ideas about who was going to win earlier in the day, and they have been really turned on their heads with this incredible performance from Reply Totem here. We're seeing a little bit of, not a wobble, not a fall, but, you know, maybe a little instability in the Titans that are Humble standing tall here. What does this mean for the future of the 2025 season? Are they a little less scary because of this?
I mean, I think as Spoo said, if they do adjust to this kind of new meta and start playing it well, then I think they're going to be pretty fine. But no matter, even if they lose against Reply Totem, it's not like they're losing against complete randoms. They haven't gone out in the quarterfinals. Like, any team can lose against Reply Totem.
Yeah, you stand by that, Spoo?
Totem is a very respectable team. I mean, the Totem formula hasn't failed. You just have Mario and Maru, and you pick up a carry player, and you're golden, right? Angel Boy, he's been stepping up. I mean, he didn't have the greatest of games earlier, and he hasn't really had the same sort of showy presence that I think Lanan or Joker had. But, you know, who cares? Maru and Mari are still fantastic as a duo, and they represent 2/3 of that team. Angel Boy, you know, if you adjust just a little bit to that, maybe, who knows, maybe this Totem might be the best Totem we've ever seen.
I think it's a possibility. Like, the roster that they have, it's got the star factor required. Like, Angel Boy, you know, a lot of people, as I said with Lane, would argue that he's one of the best players in the world. Mechanically, his sharpshooter, his ability to play tanks, he's a very versatile player. You throw him on anything, it'll do a really good job with it. And I think that's why, you know, as you say, Reply Totem could be the best Totem yet.
Let's take a look at the bracket and see what lies ahead for these two teams. It's just the grand final, either a match against Leftovers or SK Gaming. We don't even know who's leaving the first semifinal. 2-2 going the distance in this match. Based on all we've seen, you know, results aside, I'm just wondering your predictions for, you know, as we head into this last map. Are we going to see comfort picks? Are we going to see maybe people trying to make a splash in this last moment?
I feel like Humble have kind of maybe got to be a bit comfortable. And I think the same with Totem. You know, they kind of reached a little bit in that last one with the draft. Definitely reaching a bit out of their comfort zone and playing something that I wouldn't usually credit to them. So I'm hoping that they kind of draft as well as they did in Brawl Ball, but still play incredible.
And if we were filling out a bingo card, you know, any squares you want to throw down on there? Are we going to see, you know, for sure a spin out from somebody? For sure a certain choice in the draft?
Hot potato shade? Nah, it's not happening, right? It's not happening, is it?
We can hope. I'm hoping for Tara. That's what I'm hoping
Hot
for.
potato Tara, yeah. I think that might be a little bit more
Really
plausible.
It definitely
yeah.
works. Well, throwers are usually kind of sliding in occasionally on hot potato. We see a bit of barley, occasional dynamite, which I love as well. Throwing a diner here and there, and you know, on hot potato, and I really like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Dyna's like thrower rankings. He's basically next to the bottom. It's the highest crit thrower they can get. And wow, both these teams, they really hate Edgar because they really want to play throwers. And double ban's gonna be coming out from both of them. Juju has slipped through though.
Yeah, that should be quite dangerous. I mean, the thing is, right, with all the grass in the middle, you won't even kind of have to risk your life to get damage on the safe because the extended range that's going to provide you. So Juju would definitely be a good pick. It's fair to say, and Semantic takes it pretty much, not pretty much, instantly, and that's definitely going to play into Humble's hands massively.
Is Juju for me, says Humble? Yes. Congratulations, you've picked it up. And Shada, if you've got any ideas for our bingo card, feel free to fire those over on social media. A lot of love out there, but we've got to figure out this last matchup here. Humble, reply Totem. We've got Juju on the board. Now we've got Chuck over on Totem. What's that noise? You okay?
Just hate watching it.
Yeah. It changes it changes the game, right? There's heist with Chuck, and there's heist without Chuck.
And what would be the defining difference between them?
A massive train guy just chugging down the middle of the map straight to the safe off spawn. It changes it quite a lot. I won't think it's the most entertaining Brawl Stars gameplay you'll ever see, but it definitely now kind of favors Totem a little bit. And with the Crow hypercharge, that jumping on safe, it can be done pretty quick.
Yeah, we talk about drafting traps, and letting Juju through could be a drafting trap. We did see this happen earlier, but in that case, it didn't feel like a drafting trap. It felt like a, oops, I forgot.
It just worked.
Yeah, it kind of just worked, oops. But in this case, yeah, the leaving Chuck in the pool is definitely a gamble. It could be a double trap, actually, to be honest. Like, if both teams are willing to leave Chuck, they've probably done some research on how this is going to be counted. But yeah, at the moment, Totem, they definitely have a little bit of the initiative in the draft.
And what would Chuck bring to this fight that you're saying would be an issue? We got Bull now instead.
I mean, I guess Bull's just going to be kind of used on the defense for once, right? Right?
Defense, Bull.
Like, if Chuck's just chugging on in, I mean...
I was thinking all in. I was thinking like we win the game before Maru gets hypercharged. We push in early. We get
the
that
dynamite! I predicted something right. Would you look at that?
Okay.
This guy's like, dynamite.
Hold on. That's
Dynamite, worst throw in the game.
Yeah. All the throws are banned out. We've got Larry and Laurie still in the pool, and they're like, no. Angel Boy says, gimme. I'll show you how Dyna works.
I honestly quite like both of these. Like, I hate watching Chuck, but I think it's good comp. And as you say, Bull, you go all in and hope for the best.
Certainly promises to be an exciting final game here, final set in this matchup between Humble and Reply Totem. Make sure you're sending your favorite team. Lots of love, lots of energy, and I'm going to send that over to my favorite casters. And Kenny, you're out there. I love you too.
Well, we're coming into the final potential set for the champions here at the Champions Invitational. And already starting off, Angel Boy's going to be taking a very, very early position here, leaning up against Symantec. This is not the ideal matchup for him in any way. The amount of HP Symantec has is going to be eating the stun though, and so he's going to be dropping here. It's really bought sufficient enough time for Boss to rotate over.
Yeah, for someone who wants to go straight towards the safe and try to finish the game off fast, he definitely didn't start off too well. The walls are starting to come down, and things going on too pleased about that, but Maru getting towards the safe, needs to try and get one directly on it. And that's exactly what he will do. From behind there, say, and now he can kind of move up and down the map at will.
So far, this Boss in the back, kind of on defense duty. He does bring down Maru. It's a nice ricochet shot there from Luki's gadget in the back that actually did the deal, but the save is gone. The all-in has succeeded. The bull prevails.
I mean, it just worked. Like, he was pinned. He was pinned for the first portion. He goes down and just moves to the other side, and it's a win. It's a win for them, and this could be the reverse sweep of dreams for Humble, backed against the wall in Brawl, where it was match point to Reply Totem. They've won pretty much everything since.
Yeah, I think it's actually one of the rare complete total sweeps, because Totem won 2-0-2-0, and then in Brawl Ball it was a 2-1, and then now we're looking potentially at another 2-0-2-0, and already off to a good start. Symantec is in great position. The Chuck has obviously gone off to do Chuck things. He's going to be answered there by Humble real quick. Boss is going to be getting his Grizz out here. Luki going to be piling the damage now onto that Totem save.
Catching use there as well by Bull. Maru just going forwards, did get slowed down by the Grizz on the way. The Boss taking the shot to the face. Not really too sad about that. He's not really under any pressure moving forwards, but Maru now moving back. Samantha moving forwards. Does fall low, but surviving on just a little bit longer. Does get taken down, but the rest of his team enjoy the fun.
Boss going to be taking a big battle boom. Going to be dropping that to Angel Boy. It's going a lot better for Reply Totem. Shock damage is starting to mount up. Symantec doesn't have that same miraculous presence as the last game, but the damage is going to be coming in here right now.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Symantec once more, but the hype charge used by Angel Boy thrown out, gets some good damage in. Down goes Juju. And Maru did come forwards at the same time. Luki's going to fall as well, and now he goes back. Crow's shot available. Hypercharge goes in onto the safe, and goodbye. Reply Totem answer, and it's double match points.
This could really go the distance. It truly has completely gone the distance. It's no longer a total reverse sweep, as Reply Totem make a statement that our comp still has a little poison inside it with Maru and that hypercharge. We used to call it a nuke for a reason.
Yeah.
It's the secondary win condition. The Chuck doesn't really work out. Farmer off the super of the bull and then nuke that save.
That was so much damage coming down in a short amount of time. They've dealt with those aggressive pushes in the early game a lot better. And that's the kind of pivoting we expect to see from a team like Reply Totem.
Yeah, we're really not too sure what happened in that game number one, but I know this for sure. Totem right now, they're looking a lot more confident in this game. Looking at their positioning and the way that they're playing. Humble, the other one on the defense here, but Boss is going to be going aggressive here, getting the first kill of the game. So man, they're going to be diving in, but just feeding supers really. And Maru going to be getting another kill on Kaluki. This offense has gone seriously wrong for Humble.
Yeah, and a jump from Mori instantly gets hypercharge as well, and this is going to be dangerous. Chuck goes back in, tries to free up some room, but the rest of his teammates will just wait for someone to step out of line. Stun comes in, and Symantec isn't going to be the guy to step out of line. He just choosing to be so aggressive.
This game is going to get a lot harder for Humble from this on out. Luki can be blown up there by Angel Boy, and the nuke is incoming, and Maru delivers. Looking at that save damage, look at that Humble save just completely crumble here. 35% left, and so Symantec falling. Luki popping a hypercharge here, just trying to get something done, but you know, it's an empty hypercharge. No super, no shots landed.
And Chuck goes in. Now the Bull is playing defense and doing a good job of it as well, but 27% left on Humble safe is not looking good in comparison to their 89 left on the other side. In goes the hypercharge, but stopped instantly by the gadget. Chuck goes forward, and surely Humble can't hold on.
It's 14% left on the clock here. Maru, he just needs one more super or one more crow to come in. Maru coming in, the final damage is there. 2%, and Reply Totem have done it. They've eliminated the champions for the Champions Invitational.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm excited. You guys aren't excited about this?
I am, but my prediction's gone.
Oh, well,
That makes me a little bit sad, but Reply Totem, they thoroughly deserve that one. How they bounce back after that first loss in Heights is definitely deserving.
Oh, I love seeing Mori smile over there. That's the first time I think he's made direct eye contact with the camera.
Just get the hair cam usually.
That was thrilling. Right down to the final game of the final match of that the final set. I'm scrambling now because again we had the script. Now we're off script. This is we're in uncharted territory. I'm throwing the cue cards out. What are your reactions? Just tell me more about how you're feeling after this.
Yeah, 70-30 I said. Where's the camera? Totem, I would like to apologize. I doubted your drafting capabilities after that first set, and I was wrong. Please take that from me. The last few drafts were brilliant, and And I think that, honestly speaking, they more or less, aside from Hot Zone, they had it in the bag.
They really did. It was actually incredible from Reply Totem how well they were able to stand up, take the first 2 sets, and then even with the backs against the wall with the reverse sweep, they managed to come back and win that one. So yeah, massively commendable performance from Reply Totem.
Big shakeup for our brackets now. Let's take a look, see where we're at. Humble, the reigning world champs from EMEA, are gonna sit the grand final out this time. Maybe they'll be cheering for Reply Totem, because I would hope that the team that beat the world champs can bring this home, but they've got to get through Leftovers or SK Gaming. We talked about how this is an equally close match from your perspectives, but seeing how Reply Totem really mixed things up here, do you think this is a Leftovers chance to upset some stats as well?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think I kind of have to go with SK, just off how well they played and the drafting that they did. Leftovers did the same. They played well, they drafted well, but SK just looked on another level.
Well, this is a wild outcome to experience at the very beginning of the 2025 Brawl Stars season. Let's see what is ahead for these teams after they make their debut here in our Champions Invitational. Gentlemen, so much to come for professional Brawl Stars. Spoo, what stands out to you here?
Well, being the APAC Southeast Asia person, I've got to say the biggest thing for me that's obviously great is the fact that Southeast Asia is getting 2 spots. That is an increase by 200% because we used to get 0. So it's absolutely wonderful. I think, honestly, every single change there could have been zoomed into, and this is like the culmination of improvements from all the years, and this is probably one of the biggest like dream format that we've been hoping for the entirety of BSC.
It's a very positive looking 2025, I'll tell you that. I like all the changes, and obviously with the addition of the Brawl Cup as well. It's another in-person event that we get to sink our teeth into.
Yeah, if this is the quality and the caliber of gameplay that you can expect to see throughout the year, well, Brawl Stars fans, you guys are in luck. We're going to take another look back at those incredible plays from that last match, and then we'll be back with our second semifinal.
The Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back to the Champions Invitational. I was just working on a little spike here, but you know what, I'll put this down because we got another semifinal to get to, and if it's anything like the last one we saw, I'm gonna need to exercise my pog face because that was some wild stuff we saw from Reply Totem taking out Humble. Reactions, Kenny, you had to watch that from the back room.
It should have ended at 3-0 if I'm being honest. I was really impressed with Totem drafting. This is a team on the other end with Humble defending world champions. Besides that, I feel like a lot of what they're known for is how intelligently they drafted last year. And I think that was a big thing for them. And it really felt like more sets than not, Totem won. I know in set 3 that Totem ended up losing that one. But to be honest with you, I really thought they were the better team for 4 sets. They are very deserving grand finalists here.
Oh, Leftovers and SK Gaming now looking down the barrel. Who's going to make it over this bridge to the grand finals? Leftovers did an incredible job getting to where they are. Talked about SK looking strong against. Can they do it? Spoof. And no percentages. I'm not holding you to nothing. Just give me, some vibe.
Well, I'll start off with this, which is the man you see on camera right now is Rage. He's the only player in this match that hasn't been on SK Gaming. So when we talk about leftovers, this could be the quote-unquote leftovers of SK Gaming. It's like, Pedro didn't want these people this year. That's why they are called the leftovers, potentially, right? So a bit of a little, I wouldn't say grudge match, but it's more like a little in-house scrim going on here. Everyone knows each other. It's just chill. Whoever wins just gets a little bit closer to $5,000. No big deal.
But as the only one that didn't get a ride on the SK train, maybe Dredge is dredging up some feelings of resentment. Maybe that could fuel some plays against Dredge. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do to SK here. But SK Gaming, we got Joker on screen. Nothing to shake a stick at. Very impressive plays throughout. Kenny?
Yeah, I thought Joker was honestly a huge reason why they dominated their opening match. I think his max gameplay was very solid. And something we've been on the lookout for this year is how OP is going to kind of fit into this. We mentioned it earlier in our quarterfinal, but SK Gaming changed things up a little bit too. I mean, they had Lana, who's obviously on this other side now, a very personal rivalry for all of them. Like you mentioned, Drage literally the only one that hasn't played for this roster, and obviously he has not been known to necessarily love this organization. But you know what? Past the past. Now he's teaming up with 2 of their ex-teammates. They're all getting revenge. Revenge on their mind, to say the least.
I love it. Just a 5-way revenge plot here. We've got the battlegrounds that'll be fought out on, starting with dueling beetles. Both teams looking strong, confident on all those. Nothing here that is signed over to one player, one team, or another.
Yeah,
No, I think it's even.
It's completely even. I think this is the most even matchup that we are expecting to see. I mean, the previous one was pretty even too. Yeah. The previous one was pretty swingy, if I would describe it. But I think this one really, really could be grand finals worthy of itself. Just the sheer caliber of the players that we're going to be seeing. Whoever wins this is definitely deserving to face up against Totem.
I think it's going to be awesome either way. And to your point, this is a little bit of a change up for SK Gaming, but more or less everyone's pretty familiar with themselves. I mean, they have experience from the past. It's not like OP hasn't come into this organization when they need a clutch factor a little bit. On the other end, so much talent, a very historic roster. All 3 of these guys are very solid. The question is, can they kind of put that together this early on in the year? It's January. We're just kicking off 2025. I think for these guys to make a grand finals or win the entire Invitational will be quite the statement for this team's opening debut.
Quite the statement, would be quite the resume builder, and would be quite the pirate flag to fly flying into the 2025 season to say that they took out SK Gaming just for funsies just at the start here. But they're going to be locking in their choices of brawlers. That's going to be a huge influence on the outcome of this matchup. So if you see something scary, guys, you let me know. You see something, you say something.
Well, looking at the bans real quick, I think this is how more or less we assess whether the team's been studying. And I think when we see that there's 6 different bans on the board, yeah, they're both these teams have been studying. They're reading each other. They know that this team's probably going to ban theirs and that there's no need for it. The threat analysis is just on point. SK Gaming with that second pickup. They don't want to do any Juju, any Lu, or any of that. Penny leftovers, though. Banning out Gray, not something that we've seen today, but Gray is indeed, because of that hypercharge, catapulted into a much higher tier. And on dueling beetles, Gray tank is just completely obnoxious to play against. So we're not going to see any of that. We're going to be seeing something a bit more classic, and I think that's going to be in the form of the stew and a bit of this Griff open map action with that B.
I think people need to anticipate anytime you see a B or a Gray, especially on a 2-3 turn, that's anticipation for getting tanks out of the way. And a little history lesson for Brawl Stars, especially when there were much less brawlers in the pool. Griff and B have been a tandem for a long time. It's a wall break synergy. You drop the piggy bank with Griff, he's really good into tanks, and then it opens up free domain for B, and it's really dominant. That's why you're going to see leftovers not go anywhere close to it. They're going to go for safe, consistent. Bell can outrange B a little bit, gets the extra taps, the electro bolt, gets a little damage amplifying. It's a really nice kind of pivot, I think, from leftovers, because this is a team that they know they're trying to get Lenon that aggressive brawler. So that B Griff thing scares them away. Not enough, though, clearly, as Draco's going to be making his debut.
Yeah. I think, Kenny, you hyped it up a little bit in some of the earlier sets. You were a bit surprised that Draco has made his way up the tier list. He didn't really receive that many balance changes, to be honest.
It's just he kind of just fits right in, honestly.
He just kind of fits right into this kind of heal-based meta, and that's why it surprises me, because leftovers have drafted Draco with 0 support. There's no Gray, there's no Byron to heal him, there's no Poco in the pool. It's just iChaos and his Dragon.
Yeah, and honestly, that's 3 really tough matchups. You're going to open up this map, You're going to allow B to counter you out pretty hard. Her super is a great way to prevent Draco from marching forward, and his range is not that huge. I mean, he shoots a flamethrower, but it's not like an Amber flamethrower. It's much shorter. And then they draft the tank counter of tank counters. They go Colette. Colette's going to struggle a little bit, I would say, into Stu and Bell. This is very intentional. They're going to have Colette shadow the Draco in order to make this work, but opening up this map, tearing it apart, I think is really going to help out. Honestly, without the support for Draco, it's going to take a lot of skill. I'm assuming it's Lana playing this, by the way. He frequently plays this brawler for this team. He's going to have a lot to struggle with here.
All right, excited to see this kick off. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, leftovers. The key timing that they need to get. Lenan has to get at least one super for him to get going. He's going to be start hugging this unbreakable wall here, taking out half the damage, but this is what we want to see, right? The pure, unbridled aggression coming out here from leftovers. Lenan just tanking Joker's gadget up. He's going to drop very soon to a pinch, I assume, but look at the percentage, Kenny. It's already 25%.
This is the problem, too. If Lana gets out of hand, if he grabs this positioning and holds this indestructible wall long enough, it's going to allow for Chaos and Drage to do the same. A runaway here so far. They're nearly at 50%.
Yeah, 50%. And Lanan's got that key thing, using that nice gadget to stay alive there. The matchup turns in his favor there, and that first super is the most important one for Lanan, because from there he can basically just start cycling it. Doesn't really get it here. He's gonna get another super here. He could drop it out for all he wants. He's already gotten half the objective done. The nest eggs are also well positioned.
You're going to see Ope try and make a rotate here. He has to be the one playing Lana, because into Stu, going to be a toughie. Bell going to outrange. It's a trade on both ends, and as a result, 3 brawlers versus 1. Ope not going to be able to do a thing here. They've also covered up the hot zone with nest eggs. That's something you'll see with Bell, one of the reasons that she shows up a lot. Another frag, and now climbing to 90. This has been convincingly leftovers.
Yeah, we said this is going to be difficult for Lanan, but it doesn't look difficult at all. In fact, it looks completely dominant. Leftovers take this game 100% to 0. Lanan did die once.
This is going to be determined by the first probably 15 seconds, to be honest with you. This opening engagement is everything. Leftovers were able to climb their way up. They put Lana in positioning, and obviously that gadget from Draco gives him that 1 HP survival. And there's going to be a lot of kills that he wasn't able to get before that now he can. And now they're letting him be piloted by one of the greatest aggressors on the entire planet. Loving what Leftovers are putting down. SK Gaming are good enough to respond here. I like the wall break strategy. They got to do better about their lane assignments here early, though.
Yeah, the key thing is that they need to stop Lanan, and that's the big change. Joker gonna frag him out very, very quickly. It's gonna be a completely different game from game number 1. The Drage is still holding so strong in the center.
Despite losing a brawler, 19-2, iChaos getting attack on Joker, and the sharpshooter engagement. It's going to typically go Bell's way. If they're both playing at their best, I would say Bell's a favorite in that matchup. Lana back in the mid here. No flamethrower available. Just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. He's looking to throw some fists down, but not enough to strike a chord here. It's going to be Leftovers holding back for now, and SK putting on a little pressure.
Yeah, the speed boost there, allowing Lanan to slowly creep forward, but it's going to be broken up by that B gadget. So far, nothing too explosive happening so far, but Ope is going to be getting that hypercharge. Just trying to pocket it onto Lanan, but completely misses it. At the very least, it's a zoning super at the very least, allowing SK Gaming to get 50% here.
They're continuing to put their presence down. Standing tall and now being backed away. Here comes the indestructible gadget. Lana finally falls. Chaos now holding on. Drops a nest egg and Drage the aggressor this time. This hypercharge, unbelievable. Going to be able to skate his way across the entire map. Healing constantly as well. Drops a little gadget there as an extra protection. Takes down B. Now looking to work on Yashi. The entire team of Leftovers popping off here. It's a near team wipe and enough for Leftovers to swing the momentum completely.
Now going to be popping out another super here. He has just one more gadget left to go. Obi going to be sending him back to that base, leaving him on 1 HP. iChaos going to be popping out that hypercharge, just continuing to mount the pressure and hold onto it. iChaos going to be dropping here though, but Lanan claims another one at the edge to 90%.
There is no point of return here. Leftovers in a draft that looked to be difficult come away with a convincing victory here in our opening set. Really well played mechanically.
Kept these Leftovers in a Tupperware because they are looking fresh this late in the game, picking up that first match. No, excuse me, picking up just that first game, picking up that set, hopefully picking up that match. We'll see if that all pans out for them. I don't want to get ahead of myself. They just printed out the new scripts, of course, and I'm just, getting the updated ones. I don't know, Spoo, if you got these as well.
Well, my script says SK Gaming is supposed to win, but the same script said that Humble would win, so...
It's an old
that's
copy.
sorry.
I'm a bit worried about these scripts and where we're getting it, because Yeah, I understand why Draco is S tier right now, pretty much. I didn't get it, but now I do.
No, I just needed a visual. I just needed to see it to believe it. Draco's one of those that I've definitely seen climb up pro player tier list, and I wasn't 100% sure why, because as you well know, and those who are with us in 2024, the guy wasn't that great at the World Finals. I mean, he made, I believe, one debut, ended up winning the set, but it was in the best mechanical players in the world in a very close situation. This time around, he hasn't really gotten any balance changes, to your point. I think he just fits in a little bit better. Honestly, in terms of the tanks that are out there right now, he's one of the more frequently played.
Yeah, that gadget usage from Lanan was just absolutely stellar. I know we said that he only died once, and we may or may not have stats for that, but just insane. We keep hyping up the fact that Lanan is this monstrous tank player. Draco is not an easy tank to play, I can tell you that. And yeah, that was world class.
With that high skill ceiling on Draco, do you feel like that allows him kind of a greater skill expression with these pro player skill sets that he's got? Or is this something that, you know, it's unique to master even among the pros?
Well, with Lanan,
Anything's possible.
anything's possible, yeah. He's really quite the miracle worker. I mean, whenever there's a new cool tank brawler that just comes in, I think when Ash first rotated in, when Darrow first got that double roll, he was just the first player to just immediately jump on it. And I hope we'll get to see that Darrow pick up here in Kaboom Canyon because it's actually viable here.
I think so too. Double Penny ban is interesting. Penny is one of the most, if not the most frequently played, I would say, in the professional scene right now, so they're going to remove that from the equation. They're going to have Angelo be picked up, which I would be kind of surprised if it ends up being Lanaz's hands, but he's the first to draft. Obviously, these guys can swap just like you can in your ranked games at home. That's not necessarily his strongest suit, I would say. Like I always mentioned, this is what SK Gaming did last year, and every team that he's a part of, their strategy rotates around him. You want to give him the best chance possible. That's why he's the one piloting the Draco. Edgar's is a lot of what he's been playing recently in scrims for Kaboom Canyon, so we'll see what he ends up picking up here, and maybe they'll play it safe, I don't know, but I would be pretty surprised.
Now, as these teams are preparing for each other, you called out in the last draft that obviously they had done their homework. They had known what the other team was going to bring, and that was indicated by the lack of doubles in the draft. But now we're seeing this with Penny. Is that just an abundance of caution by both teams?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, pretty much. I guess sometimes you just don't want to play against a particular brawler.
Sometimes it's annoying.
Yeah,
it could be that simple.
And both teams were like, no, thank you. So here we are with our remaining, and we've got our Torby back in the mix.
Yeah, this is a lot more expected, I think, to say, the current meta. Kaboom Canyon is leaning towards more of that control-ish meta, especially when you pick up Juju. With Chuck and Melody out of the pool, the only brawler left for the dive meta is going to be that Darrow pickup, and I don't think you want to Darrow into this Lola Juju because Juju's got a passive slow when you're standing on water. It's the only brawler in the game that has a slow in its basic attack.
Yeah, it's a toughie, right? They kind of round this out with Juju, who's got the extra ability with water, the elemental aspect to her, and then Lola's been showing up a lot more as well. I feel like a lot of these mid-range brawlers have kind of started really rising. I feel like before it was kind of aggressive or long range in our World Finals time towards the end of last year, but now it's a little more diverse. That's why Griff's been showing up a lot more. B's been showing up a lot more. They want these advantages in the mid-range, and that's why these guys are showing up.
And is that because some of these brawlers, despite whether they're, you know, strong or weak on basic attack and defense, do have these little utility options that do change a fight kind of in unexpected ways? Or is this more that you really need to expand your pool to just remain unexpected to the other teams?
I kind of think, to your point, that it is going to change the game up a little bit. Having somebody like Griff is going to allow, similar to what I said for B earlier, you pop a piggy bank, you open up that map a little bit more. Griff could have been partially a good hybrid of tank preventative, also some good time, safe damage as well. That could have just been a safe blend. I think Griff's in a pretty solid spot in the game. I think Nani's kind of a fantastic answer, though, to be honest with you, into the Angelo, into the Piper. Nani is not the best sharpshooter, but Nani is the best sharpshooter at counting sharpshooters. And that's a mouthful, but it's the truth.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen him on Kaboom Canyon either. It's an exciting one for sure. SK Gaming, this time, the draft seems slightly in their favor.
Nothing looking at leftovers that you're like, oh, maybe something's cooking over there, something's simmering in the pot. We don't quite know yet, haven't lifted the lid.
They've got a bit of a tempo lead, I mean, getting into that early game. But if I'm being honest, that Nani last pick, Kenny, it looks brutal.
Yeah, I think that was a really good answer. Not a frequent selection, but one that must be remembered. Leftovers still walking into this one with a 1-0 lead. They did it with a surprising draft last time. The mechanics were something that caught us off guard, and doing so against SK Gaming again would really be a statement here in our opening tournament.
complete mid control right now coming out here from SK Gaming. This is not exactly unexpected. Griff is the big weakness there on the side of leftovers, and there's no good matchup against this Nani. The Ego is already online, and as long as SK Gaming can kind of maintain this position, should be fine. Sneaking up there from Yoshi, though not successful, going for the wrong target there. Aiming for the Angelo just might not be the brightest idea.
That is a tough death. Now iChaos can distribute his teammates out. He's going to be left, mid, and right. Lana, the most HP, going to press forward just a little bit. A Nani peep incoming, though. Will it be a teleport? Will it be a connection? It's going to be a takedown. Yoshi now lobbing up the long-range shots. iChaos does not have a chance. Drage falls as well. SK Gaming don't have a lot to show for it yet. Still 26% and counting, but more importantly, they're still holding positioning.
Yeah, the percentage on this map, and the biggest indicator, the control is, and Yoshi is going to drop there, but dropping out that Grizz is going to be kind of soaking up most of that damage. We're going to see if SK can just hold on to control here, and they don't. The double kill there coming out there from leftovers, and a reversal of the position.
Between Piper and Griff, they can get some serious damage out quickly too. Still a minute on the clock. Not worried about the time yet. But now blue team can respond. It's their turn to take a little advantage of the position. They have the extra long range as well, and the other range is really just Nani who can get over there quickly. A burn super just to get away. You hate to see it, but at least they've done a little bit of chip damage.
And Nani super going to be coming out here. Let's see if Lenan tries to block it. I don't think he was really going for it there. It reams Drage in the back and pushes him into Yoshi. A nice coordinated assault there from SK Gaming. But iChaos and Lenan, they're still tapping away.
Honestly, I think that was a good call. Just getting that kill allowed them to move forward. They put leftovers in a defensive stance, and now they're forced to just use a desperate piggy bank, giving themselves a little extra room. Not enough there, though. It's still SK Gaming pressing.
He's the man to watch right now. 1 versus 3 in the mid. He's going to eat a nasty shot there from iChaos, and it's going to drop over that. That's going to give the initiative over to SK Gaming. The last push is coming out for that. 15 seconds left on the clock. Can they do it, Kenny?
They have a hypercharge. Lana can dive in if necessary, but he's forced away for now. Double pickup. Now it's the opportunity for leftovers. Jumps forward. They need more, though. 65 and climbing down. Body blocks all around, and SK Gaming will persevere.
Joker's face just looks so unimpressed at the end of it. He was like, come on guys, that could have been cleaner. Like we almost lost there. Like, come on, step up your game. You know, I don't know what you're doing or something like that. But yeah, in all seriousness, they are facing up against one of the best teams here, and they have to keep themselves locked in. It looked really close there, Kenny.
That was an intense one. SK Gaming didn't have a strong first half either. It was a little bit of damage, they let it go, and then they finally just held on for dear life at the end. You'd like to see them get more value out of that position. In the early game, they were able to get it down to about 65-ish% in that 70 range, which is great, but 30% for about a minute and a half of work, it's not always going to be enough.
Well, the script looks different this time, Kenny, because even though SK Gaming have got the early control between Lenan and Drage, the taps are flying out, and Joker reflecting a small shot there from iChaos. He's going to concede control right now. Or not! I could be wrong! Joker blows up Drage in the mid.
iChaos is going to be able to heal a little bit too due to his super. To your point, this is not playing as aggressively as you think. Both of these compositions desperately need control of the mid. If they let this go, if they allow the other team to walk forward, use the sharpshooter advantage that they have, it's going to be a difficult one to come back from. Joker on this right-hand side getting some chip shots in. 4-4-4-0, striking the board several times, and it's enough to get them to 17% down.
Yeah, 70% down. A super going to be coming out here from Joker. Connects onto Drage. And here the Grizz comes out once again. It's an all-out assault here from SK Gaming. It's looking good for them. Lenan does get a tap, but Joker return to sender comes through. Gets a lot of damage in, but it's only 60% done to the leftover safe.
Yoshi's a parasite on this right-hand side. Lobbing up extra shots. They have to use a piggy bank just to break this out, but he's still got enough walls. It's not enough to box him out. Drage has to make a tough decision here. Commit to offense or finish Juju off on defense, but it's a losing battle. He has to use a second gadget here. Lana multitasking. Now the super going to be able to do some extra damage as well. Nani firing down, and Juju still surviving. One of the most powerful brawlers in the game. Going to give him free access to that safe. An immediate response in set number 2 from SK Gaming.
SK Gaming will not go down that easy. Love to see them bounce back so quickly. We've seen people get on their back foot on the last partial way to win the game and then have to fight back. But now, SK, they want to even it out now. They want to take the stress off. And based on how they played that one, would you say the stress is off, Spoof?
Oh yeah, this looks like traditional SK, and I know we don't really have Ope's team cam on, but look at how calm and collected Joker is. I think they're pretty comfortable. We're back to best of 3.
Yeah, I think so too. That was more of what I'm used to seeing mechanically. Honestly, for whatever reason, first set just really wasn't clicking with them, but that's a much more control-based, even pacing. I feel like, you know, the Nani gives them an advantage, and clearly it worked out well. I mean, 8 kills is ridiculous. I didn't feel like Leftovers were really competing as well as they did in that first set. I think this draft favored SK Gaming, but I don't think it was a landslide. I feel like Leftovers could have put up a little bit better of a showing, and that second game, SK Gaming just made enough adjustments and ran away with it.
What would you account for with the difference in kills here, where it looks like Leftovers leaving a lot, taking them down often, but really just not putting the damage on the safe?
Well, in a control-based matchup like this, the safe damage isn't really what they were fighting for. They were fighting for more of that mid-control. And the thing about that Nani pickup is that it countered the entirety of the Leftovers roster. So the mid-control's more or less gone because of that.
Yeah, I think both of these compositions really revolved around just time-based, right? There's some compositions like you're seeing earlier, the way that Heist is played. To Euro's point, you called it, you're playing with Chuck or you're playing without Chuck. There's a base race mentality where sometimes it's the first to get 100%. In this case, it was the first to get control of that middle and never, ever, ever let it go. And I feel like SK Gaming were just a little bit better at cycling out those kills. When somebody went down, the other two made up the ground and they were able to hold firm. And by not letting go of that control, the other team can't do enough Heist safe damage to keep up.
Smart plays and well done by SK Gaming to bring it back to an even score here. 1-1 in sets. Just 3 matches potentially remaining here. We got 3 sets left. I would like to see them all. Every time I speak this wish into the universe, I get it, so I'm gonna do it again. But we're looking at Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields. You guys said, again, evenly matched game modes, evenly matched on maps. Nothing really gonna separate them until we get here to the draft. So what are you looking to see from SK Gaming to hold on to this lead, and what do you know about what you're seeing in our bands?
Well, Lanan opens up with that, Frank, and I was just going to lean into this and kind of say that I think that in terms of tank capabilities, now both teams have excellent tanks, but then you've got the tank player of all the tank players, and that's going to be Lanan. So naturally, in a map like Sneaky Fields, immediately you've got to favor Leftovers, but they've revealed one of the tanks this early, which just might put whoever's playing that kind of on the back foot.
Every band stage tells a story as well, especially when you have the first overall pick. The other side's banning out 3 of arguably the best brawlers in this map. They get rid of Stu, Lou, and Max. Nice little rhyme in there too. You're gonna see that El Primo though, and I think most people would not understand why that's a thing. But El Primo is a direct answer into Frank, and it removes one of the tanks that could have been in the equation. This was very intentional out of Leftovers, that El Primo wasn't for naught. They clearly wanted to get Frank in the opening, and when they see it wasn't banned, that's their strategy. They're committing to it. This is going to be the aggressor that Lana is using. Unfortunately for him, Colette is a pretty darn perfect answer.
Yeah, it's perfect, but it's not particularly easy to execute on this map. We have seen some of that Colette-Frank matchup come along inside the Champions Invitational, and yeah, ever since Frank kind of got a little bit changed, Colette no longer totally counters Frank. It's a great check, and a tight map like Sneaky Fields, as long as Lanan doesn't go too crazy by breaking up all the walls, he should be more or less still fine. SK Gaming, they're going to follow up with this Juju pick. Now, not sure if this is kind of forced at this point, because it's kind of like if you don't take it, you kind of give it over to Leftovers, and then you might end up giving them some kind of like a Thanos comp where they've got everything that they need to win. So, yeah, not too sure where SK is going in this draft. We're going to have to wait for that last pick.
Yeah, and to your point, Frank's going to tear down this map, and when it opens up, makes it easier for Colette. Off the beginning, tight corners, a lot of grass, potential to get sneaky. That's where Frank's going to thrive. But as the map opens up as well, it makes it harder for Juju as well. She gets that extra range with the grass down, less grass, tougher for Juju. So I think you're right. This probably is, we should probably just lock in the good brawler, because if they get the Frank and the Juju, we're just going to be outmatched. They're going to go with Poco and an iChaos classic that I was looking out for. It is Rico, his most iconic brawler. He's arguably the best in the world to play this. This is the definition of a well-rounded comp. You got your support character, you got Lana, who's fragging out on something comfortable, and inevitably, iChaos is going to be playing the Rico. This is going to be awesome to watch.
Are you equally excited, Spoo?
Yeah, I'm very excited. We're going to have to wait for that final pick coming out here from SK.
Shelly.
Yay.
Okay, I'm done. All right. Show's over, because that's the tutorial brawler, and we've not seen her since Hyperchargers were released, because she was among the first Hyperchargers, and You know, we talked about things that could potentially work up against the Frank. They're doubling down on that weakness, and of all the counters to go for, they've gone for the most flashy one.
Yeah, and once this map opens up too, it gets harder for her. She does have a gadget that gives her essentially a sniper shot. It still deals a ton of damage. I understand it. It's a little surprising, but at some point you just got to make magic happen. And I think that was an excellent draft from Leftovers. They're comfortable. It's a smart strategy. And now SK Gaming are going to have to pull off a win nonetheless. They're going to be blowing this map up wide open between Frank Supers, Shelly Supers. It's 1-1 overall. This set 3 is pivotal.
And fighting out for that early mid control here. It looked like it was going to go in SK Gaming's favor, but Rage, a very big screeching solo, going to be taking out Juju in the back here. Juju pops that gadget, healing up to full. He's going to be taking down Lenan, and that's going to at least stabilize that early game.
Chaos forced away for now. Does get the takedown onto Ope. Yoshi able to hunker down over these walls, and now he's going to be overrun by multiple brawlers. Has a super. Drage rounds the corner, fires, connects. Drage with a bucket here early. A little surprise attack there gets them just enough to take the lead.
I didn't expect the speed from that hyper dash to really make sense, and Yoshi's going to be taken down by Drage once again. Just get it pinched out by the Chaos and that screeching solo, but the walls are starting to come down. It's supposed to be a little bit more helpful for the side of SK Gaming, but they don't have the brawlers to support that open map.
SK Gaming don't have a ton of range outside Colette either, so even if these walls come down, sure, Rico's not as powerful as if they were up, but he's still good enough into the opposing brawlers if this goes wide open. Lana being double teamed right now. Ope with a buck blast, ends him, beats him on the other side with a shotgun and a kick forward. Looking for an assist here, that's a pivotal takedown. Drage, the last man standing, and just in time for a Lana respawn.
So disciplined with that hypercharge super, waited for Lenan to respawn before coming in there, but Ope with a hypercharge of his own, gonna get one super, doesn't get to chain it though! That could have been great for SK Gaming, but an opportunity squandered as the ball passes forward to Lenan with a hypercharge of his own, but he's gonna just play a bit of discipline right now, not gonna go too crazy with it.
Good choice of the push it there. He's going to back Lana off just enough to give Yoshi enough time to respond. They still have their walls intact, and they are going to desperately need them now. Lana dribbling, looking to try and get the ball back in their control, but it's going to cost him his life. Ope now the aggressor. Yoshi riding alongside him. Drage gets a takedown on Colette. That is a massive opportunity wasted here. It's now going to be SK. We're going to try and hold the 9. Not slowed down. But now going to be forced into goal.
And a very dangerously close. Lenan barely kept alive there by Drage. Going to be getting down. Yoshi hypercharge comes out here from Joker. He's got a super up his own, passes it onto the left side, and Ope! The coordination is perfect!
Unbelievable goal there. And this is looking closer and closer to overtime here. 2 evenly matched teams, and the walls will come down. Lana has a super available. Yoshi has assistance. SK dribbling, looking for ball control. Going to throw it right into Drage's hands, though. It seems they're going to be focused on just getting takedowns.
Yeah, heading into this overtime, we wouldn't know who's supposed to have this advantage here. But right now, SK Gaming with that hypercharge, they've got 2 kills. Oh, they're gonna get a super, and it's gonna be an easy pocket onto the left side, an undefended goal.
That was a lot of fireworks going off in that game. Honestly, at any given moment, I think that could have gone to either side. It took SK Gaming a second there, but I think the beauty of their comp is if they can get to overtime, Rico's really the only thing they have to worry about, and that's at Rico's most vulnerable state. Colette honestly did a great job in the second half of focusing Lana down, making those supers. I think the choice of the push it allows them to not put as much pressure on the ball. It's harder to play offense. Lana swiping away though, clobbers his way down the left-hand end. Drage with a little chip shot, one-on-one. The wall gets broken down. I don't know about that throw there. I think Drage may have been aiming for that wall to keep in his possession, but regardless, it's not going to lead to a leftovers goal.
Yeah, that's going to feel bad for Drage, but he's just going to move on from here. Lana going to be sneaking up here on that left side, but without that other gadget he's using, noise cancelling, it's not going to be enough to get any of these matchups down. Now the ball going to be shifted here on the left side. Ope is taking charge of it as SK positioned for another goal scoring opportunity.
Ope has a super available. That's a takedown on the Drage. Chaos pocketing the ball. Lana swiping away, and he will get a tag here onto his hardest counter. Shelly still standing, though. Gonna make things tough, and the super from Juju forces Lana away. Leftovers, they may be expanding in positioning, but they have to go for this ball, and they're gonna send Lana there now.
Yeah, Lenan is going to be picking up the ball. They can't offer to play for overtime because they know what's going to happen if they get there. But honestly, Kenny, as the map starts to break up, we might just be entering overtime before overtime. That's what OP is doing. Shredding open the map and just giving Joker more of that dominion with that range. Hypercharge Super going to be coming out, but Drage barely survives it.
Sharpshooter Shelly on the prowl now. Lana bubbled, has a hypercharge available, will go for it, makes no connection. They still get a tag on the right-hand side. Ball right in front of their faces, 2v2. Now a little extra assistance from the Voodoo Doll. It's enough to take down Frank and allow SK Gaming to survive.
I can't believe that the Shelly is working, but amazing story if it is. Ope flashing that super and getting that lane swap over. He is chasing after Lenan. This is one role is to make his life as miserable as possible. But here, Hypercharge coming out here from IKaos. The laser beam flies across, but doesn't get any pickups just yet. We're barreling down back towards overtime again.
Harder for IKaos to make those flashy plays that he's so renowned for. But for now, it's going to push leftovers back. 30 on the clock. All the supers available. It's going to be a full house for SK Gaming taking on this left-hand side. The slowdown going to bring a Lana back just a little bit, but not enough to put too much pressure. They're still fighting for control.
Rage falling now, though, popping out that gadget so that he doesn't get crowd control. Lana going to be pinned to the wall. And IKaos dropping here on that right side. Yoshi dropping out that Grizz as well. Ope holding onto that super, flashing it out there. He breaks open the left side of the wall. He just needs to find a way to get this ball in. It's the easiest way to do it is just to get a team wipe first. And SK Gaming are going to be taking this set.
SK Gaming takes the set. SK Gaming surprises you with a Shelly pick. SK Gaming looking so... What does SK Gaming not bring to the table in this matchup? They have done so well, Kenny.
This is one of those instances where we talked about doing your homework. Obviously, it's a new year. We've had 2 balance changes since Worlds. That's off the script. That's clever. That's experience all coming in clutch. Shelly is by no means a special brawler, but into that matchup, that's the creativity that takes you to another level. And as a result, they're going to take a huge third set now, giving them the lead here in the match.
And that final team wipe played out so well for them, came at the perfect time. But how did they pull that off coordination-wise in those last couple seconds? Who would you attribute that to?
Well, ironically, I think it probably has to start with Yoshi. I think that Juju pickup on that super and getting that kill onto IKaos, the sole defender that really can stand up to any member there of the of the SK roster was taken down, and the respawn cycle just came in too late. They could have waited for overtime, then scored, but Ope was like, guys, I've got a super, what are we waiting for? Let's end the game right now. You've already got a pick off. I mean, let's just make this happen, and yeah.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth to say the least there, and I think towards the opening of game number 1, we saw Colette get off to a little bit of a slow start, and I feel like once she got her lane matchup appropriately, she was just swiping through Frank instantly. It's a really tough one to play Frank there. I know there were moments where he was obviously getting some good kills, but at the end of the day, he's playing into a Shelly and a Colette. Even for a world-renowned tank like Lana, that's an impossible task at a professional level.
Well, we're leaving the sneak, and we're going out in the open for our next map. What are we going to see that's kind of different here? Because it does sound like a bit of a different situation, I do believe.
Yeah, not just in the title, but the game mode as well. I mean, a lot of the brawlers that we just saw, Shelly, no matter the situation, should not show up here. That's what we call a mistake. But out in the open, still going to have some of the same brawlers apply that we've seen, at least in this match. We've got brawlers that are going to be sharpshooters come out here a little bit more. RTs of the world, the Angelos, your stereotypical Pipers, your Bells. But also Juju and some of these throwers are still going to apply as well. Honestly, today has surprised me with how many of these, maybe not top of the tier list throwers that we've seen show up in this game mode.
Yeah, and the bans are rolling in now, and as you mentioned, yeah, RT is going to be picked up, but running through the bans real quick, your leftover is going to be banning out that Max, that Kit, and that Brock. So one of the wall breaks that's most commonly used here is going to be removed. SK Gaming, though, they're going to be respecting the Juju, banning it out. Jean banned out, really annoying Magic Hand, and Angelo, just in general, very anxiety-inducing to play against. So removed here from the side of SK Gaming.
Yeah, it's another instance where the ban stage, even if we didn't know at the first pick, we could infer that it was definitely leftovers. Max, Brock, Kit, solid brawlers, definitely not must-haves on this map compared to something like a Juju, an Angelo, a Jean. Those are key brawlers for a strategy that any of these teams could have run. So I think that's a good call to get rid of that. Having Pearl come in here too. This is a consistent one. Again, in most game modes, not going to be her thing, but this is one that works.
Yeah, Pearl right now has been on the rise. We are in a little bit of a... We're out of the tank winter. Kebab. But now we've entered a new type of winter where it's kind of like the sharpshooter tank winter, where Pearl and Lola and Gaz and Artie, the fat sharpshooters basically are kind of taking a bit more precedence. With the amount of bulk that they have, Piper is still relevant for sure, and so is a brawler like Nani, but we only see them in very, very specific instances. In this case, for example, IKEA is going to be picking it up here because he has a good matchup against both this Pearl and this Gus, but otherwise you don't see them leading with it anymore.
Even Piper is going to be a solid turn here too. I think having the extra spawners and Eve's ability to reverse over water is really helpful. I know they're kind of all similar molds, right? They're not necessarily all sharpshooters, but they've got the long range. They can provide that utility as well. I think RT at the in-games is something special too. In the business, we call it a Jackie super, but he has static. He has this hybrid of long range, but also towards these in-games when that fog's closing in, and stamp his feet down and get some heavy hitting damage rather quickly. But once again, we're going to see the Nani come out as the sharpshooter counter to all sharpshooters.
With these sharpshooters being so essential, is accuracy an issue for any of these players, any of these teams? We've seen Knockout earlier in the tournament. Everybody looking sharp?
I think everybody's looking pretty good. I mean, last set was obviously a toughie for the side of Leftovers, but they opened up pretty strong. I think everybody's got their long-range composition going on. Aiming with Pearl's a little bit different. It's not as precise. It's more of that chip damage, something you'd see in like a Gene and things like that. But these guys are the best of the best. This is a high moment for Leftovers. They're going to be trying to come away here with set number 4 and drag us to 5. For now, though, SK Gaming looking to close out here.
Yeah, SK Gaming looking to close out here. They're very comfortable with this type of comp. I know Pedro loves these type of comps whereby aim is not too big of a deal. You pick brawlers that have all pretty consistent kind of ideas here. And I know Pedro also loves his endgame strategies, and that's precisely why his comp is so rounded out.
Yeah, in fairness, it's going to take some pretty perfect precision, right? The more sharpshooters you incorporate, the more need to be perfect. And it's something like a Pearl, you can apply pressure, get a little chip damage in here like you're seeing. The fiery gadget, you'll be able to bring Lenage down just a little bit, push them back, and now they've got complete control and a takedown alongside it. That's pretty much irreversible. A 3-2 matchup at a professional level, impossible, let alone now a 3v1.
Yeah, and Leftovers, they didn't even get anything out of it, right? I saw one shot come out there from the Viper, not even getting a super, so no tempo lead he's going to get here. And Draze is eventually going to drop here, and I'm surprised that he hasn't decided to concede himself to the smoke, which is once again another high-level thing. But yeah, at the very least, he does feed it out to Ope, which is not super essential.
Yeah, if you see pro players kind of go off into the fog by themselves, it's not quitting, it's tactical. They don't want to give away more super than they have to. Like you mentioned, Leftovers did not come away with many tags there, and SK Gaming got 3 frags, meaning they're close to the supers, making their round 2 even easier like you're seeing right now.
Indeed, because it's gonna collect onto IKO's a max damage super there from Yoshi. And Joker to follow up there. It's once again 3 versus 2, Kenny. As you already said, the math is real. 3 is bigger than 1, and hatchlings ain't gonna help you there. SK Gaming are gonna be putting Leftovers on match point.
That's a tough scenario. Just starting that week in a round and having such a large gap, SK Gaming were able to get to those supers quicker in round 2, and Leftovers have nothing to show for it. They can't get those supers as quickly. They basically had to play a perfect remainder of that game. It was a major advantage for SK Gaming. If you're Leftovers, you have to reevaluate. You have to change things up. You simply gotta play a little bit better.
Yeah, one thing else you can do here is to lane swap. Drage is going to be going here on that right side. And look at the positioning. It's already completely different. And that's going to allow them to pick up 2 kills off the board off just 1 lane swap.
Well, the same applies. SK Gaming last time had a massive advantage going into round 2. Now it's going to be Lana and the fellas who have a massive advantage going into this one. Leftovers putting up a great fight. Honestly, a fantastic adjustment that worked out way quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah, Leftovers, they're showing that they didn't just come here to lose, essentially, against SK Gaming. A jump gonna be coming out from Ope. This is a cheese tactic. It's very rare that we see jump pads used in competitive gameplay, but Rage, with the jump gadget, barely got away.
Yeah, honestly, he kept himself hidden long enough. I forgot about him as well, but that was really intelligent for Drage to be playing that right-hand side. Maybe it was just a little luck factor, but nonetheless, Piper with a super can get out of there. Eve with a gadget can get out of there, and I don't mind this wall break. It's kind of the only chance that Eve has and Piper has to get out of there. Sure, Eve can travel over the water, but they're hovering on this left-hand side. They need a little more open space to dodge, hit these sharpshooters.
SK Gaming kind of pushing Leftovers back inside their base. They're going to be connecting there onto IKOS there with that Nani super. But IKOS, he is going to be the first one to drop it. Joker still holding on to his shield. It's going to be quite easy for him to claim this one. Just another kill on the board. And SK Gaming, they're going to be taking the second round. And once again, putting leftovers on match point.
One away from a grand finals appearance in our opening tournament to kick off 2025. SK Gaming showing their stuff. They were down early, but in round number 2, the pressure from Pearl, the ability to not let them heal was a major factor. Now things evened up, the super being distributed. It's a baby boom on the left-hand end, and Yashi gonna have to handle it. Be forced away. That's a perfect connection from a gadget. It's a takedown. Opay survives as well. Drage looking for tags, but it's not enough.
Drage and Lenan, 2 members left here to keep the leftovers dream alive, but you know, it's a 3 versus 2. It's looking dire for them, at Lenan holding on to that hypercharge. Maybe, just maybe, he could just hold on and maybe pull out some kind of a miraculous gameplay, but Yashi already on the ball, rotating to that mid side. It's looking really dire for them, Kenny.
Opay gonna dive in, super connects, 1 man standing, and Drage is not enough by himself. SK Gaming, some kings of old, making it to the grand finals here in our very opening 2025 event.
Well played by SK Gaming. Leftovers was no small challenge to overcome, but they managed to do it, and they will be cruising on to the grand finals against a very unexpected opponent for them. I do wonder how they have prepared for Reply Totem, if they have at all. But just thinking back on this matchup, things we've seen, what did SK do that really turned the tide? Just the tight play, the aggression, like how they were able to pull that off, Kenny?
I think you brought up a good point, honestly. It's something I definitely didn't think of at the time, but because of the way they crafted their composition, they didn't have to play perfect. You have Eve and 2 sharpshooters. You gotta land pretty much every shot, and they're fantastic players. It's certainly capable, but I kind of like the well-roundedness of what SK Gaming did, and I think Pearl, a very slept-on one at a casual level. I know it's not necessarily the flashiest, you're not getting the big plays, you're not frequently gonna be that star player, but if you do your role well, if you're patient, and you keep sitting there and getting these sharpshooters faces, even 1 to 2 tags with your regular shot, it doesn't allow them to heal back up. It's enough to keep going.
I gotta say though, I have to give full credit of the set. The one thing leftovers don't have is Pedro. Pedro is the legendary coach of SK Gaming, and from what I know, he's always been the one handling the draft, and now with Joker on board and Ope, they're all very vocal people, but at the end of the day, Pedro's the one that kind of guides the overall direction of the team. SK Gaming last year had a similar very, very strong performance. They came out swinging in the first EMEA monthly finals, and here I'm seeing it again. In the postseason, Pedro prepped so hard that they know the meta better than anybody. I'm saying it right now, SK's winning this whole thing.
Just gonna write something down, perhaps related to something you just said.
He's a good one to cheat off of, I will say. If you look, yeah, good one to copy homework on.
From the jump, I've been copying your homeworks, but you're a good professor, a good teacher too, and we've got a lot to learn because we're gonna get a masterclass in Brawl Stars in this grand final. We'll be right back, but check out these highlights from our last match first.
The Champions Invitational, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
We're starting 2025 off for Brawl Stars in a big way with the Champions Invitational, but we saw earlier today, and we're gonna see again, just how much excitement 2025 will hold for competitive Brawl Stars. Let's check out this video and see what's ahead.
Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship 2025. With more action-packed events, a total prize pool of $2 million, and exciting changes, you won't want to miss it. Let's dive in. In 2025, the championship starts in February, featuring 6 months of online play and 3 in-person events, exploring locations new to Brawl Stars Championship. You're increasing points earned for monthly qualifiers to create a more balanced playing field, and doubling all points during the summer split, adding excitement up to the last chance qualifier. Seeding has also improved. Instead of random assignments, placements are based on points and performance, ensuring fair matchups each month. We start the year with the Spring Split, which contains 3 monthly seasons through which players can earn points for their regional leaderboard. Did we mention we'll have a 3rd in-person event in 2025? Introducing the Brawl Cup, where 8 teams from around the world will compete to unlock an additional World Finals or LCQ slot for their home region. After another 3 monthly seasons during Summer Split, we'll kick off the postseason with a 16-team Last Chance qualifier, before wrapping up the year with the 16-team World Finals. Each monthly season has 3 phases that kicks off with the in-game Championship Challenge event, after which players choose a persistent team to play with in the regional monthly qualifiers, which are now split into 2 distinct days. Day 1 of each MQ is for up-and-coming teams to battle through a single elimination bracket, from which the top 16 teams will make it to Day 2, where the 16 top-seeded teams from the region will await them in a double elimination bracket. Top 8 teams from the MQ will enter the prestige of the broadcasted monthly finals and a significant boost in leaderboard points, making every win 1 step closer to the trophy. After the summer split, 16 teams without a World Finals spot will have 1 more opportunity at the Last Chance qualifier event. From here, 4 victorious teams will earn their golden ticket to the World Finals. Finally, we arrived at the pinnacle, the World Finals. Here, the 16 best teams in the world, legacy players, fresh talent, and fierce rivals will duke it out in front of a live audience until only 1 team is left to raise the trophy. Who will emerge as the top champions of their regions, earn spots in the World Finals, and take home the trophy? Join us and find out. It's a new, exciting year at Brawl Stars, with new formats, larger events, rewards, and opportunities for everyone. Let's brawl!
Incredible news across the board for competitive Brawl Stars. Our pro players are getting more opportunities to play, and our competitive aspiring pro players are getting more opportunities to climb those ranks and to show the world what they've got. Now, as 2 people who have traveled the world watching and commentating on professional Brawl Stars, I gotta imagine both of you are looking to clear up your schedules a little bit, but also really dive in on what looks to be an incredibly expanded season.
Yeah, I mean, all of it looks incredible. 2025, as I said at the start of the show, has got to be the best year of Brawl yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the changes that we're gonna see. I love personally opening up more opportunities. We got a division now in Asia. We have South Asia and we have Southeast Asia, doubling the opportunities for players to get involved. Great changes to the monthly qualifiers. What stands out to you?
Honestly, I think that just listening to the community is obviously a huge part of this, and kind of identifying, hey, we kind of need to split this up a little bit. It's hard on an online format to make it perfect, but I think that's a great step towards making it just a little more fair in terms of competition, just to give players a little bit better ping, keep that competition a little more even. But I mean, it's safe to say I am pumped for a Brawl Cup. That is awesome to have a mid-season event.
Yeah, Brawl Cup was what you shouted out earlier, Trav. Why is that particularly exciting to you?
I mean, it's just exciting to see, us have some in-person events in the middle of the year. Usually we kind of have to go through the entire online season to get to the Last Chance qualifier, to get to World Finals. And it's nice to just have that little bit of a break up in the middle. Obviously leads us into the double points in the second half of the year. But the Brawl Cup being able to kind of distribute more LCQ and world spots is really interesting as well.
6 seasons now, and 1 starts in a couple weeks. It's in February, like next month. It's time to kick this off.
We're so back.
And I don't even know how we buried this lead, but a $2 million prize pool across the season. That is quite nice. You considering going pro? You guys gonna stay commentary?
I think
I'm not good enough.
we're firmly kind of sat here in the commentary.
I'm stuck
booth
here.
right
No,
now.
there's
I don't
no
think
chance.
we've really, as much as I'd love a chance to sink my teeth into that $2 million of prize pool, not sure I've really got what it takes.
Somewhere on blog. Yeah, here for a reason.
More of a talker.
Even though they've increased it to 16 teams for the World Final, you don't
Point.
think?
Are we the
Does
next
give
four?
us more of a
Are we
chance.
the next
It
four
does
in,
give us
baby?
more of a chance. Yeah, we might just about sneak in there. You never know.
Next man up.
Incredibly cool. I will be cheering for you should you get up there. I'll buy the jersey for sure. But speaking of jerseys for sale, there's 2 that you're going to want to snap up because those are our teams in the grand finals after a long day of games. Reply Totem unexpectedly toppling Humble to face off against SK. These were not the teams we predicted, but now, faced with a brand new grand final that no one thought could possibly happen.
Yeah,
We had to predict all over again.
It was a huge upset for Reply Totem against Humble. I will say, I think, a few of us probably expected SK to make it all the way to the finals, but Reply Totem definitely just upset the champions of Brawl at the moment. Humble won the 2024 World Finals, and then in their own invitational tournament, Reply Totem managed to prove an upset.
Absolutely. And how did they do that, Kenny?
Well, by putting me on the edge of my seat for 2 straight matches. I mean, genuinely, I thought there were multiple occasions where they were going to lose both those matches. Honestly, at the end of the day, against Humble, they genuinely played better for 4 sets. It's just the game mode kicked in and they somehow couldn't score a Brawl Ball goal that definitely should have happened at some point, nearly tripling their kills, and that's against World Champions. Look, this is the opening month. There's no shame in losing to Reply Totem. We all know that. Humble losing, I still don't have too many question marks for the year as a whole, but it shows great promise for these 2 teams, and I feel like both of them are doing a great job of being ready for the new season. I mean, it's a completely different meta, completely new teams. I'm really impressed with how they've adjusted so far.
Well, Reply Totem toppling Humble, big story, but SK Gaming, if they were able to do that, SK Gaming's such a historical team, such a great brand across esports, and they are honoring that with what they're showing in the tournament today, Travis.
I mean, being able to beat leftovers is a big task in itself. The kind of 3 players who clearly by their name were kind of left over, I guess, from the pool of pros that were kind of available for this year. So nice to see those coming together. 3 really strong individual players, so I don't doubt that they're going to be able to do big things in 2025. But I think they've just got some synergy issues to be able to kind of iron out if they want to be able to beat the likes of SK Gaming, who, a few players on that roster have already played together.
Talking of the winners of EMEA, SK Gaming sitting up there, but Reply Totem also sitting up there.
Yeah, it was a rocky year last year for them. I mean, if you were alongside us for 2024, you may have seen them get top 4 in the World Finals. That goes to show the ceiling that they have, but the floor was real low, unfortunately. I mean, there was even a month there after winning the Grand Finals where they didn't qualify. I mean, you just never know what you're going to get. And so it's really relieving to see that in this opening debut that they're coming to play. They played well against Humble, and even if they lost to Humble or something crazy, they would have been fine, right? They still would have been showing great promise. This is just month number 1. This isn't the monthly finals yet. This is kind of a tone setter, dipping your feet in, seeing where you stand, and both of these teams are clearly the contenders that I thought they would be.
We got our final 5 maps for our grand final here. Anything jumping out to you guys that might be a stumbling block or a free win?
I mean, I don't think so necessarily. I think Reply Totem were kind of pretty thankful that these, well, I suppose SK Gaming are kind of a bit of a Brawl Ball team as well, to be honest. But I think Reply Totem especially have had some pretty big success in Brawl Ball. But let's not talk about the last one, obviously, against Humble, because that really was kind of definitely should have gone their way,
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
but really didn't. So maybe I kind of retract that statement and back SK Gaming in Brawl Ball, but I like the start they've got. Angel Boy, we've seen him on that Sandy already today, and it was a big show.
Yeah, interesting bans as well. I mean, for a team that doesn't have the first overall pick, going with Ashe and Nita is pretty unique, I would say. There's a lot of really good brawlers on this map. I mean, Stu, Amber, Poco, I probably couldn't have guessed who had that first overall pick if I just had that context. Sandy is a first overall selection, something I'm not necessarily used to. Obviously, when looking at the scrims and watching that, we don't get the perspective of what order things were drafted. It's not that Sandy never shows up. I think just compared to last year, this isn't a spot I'm used to seeing him be drafted.
Seen a lot of Max today. Starting to see, some trends emerging even over the course of the tournament, what has worked out well. I do wonder if they're taking time to pop back and check out each other's replays, see what they can glean from that information. But given the opportunity, is there anything you'd recommend either SK or Reply Totem to look at in the previous matches?
I mean, I would say, to be fair, I think that Max is a fine first pick, but I do think they're kind of trying to take it away from Reply Totem because that Max-Sandy combo is just so dirty. Surge is another one we already saw on this map, but it was kind of heavily counted out and really unable to do too much by the likes of Nita, by the likes of all those rats coming in from Ashe, and especially with the new hypercharge as well. It made it really tough for Surge, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a similar situation. Obviously, we can't use Ashe, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but actually the same with Nita as well.
Yep.
Yeah, there's definitely other things on the board that can do a good amount of tanking for the Surge shots.
Yeah, I mean, we'll keep calling it out as well, but these are teams that might get aggressive, they might not. This isn't the meta where it's necessarily inherently you have to take an aggressive brawler. This isn't a Lana situation both these teams can clearly thrive either way. Juju making it this far is interesting to say the least. I mean, they pick up Sandy with the first overall. Max Surge, I think partially preventative, partially it's a good brawler. It's a good tandem as well. I think you're covering a lot of bases there. You've got the support character, you've got the speed for a little energizer to get you to a goal, to get you out of your goal side, whatever you need just to spark something. Rico, a really good answer, I think, here. This is pretty well-rounded. I mean, you don't naturally kind of have that full map control, but I think the bounce shots are going to be really solid here. Sandy's gonna have to get up close, and Juju's gonna have to rely on that grass for the extra range a little bit, but this is pretty well-rounded, I would say.
Is that an agree, Trev?
I think so too. I mean, they're going to take a Frank and just try and power through the, I guess, low DPS that Juju and Sandy have got and just run at them. Rico's got a big job cut out for him if there's a speeding Frank coming towards him. It's definitely going to be quite difficult. But yeah, I do think Juju's going to be pretty good if they can maintain control of the lanes and not let her get overwhelmed.
Well, our match is shaping up. This is the first set of our grand final that we are about to hop into. So if you have a favorite team here, Reply Totem or SK Gaming, don't forget to reach out and send them your energy. And gentlemen, I hand this over to you. Let's kick it off.
Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. Two titans of this region going to be kicking us off here today. Grand finals. Both of these teams looking with points to prove. They're ready to show the world that they will be the very best of EMEA to start this year.
Yeah, well, Yoshi coming in quick and getting that kill, instantly bouncing around the other side as well as OPE. And this should surely be a goal. Angel Boy shouldn't be able to defend all of them themselves. Just baiting it out, and Super comes down too. Perfectly timed shot. And SK off to a flying start.
SK Gaming started last year off hot in our first monthly finals. Pazero had the boys ready to go, and it looks like in this opening goal scenario, the exact same result. Ope climbing his way up this left-hand in, going for the gadget that allows him to pull people forward, dish out that damage. That's a huge takedown from Yashi on that left-hand in. Now SK can kind of make the decision if they want to go for it all. Bari left all alone, going to rely on an extra spawner here. It's enough time to push them back. All of SK kind of had to regenerate a little health. It's going to give Totem an opportunity.
Frank comes in with a hypercharge, making the move, possibly trying to break down all of this grass and all of the walls. The root sands is there, but it is going to be able to eventually bring down the Frank and leave all three members of Totem in a good position to try and stop SK Gaming from any further advance. But they do need a goal themselves with only a minute and 20 on the clock. It's going to have to come at some point.
A little pre-pop there from Maru. One of the benefits of Sandy in Brawl Ball is that gadget. It's essentially a free goal if you time it right. And unfortunately, he was just a little preemptive with that. It's going to be recharged about by now, though. He has a super. It's just a lone Joker. It's going to be insanely difficult for Joker to defend by himself. It should be an easy waltz in for Totem.
And I mean, with this super as well and very minimal grass left, it's not going to be the worst of scenarios for Totem. The speed's coming forward, and OP goes straight for the ball. Might be able to pass it off to Joker here. Tries to slide in with a phase shift. Oh, it's grabbed off the line! Just stopped by Reply Totem, and now it's their turn for an attack.
I think it was a millisecond, but I believe he got the stun off in time. There was a phase shift, so it might have blocked it, but I think Sandy may have gotten a gadget off there. We're going to see all those gadgets exhausted, and now a hypercharge going down. Totem responding quickly. Ope dribbling right past Ayashi, break away on the right-hand end, and he's just going to lob it down. Going to try and hold on just a little bit longer and put Totem in a better position.
Yeah, really nice stuff there coming in from Totem on the defense. Possibly a little bit of a mistake or a good stun. One or the other. Joker goes for a phase shift, and that does not work at all. Opie just sitting behind here, goes for the stun, gets Angel Boy. Brilliant connection from him. And now Yoshi trying to make the move down the left-hand side, gets caught out, chooses to jump back and keep these levels, but instantly going to be punished anyway. And now no level 3 either, but Joker grabs the ball, might have wanted to go for a run there, but did fall very low, very fast, thanks to a good couple of connections from Mori.
Oh, he debated it. Would have been insane if he was off to the races, but not quite yet. Advantage Totem in overtime. Walls come down. Ope eating bullets for breakfast. Yashi doing his best to keep up with the range, but only tier 2. Maru applying pressure. Kick over to the left-hand end. Ball right in front of their faces, but they buy just enough time for Ope to respawn. This might be a breakaway for the red roster.
Oh, the hypercharge from Yoshi around the left-hand side, just going to clean up shop. Angel Boy should be pretty close behind, and SK Gaming managed to get the job done.
Woo! Making magic happen. SK Gaming had multiple opportunities there. It was so close to being a goal for the Max as well. And I think they got the ultimate block there. That phase shift play is the energy that Joker brings to the table. All around, I think he was a big part of that. On defense, when they need to get out of their goal side, he was ready with a super to move them forward. It's an instant momentum swing, and the tempo changes entirely. That's what allowed SK Gaming to get out of there. Joker's got plenty of reps on this brawler, and it certainly shows.
Hope he goes for wall break again and does get a decent amount of it off. Joker around the right-hand side, as usual, being a bit of a pest in the back lines of Totem. But Yoshi getting a good couple of kills, and OP managed to secure himself a super. Angel Boy should be able to pick it up, but quickly traded by OPE. Nice plays from both teams.
Early tier 2 for Surge. That's going to be a huge instigator for them. They need that offensive pressure. If Surge is on tier 1, it's basically a useless brawler. He's one of the worst in the games at that level. As he powers up, he gets better and better. Ope smashing the earth, and it's going to be a connection there. Rico goes down. Maori goes down as well. It's just a lone Maru in the invisibility bubble. Yoshi trying to do his best, but he's going to be patient here. They don't have to force the issue just yet. They have a super. Not enough, though. Angel Boy swipes through in time. It's now basically a 2v2. An interception as well. Massive play coming out of them, and a big mistake from SK.
Yeah, great defense again, and another opportunity with the phase shift that Joker brings to the table. Not being enough, and some great shots there from Maru. Shouldn't be too far off a super, regardless of not getting much charge for the rest of the game, and eventually there it is. And OP having to retreat now thanks to those rude sands keeping him low. Yoshi, level 4, managed to get a few connections, and onto Mori as well, resetting this attack. The reply totem worked so hard to get.
All of SK surviving. Super on the ground. Joker, dribble left. Looking for the open space. Maru just hiding on the right-hand side. Angel Boy responding in time. The big man going down the left-hand in, trying to get this super off. Has a hypercharge available. Knows best, though. Going to hold off for now. Joker trying to defend him as much as possible. It's allowing Ope to get a little extra HP. He's going to swipe away. Can't quite connect to Maori, though. It's not going to be enough to get them a goal quite yet, but Yoshi's pickup is going to be a game changer.
Oh my god, use the gadget as well. Get some health back. OP should be able to come in with a big smash here and get the goal. All walls broken. Just chooses to walk it in. I was waiting for a shot and a miss, but thinks better of it. And SK Gaming with 30 seconds on the clock, almost having it set.
Another wise decision out of SK, and they're kicking things off in the mid. It's going to be extra speed going down. Yoshi goes down early, though. 20 seconds on the clock. There's certainly opportunity for an upset. Now dribbling forward. Angel Boy gets the takedown. Joker low HP. It's Yoshi's lone defense. That is necessary. He dodges one. It's enough. It's a pass over to the left-hand in. Frank has an opportunity. He's going to break this open. Now Maori has to make magic happen. The shield goes down. Walks it through and punches it in. Overtime inevitable.
OP just demolishes all his own team's walls, but Hypercharge can be used now, and they're running in a straight line towards it. Through ball might be a possibility. Goes for the shot instead. Angel Boy grabs it, and I think this should still be a goal. A little 1-2-3 pass. And Joker is just going to put that in and put SK ahead.
Beautifully played in that opening set. Big time moments on both sides. Honestly, getting into overtime, did not see that coming. A little bait to get that Frank to swipe through, open up enough of that wall to where they could have punched their ticket in. Really good stuff from both teams, to be honest with you. It's just SK played a little better.
SK played a little better. Angel Boy did a whole lot of damage, but that was just not enough. And Yoshi, 15 kills. That's dominant as well. But that moment of overtime that you called out there in game 2 of the first set, was that in any way something that might have thrown SK off? Were they not expecting it to get that far? Is that make them nervous?
I'm not sure, really. I mean, SK seemed pretty composed for the majority of it. I think they should have had a few goals prior to that, and maybe they didn't expect the overtime.
Yeah, it was a silly idea, right?
But it's like they still played it fine. Regardless of all the mistakes they made, they bounced back time and time and time again to create more and more chances. But I do feel like there was a few reply totem mistakes in there, overstepping at some points and, you know, being caught out by the Surge. And, you know, that's how Yoshi got the majority of his kills on that Surge, was just possibly Angel Boy stepping out of line whilst he's just lurking in a bush and waiting for him.
Was reply totem, you feel limited at all by the brawlers that they did end up selecting?
I don't think the comp was that bad.
No, I don't
They definitely
either.
didn't have enough DPS to deal with the Frank. I think that's what it was. Like, the amount of times
Yeah.
that Frank could just walk up and super the walls down was maybe a little bit too much.
I think impressive play out of Yoshi as well. I think credit due for sure. Just, he's not a tank, and a lot of the times you expect the assassins to be the better brawlers and the beneficiary of some of that more coverage from the grass. But honestly, he used the left-hand lane or the right-hand lane really well. He didn't get held back on that tier 1 in either game. It felt like he was able to progress to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. We saw the explosion come out from that hypercharge as well. So I think that was a big reason why, just freeing up space. Honestly, everybody doing a very unique part on that SK Gaming roster, and all of them doing their job well.
All of them doing their job well. All of them need to keep that in mind and stay bolstered, because we've still got minimum 2 sets left. But ideally, and if you guys could, for me, all 5 of them, thank you.
Would be nice. Would be nice. But into the draft for Ring of Fire on Hot Zone. Penny going to be the first pick, and we honestly haven't really seen this too much today. It's been banned out on the majority of maps that it's going to be useful on. Bans being Poco, the Berry, and the Max, so can't really blame them for that. Over the other side, not having this first pick, they had to pretty much get rid of the 3 best brawlers.
Yeah, I think all of these are great choices by SK Gaming, getting rid of the Barry, getting rid of the Max. Poco can be frustrating to deal with in certain compositions, so just kind of throwing out, I think, what they don't want to deal with or what they think that maybe Penny won't do as well into. I think it's a wise decision. Penny's had her name called a lot at a professional level recently, whether that's in the ban stage, the pick phase, and honestly, we haven't seen it nearly as much today. It could just be the map pool, could be personal preference, but Amber is certainly somebody that's very threatening, especially in this game mode where it's control-oriented. There's one point of interest. It's the giant circle in the middle, and Amber can just rush it down, keep her distance, and apply so much damage. It's honestly one of the better brawlers, I think, in the game right now.
Yeah, I will say Amber has been doing a lot of work. It really, it didn't match too well, and I believe we saw it before on Ring of Fire. I think it did end up losing that one, but it had such strong opposition that it was just kind of overwhelmed. But it is going to be the Gus along with it, being able to provide some shield, keep Amber in those aggressive spots for longer, keep her on the zone for longer, which is always going to be a big benefit.
Yeah, Gus is where my brain went just because of how popular he is at a professional level, and I think he gives you that extra range as well. The way this map plays out is there's obviously that central point, there's grass on either end, but he can basically reach from one end of the map in that mid-fight to the other, and he's just a really good brawler. He's support, he's got the damage, he's got a good gadget, very well-rounded, and professional players are going to know how to use him best. It's somebody that a casual may struggle with a little bit more, but he will really shine on the stage.
When I do enter, they're spending so much time now between their selections. I mean, it's super important. You want to take all the time you need, but they're really thinking these through. This is not a pre-mixed recipe. They're adding ingredients willy-nilly here.
I mean, they're just really using the time that they've been allocated, because you can't make a mistake at this point through the draft phase. It's just very punishing to not be able to have a good draft, or at least a 50-50 in these kind of grand final moments. And Reply Totem versus SK Gaming, pretty much the El Clasico of EMEA Brawl. So definitely both teams on their edge of the seats, regardless of them being different from previous years. It's still a matchup that goes back such a long time.
Bell and Draco going to be rounding them out here. I kind of like this. I think Bell for the long-range sharpshooter ability, so kind of contesting with that Gus. Also the Amber. You can get the little bounce off from the regular shot too. And I think Draco's survivability and combination of aggression might be why he's selected here. There's no Lu available too, so there's not going to be an instant freeze. It's going to be a little bit more difficult if they want to go something like a Colette to deal with this. You know, you have Bell and Penny who have an advantageous matchup. The way they're going to go about it is going to be a Frank that's going to benefit from the Gus bubble to get a little extra damage. I don't blame them really for the Draco though either. Like I mentioned, I think if they get control of the map, they can press on that top wall, or you can pop a gadget and just get a few more percentage points.
A lot of opportunities there. It sounds like you are pretty well researched on exactly. You sure you don't want to get in? I'm hyping you guys up as pro
Maybe I'm
players.
the next team. I might be the next team.
I'd be excited to see it, but right now I'm so excited to see this next match between SK Gaming and Reply Totem. We're heading into our second set. This could be a very comfortable pickup for XK. Could be a nice evening out for Reply Totem. But gentlemen, it'll be a pleasure for me to listen to you both.
It will be hopefully an even out for Reply Totem. Quite like to go all the way on this one, considering it's the grand final, and SK Gaming one set up. Left-hand side, trying to make a move towards pushes, and Angel Boy takes a very different attack route and just tries to stay on the zone.
Ope trying to assert dominance early. He's going to take advantage of the fact that there's no wall break available for either side, so these aren't going to come down anytime soon. This is where the tides can turn, though. Baru gets a turret down in a spot on this bottom right-hand side where the key players frequently put it, because it's hard to destroy. Thankfully, Ope has kind of free roam to go to this other end, but usually it's difficult to go for. I think he was kind of baiting that out a little bit. They might have assumed that he was going to go for the turret takedown, but he doesn't. He wipes away all that grass, and as a result, much more visibility for the other end.
Turret still remains, though. That's the issue. Hasn't got it down just yet. Frank coming back up now, just using the shield on himself. Trying to keep himself in the mix to keep on extending this lead, which they have managed to develop. A decent lead now, but Totem stepping back onto the point, and Ope trying to get around this flank. Hypercharge going to be used to get closer to Mori, who uses one of his own. Fortunately, steps on a nest egg, and that allows Mari to get away. Possibly a little pinch from Maru, but he goes down so fast. And this hypercharge throw on the right-hand side, double throwing down mortar shots now.
Fantastic tandem between the hypercharged turret and one single nest egg. He's got a lot of health points. It takes time to bring him down, but when he's slowed down and then hit twice by a turret, it's going to make things much, much easier and honestly help for control of the mid. Mari with a nice tap there as well. It's still a small advantage for SK Gaming, despite what I think the kill category might be leaning towards Totem.
Yeah, I think so too. They're just walking over them kill after kill, but Angel Boy goes in and Ope says no. Just carries on going towards the zone, and it's been the Gus who's kind of looming on it for so long. Mario has cycled this hypercharge turret now, and it's just something they're pretty much ignoring over the right-hand side. And in the long run, clearly now, as Totem do take the lead back, it might be the most helpful of choices.
Just a huge back and forth. Angel Boy got stunned, couldn't pop the gadget there either. As a result, he's gonna go down. SK Gaming now pressing the issue. Yoshi left-hand in the open space. Gonna space the floor out a little bit as well from Joker. That's one of the things that Bell brings to the table. It's not as easy to cluster together when you get that bonus damage.
Yeah, almost getting the shot now. OP can't quite find it, and Joker pretty much gets 3, but he's got a chance. OP gets the shield now, and Angel Boy goes in. 1 HP left thanks to the gadget and gets the kills. Heal thanks to the super as well. But Yoshi coming in the back end and 9% in it, and all of Totem just swarming the zone. Would line up perfectly for OP, but there's just not enough time. Sure, I mean, actually, he stops them. He gets them. Just a chance, but Mari's using everything to tank, and 10% lead results in the win. Reply Totem manage it, but almost got taken out.
That was some good little wiggling right there to get those last few percentage points. Dropping the turret. I think there may have even been a barrel in there as well, just weaving in and out. It was too impossible to get those final tags. Would have been an absolutely insane stop right there, but the damage was already done. Honestly, that's the way it probably should have gone. It took them a little bit longer to get there, but they were just cycling in kills so frequently, it felt like. This time, Angel Boy could be rushing up to the top, drops a gadget early. That's nice that they wasted. Unfortunately, it's going to cost them a trade, so this 2v2 situation is going to be a big deal. And so far, it's going to lean towards Joker's side, especially since he's got that shield.
Yeah, he gets a few taps in, but that nest egg still looming there, waiting for him to trip it. Angel Boy going forwards. Oh, baits out OP perfectly. The Yoshi shield going to keep him in the mix a bit longer, though, and Angel Boy gets taken out regardless. Yoshi doing a good job on the right-hand side. Joker will pinch across and get that as well. And just Mori alive. OP takes this chance to gain some ground.
That's a big deal. OP can get in a little bit better positioning. He's going to absorb so much damage. Angel Boy forced to use another gadget there. He's going through these so early. Nonetheless, though, Totem take control. They've now got a couple nest eggs down, a penny turret planted. And that's one of the problems with Frank, especially on this map. It's not a lot of close quarters. You're going to be able to charge that super relatively easily, and as a result, there's going to be penny turret after penny turret.
Yeah, use the hypercharge there to get all of those walls down, but Angel Boy surviving on 1 HP. Gadget obviously was used, and that possibly might be his last one. I didn't actually get a look at it, but he used to use so many of those. Maru now over the left-hand side, the only one alive. And OP in a great position with the super here. Does waste it and gets baited out again.
I believe Angel Boy's using the +1. That should be his last one there. Doesn't get to use the super in time for the extra heals, and Joker will get the takedown, forced to pop a bubble. 1v2 situation. He's going to need to rely on mechanics here. Gets a nice tap, make it twice. Maori falls, and SK Gaming will extend the lead.
Yeah, no gadgets left for Angel Boy now, and being hunted down by OP. Shield provided as well, and Maru at close range against OP doesn't really have much hope. 3v1 at a 20% lead, so close to victory. This has got to be SK.
OP really working for the win here. He's died a lot, but he's certainly dished out plenty of damage. Climbing up to 100%. Maru with low HP won't be enough. SK Gaming matched the set.
Yeah, I mean, SK really played that very, very well. Towards the back end of the game, at least, it seemed to be a bit Totem-sided to start again, but once those gadgets were all expended and Draco becomes a bit more useless, that's when they started to re-establish themselves, and that's when, it was the Frank just started winning that matchup over and over.
This is the caliber of play we would expect from some of EMEA's finest. This is our grand finals after all. It's not a monthly final, but there's still plenty of cash on the line, a lot of pride, and a point to prove here early. SK Gaming starting out with the first takedown here is massive. Maori left all alone, Maru forced away, and Joker tripping 2 of those up early. That is a big deal as this match goes on.
It just about snags one of those ghosts though and does manage to, double from OP, almost gets 3 as Mori goes very aggressive towards him. There's still a nest egg on this bottom left-hand side of the zone, but SK Gaming quickly even out the lead that Totem managed to establish early into the game. OP going forwards, gets the kill on Angel Boy, and Angel Boy's holding on to these gadgets, but probably in moments where he should be using them in this game.
OP's been able to single out opponent after opponent, and you know that Frank has to be dealt with as a tribe. You can't do it by yourself. There's a gadget. That's a nice one there. No connections there for Maori, though. It's going to be a tough look. They've got all 3 members standing up right now. Joker forced away. He can't do it by himself either, and OP going to be forced to absorb a little bit of damage to give his teammates a little space to breathe.
Yeah, the shield was missed on OP in the bottom side as well, and that could really have affected things negatively for SK, but so far so good since then as they re-establish this control once more. OP gets the shield this time and moves forward, tries to push Totem into the backlines. And they've got a pretty good lead now. Angel Boy moving forwards again, has some gadgets this time, but shouldn't survive too much longer.
Love the timings coming out of SK. A real veteran presence, stripping them up so that the slowdown doesn't affect them later down the line. There's still one lurking on that bottom left-hand end, but with so much presence in this hot zone, it's ultimately not going to matter much. A super going down. Angel Boy popped the gadget, and it still was not enough. Opay survives, has an extra shield to keep him up here too, and SK Gaming climbing themselves up to 100. All they need is Joker to hold on for dear life. Angel Boy can't close the gap, but Yashi will march in. It's just enough. It's going to take the ultimate stand, though.
This has got to be perfect from Totem, or they're going to be dropping 2 sets down. SK going to keep on pushing forwards now. Frank's health should get them onto the zone, unless everybody focuses in. The shield's there, and the 1% is as well. SK Gaming take the set and make it 2.
Heart-pounding situation there as that percentage was counting up, but just not fast enough for Reply Totem, despite their ability to hold on to that point. Tragic, but SK Gaming, we've been watching them throughout this. You guys have been watching them for season after season. It is no mystery why they are able to pull it all together. They got the experience, they got the roster, and yeah, some nice stuff there.
Relatively close. Yeah, relatively close. It felt like the first game, Totem were really dominating the kill category, but Opay certainly made up for it as the set progressed. I felt like that was a huge factor, especially in that third one. I never really felt like Opay was in a scenario where it was all 3 of them focusing him down. Didn't feel like Angel Boy got the best value out of his gadgets either. Draco's not an easy one to play. I know it's a very prevalent brawler at a professional level, but even for some of the world's best, not an easy one to pilot.
Tough one, but we've got another tough one coming up, Shooting Star. We've seen these go pretty fully one way or the other, you know. It's I'm not an expert. I see him pick up the blue star and I go, that guy's probably gonna do pretty okay. But break it down for me. What do we have to do here as Reply Totem to rally to get through SK in this one?
I mean, I think it's tough. I don't know if they kind of take risks or they do just play kind of the more long-range route. It seems like Shooting Stars now pivoted towards a bit more of a mid-range brawl rather than kind of the absolute sharpshooters and throwers that it used to be. Definitely a few kind of pearls thrown in here and there, and obviously G is a long-range brawler, but it just peppers a long range, right? Like, you're kind of not really going to have the best of matchups against quite a few. So I'm just curious whether or not they're going to stick with old metas and try and play a bit more sharpshootery or pivot to new and try these pearls and things like that.
In terms of the mental game as well, this is a really tough one for Totem, to be honest with you. They're going to be pretty fatigued at this point. It's been 3-2s the whole way. Sometimes they thought they were winning. They almost got reverse swept, then they didn't. And they almost got reverse swept, and then they didn't. It's one of those things where it's a lot to take in. I mean, they've made it this far. They're now down 2-0. This is the ultimate test on a day where you have had to battle after battle. Can you come back against the ultimate opponent, the best one you've seen so far today?
Let's remind them what's on the line. We've got a $5,000 prize pool for today's tournament. We've also got the first event of 2025, a great way to make a splash in the greater scene. If you can pick up a championship here in a first place finish, Reply Totem might be able to rally here, but taking a look at what they've banned, they're starting to pick. Give me your vibes off this one, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Angelo's a great shout early on. The water in kind of the mid portion of the map that you can hover over lets you get out the way of pretty much multiple lanes, whether you're playing mid, whether you're playing lane. You can kind of move about so freely, whereas a lot of other brawlers are going to have such a hard time rotating or staying out the way of shots. Ban-wise, Bell, Gus, Pearl. We got the Pearl in there, which is one of those mid-range brawlers that I did mention. And over the other side, SK really didn't want to see throwers, the Tick and the Juju being the first bans, and Gene along with that as well. They're going to go a bit more of a sharpshooter route so far with the Nanny, and I honestly don't blame them at all taking that away from Reply Totem with Angel Boy sitting.
And now they pair it with Max as well, and I think by doing that, you're kind of locking out the other side from going sharpshooters, right? You have Nani, who's going to address something like a Piper if they wanted to go with that, one of those stereotypical options, and Max is going to be great at that too. It's also a comfort pick. I mean, that's important. If it's a good brawler that you're also comfortable with, somebody like Joker has been so good today and throughout his career with this brawler. It's really awesome to kind of see that kind of mesh and go together where that strategy plus comfort kind of blends together.
Now, does that at any point start to become a risk? You're comfortable, you know, they maybe leave it out, they bait because they're waiting for you to pick it. They've got the perfect strategy lined up. Have we seen that happen yet?
I mean, Spoo touched on some like kind of draft traps a little bit earlier on. We haven't seen too many of them. We've seen a couple. I think one failed quite miserably and the other one did work quite well. So it's very 50-50 of whether or not, you know, your opponents can pivot on the fly with their draft as well. But that is, it worked earlier, the kit, right?
Yeah, it did work.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have to question it a little bit. I think it's quite good on this map, especially, you know, pair a little RT with it as well. And those closing seconds, a good amount of health throwing over the walls. This gets you out of some sticky situations.
Yeah, you get a little hybrid thrower, extra heals, but it's getting those tags and getting to that stage that can be the tough part, especially against somebody with Max. There's a phase shift, Nani, who can kind of stretch the map and keep the distance. I don't necessarily think this is going to be the easiest thing in the world for a kit. Penny's a little surprising. I know it's shooting star, but to your point, this really has felt like a more mid-range meta, not necessarily the long range that we see frequently. Might be for the Penny barrel as well to get an insta shutdown onto something like a kit if it gets up in the face, so I don't really mind this. You also get control with old Lobber, the turret. Honestly, I think a pretty good shout out to SK Gaming. I think this is another really good draft.
Oh, we are on match point here for SK Gaming. Reply Totem with everything to lose, so they're resorting to the kit. We saw it work out once before today. I'm a fan of cats. Reply Totem, I'm a fan of going the distance too. So let's see if you can hold on through this one, hold on through the next, and give me that beautiful grand final. But gentlemen, take it away. We got a match to get through first.
Yeah, the kit's very much all or nothing, and that is, I think, the perfect way to describe Reply Totem's situation at the moment. They're going to have to get absolutely everything, or they're going to be going home. Second place, Mori trying to get a few swipes through the mid, and Joker gets the speed early on thanks to that. There was a little cardboard box in there, allowing Mori to go invis straight into those backlines and the safety of his teammates' arms.
The good news is they've gotten a kill, they've got the blue star, and Maori does have a super. He's going to be able to attach himself at any given moment, make a dive as well, something we didn't even mention. If he just dives onto an opposing brawler, that stuns them. They can't move. That allows Totem to line up those easy shots. They've got a little extra distance, so that's plenty of map to cover.
Yeah, you have to pretty much time it perfectly to when your teammates can assist you and theirs can't as well at the same time. So definitely a difficult thing, but in a situation like this, it's not the worst just to try and get your team out of it. OP going forwards now, gets connection onto Maru, but not the kill just yet. Heals obviously available if Mori jumps on you back, but it also opens up to two people being in one area. Now the jump goes in, Nanny peep onto him, but Joker stunned for a longer duration, and that extends it to 5-2.
That's a fine trade. Unfortunately, they give it the blue star, which is a big deal. They're on their back foot. Now Maori doesn't have a super. Ideally, you would have liked to see him stay up, but that was a pretty impossible ask. You can see Angelo hugging that right wall, just trying to stay alive, kind of forced to make a move there and cover for his teammate.
This mortar raining down, but I don't think he can reach all the way into the back lines of this Reply Totem spawn. OP's going to go in and get that blue star, comes with it as well, and so does the lead. Oh, what a tap that is from OP. He gets both of them to 20. Down one goes, and Joker's hungry for more. The peep sliding through as well with the hypercharge. Angel Boy gets bounced forwards, and the mortar shot almost lands on him. Joker's going to hypercharge in. He's thirsty for these kills.
They smell blood in the water, and Totem backs against the wall. Good news for them. Only down 2 stars in reality, but they have no positioning here. 15 on the shot clock. Baru climbing. Angel Boy left hand in, and now he's going to have Maori to assist him. He needs to do it quick, though. They got to make this count. Low HP, 5 to go. Need to get some tags, making the sharpshooter shots count. A little preemptive jump in there, but they don't have enough time on the clock. They put themselves in a corner, turtle up, and give themselves a match point.
Oof, very, very close though, we'll say. Those closing games, we saw so many of them in World Finals, where it just comes down to the closing seconds and almost get the turnaround. They got one, but it just wasn't enough thanks to that blue star. SK Gaming do survive and go directly to match point against Reply Totem. This one will decide whether they're going to get swept or if they'll have a chance to come back.
An early start as well. Once again, a rerun. Totem going to be grabbing this blue star. Large part due to Kit. He can get there a little quicker. He's got the invisibility if he needs to get in or out. Now it's up to Tag. A little blend of right and left. Oh, and the return to Cinder, perfect. That's where the sharpshooter counter ability comes in. The more damage that Nani receives from that blow, that gadget will do way more on the returning side.
Great tap there as well. Pete's going to come in. Mori goes for the jump. Return to sender was used. And Angel Boy is there to tank just in case it's needed. The super on the right-hand side will burn through this salty barrel that was placed down, and another shot onto OP will have him taking down the lead.
Maru doing a good job of landing some connections. Unfortunately, Maori just missed his super entirely. A miscalculation, to say the least. Angel Boy does have left side under control. Maru making another tap. Ooh, a little phase shift to get away from there. The more they burn through those early, the better in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was... I'm not sure if he timed that absolutely perfectly and dashed through Angel Boy's hack to get him killed. I'm not sure if that's what he did, but it seemed like that was his intention at least. Now super still available for Mori. Hasn't actually jumped on one of his teammates yet, or at least hasn't successfully jumped on one of his teammates. The cardboard box gets him in this grass on the left-hand side. OP seems to be oblivious to it, but Yoshi will scout it out for him, and Joker will move over there. Now he gets on his teammate and wants to try and make a move.
SK Gaming doing a really good job with that internal clock. When they don't see Kit for more than a couple seconds, they're going to start firing into those bushes. They know something is wrong. That's what separates good from great. Joker diving in, gets out. Now a massive Nani peep makes the perfect connection as well. They just push him back. Easy money for SK Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly finds him invis there, but 15 seconds on the clock and Reply Totem really needs something to happen right now. Salty Barrel placed and the Penny tries to splash through it. The jump's available there, but the Mortar is down to try and tank some shots. Salty Barrel 2 will stop them in their tracks. Now the jump comes in, but the trade's there and it goes even further SK's way. Angel Boy can't get within range, and Yoshi ends on 5. And SK are the Champions Invitational champions.
Congratulations, SK Gaming. What an impressive finish. They made it all the way to the grand finals, and then they swept the team that took out the current world champions. A dominating performance, beautiful choices throughout that got them there. Lots of accolades we can perhaps heap on this team, but if you're gonna put one single, yearbook title on them, what would be the sash?
I don't know. I think in one word, that's a lot of perseverance. I mean, they've come out, and in terms of like watching scrims, I don't know how many hours every team's put in, but they put in a lot of work. It was clear that they were putting in multiple times a day, like a lot of these teams are, not to take away that they're not working hard, but they clearly came in with a mission. They wanted to start the year strong. It's something they did last year, and the inconsistency definitely showed throughout EMEA. Even for Humble, their champions, they had 1 monthly finals, grand finals wins. They know how hard it is to come away with a victory in this region. And I know this is not a monthly finals, but to start January off on a high, a 3-0 victory in the grand finals and essentially marching your way through this entire bracket, I think that's a statement.
Well, the most perseverance-ist title from Kenny, what would you award them?
I don't know. They seem very well-rounded. Yeah. I think that's the thing. Like, for a team who, have kind of just come together and like late last year, they probably got together in terms of started scrimming. Their synergy seems absolutely off the charts. Like when you were saying these cardboard boxes were being used and the kit's invis, they're able to just know where they're going to be. They hit him perfectly with a peep in the closing seconds as well. Like their intuition is just absolutely incredible.
Wonderful accolades and a great performance from SK. I do believe we have Joker available for an interview on behalf of his team. Joker, congratulations. Big pickup here with that first place finish in our Champions Invitational. How you feeling?
I mean, obviously, it's really good to win the first month. It couldn't have been better. 3-0 in the final. I'm really happy.
Congratulations once again. Gentlemen, I'll turn it over to you for extra questions.
I was just curious how it kind of, in terms of shaping the roster, how did it come back full circle to be an OPE as the selection? Because he was someone that SK kind of passed up on in the previous year.
I mean, I can understand that from the outside, the roster maybe on paper looks weaker, but what people don't understand is that the draft is really important right now. And I think OP helps in that aspect as well, because now we're more people drafting. And also he can play the brawlers we didn't really play, and he just adds like this new kind of game style.
Joker, the announcement trailer for you guys recently released, and I thought it was really interesting. One, great work on that. Obviously, our colleague Uber was the one that voiced over that, but I feel like there was a message that came with that. This team that you've now been a part of for 2 years definitely have gone through some battles, right? What's the mentality for you guys that's going to set you apart? What are you going to do differently this year now that you've got a little more experience with this organization?
Obviously new players always help. It gives new energy. And also I think this year what's different to last year is that I will no longer be in school, so I will have more time. And I think we can grind more together. And let's build up on this win.
Well, Joker, I've got one last question for you. You, your team, your organization put so much work, so much effort into this, and we're looking forward to see that play out over the entirety of the 2025 season. Anything that you want to let us know that's going on back there contributing to your success? Anyone you want to shout out behind the scenes, and anything you want to say today about your team?
I would like to shout out every fan that still supports us, even if their favorite player is not longer with us. And I would like to say happy birthday to Yoshi, because today is his birthday and he still played the whole day. So yeah, happy birthday to him.
Oh, and then I do have one more question for you. We announced so much stuff for the 2025 season. Anything you're most excited about to hear?
The mid-season tournament, I forgot the official name, but yeah, the mid-season tournament, I hope we could qualify for that. That would be awesome.
Well, we'll wish you and your team best of luck. You certainly earned a chance to go and fight all season long and to have the other teams be just a little bit afraid of you. Thank you so much and happy birthday, Yashi. And we'll let you go and enjoy your victory. Thanks so much, Joker.
Thank you, guys. See you next time.
See you next time. That's a lovely little promise and a charming goodbye.
I like that.
He's very confident about coming back for the winners' interviews, I think. That's probably what it is.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that mentality, though.
It's a well-spoken interview as well. And let's check out the bracket to see just what SK had to overcome to feel so good about this victory. Not just Reply Totem, not just leftovers. They started the day with a win over Kebab. A lot of impressive matches, a lot of impressive sets, and definitely some games to really micro in on that showed how wonderful these players truly are.
I mean, all the way through, SK Gaming have performed incredibly well. You can see 3-0, 3-1, 3-0, only dropping one set to leftovers, which gives me some hope for leftovers in the future as well, because considering they've done better than the grand finals opponents have as well. But I think it goes to show Humble really did persevere through some really tough times as well against Reply Totem, but yeah, I mean, SK Gaming thoroughly deserved the win, managed to come into the grand finals and sweep as convincingly as they did. It's a really, really big showing for 2025.
Yeah, I think we have to really give them the credit. They not only squeaked through, they stomped through when it got to the end there. And speaking of stomping, you did the opposite. You stepped very lightly onto the stage. Welcome back, Spoo. You've joined us, and we've got the full roster of very talented geniuses at my command.
Thank you.
What'd you think of that grand final, Spoo?
I was right. SK is gonna take it all, and yeah, I think after that last semifinal, I think we all got a good feeling, right? They seem to be the most.
Not Trav.
Well, I
I
did
just want
say
to make that
Reply
clear.
Totem. I will
Not
not deny.
Trav.
I won't deny. Listen, I'm not going to try and say false.
I should have copied your homework, man. It was on me.
You betrayed me.
I-
Okay.
betrayal? Now I feel terrible.
I thought you were on
I thought I
my
was just a
side this whole
loser, now
time,
I'm a
but
betrayer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this one, yeah, let's not. No more homework for you.
You know what, let's go back to high notes. We got our top 5 moments from the day. Gentlemen, let me know what you think of all these. Starting at number 5.
Oh, this is going to be a nice little play here. On the other end, going to be an immediate response at a Joker. Honestly, this set was just kind of a wild one. A lot of really quick goals and honestly some top frags. This match in general, though, Trav, so good.
I mean, huge turnaround in the closing second. Angel Boy kind of gets walled in there and stopped in his tracks, but it appears you guys are on number 2, so I'll let you speak on this one.
I didn't realize the reaction was this visceral.
How passionate.
But, okay.
It's a joy to sit next to you during the games.
It's a joy to watch this too.
Can't say we don't love our jobs. Won't take that away from me.
Oh, it's the winning moment, is it not? Oh, yeah. We were just talking in the back room. We're like, yeah, these players don't have any emotions.
Oh,
But that happens.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I expected to be number 1.
Yeah.
Your reaction makes that even more exciting of a moment.
Oh, semantic.
Oh.
It's a pity the script didn't go exactly like we did, but some great moments nonetheless. Yeah.
Hey, who would want to watch a show where we revealed the whole plot at the beginning, okay? Just because we have the script doesn't mean we have to tell them right off the bat.
Good point. We like a little suspense. We like a little suspense.
A little suspense, but you know what? I don't want to keep the future of Brawl Stars competitive scene in suspense. We've got the roadmap for 2025. Let's take one more look at it because it's going to be a great year ahead.
Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship 2025. With more action-packed events, a total prize pool of $2 million, and exciting changes, you won't want to miss it. Let's dive in. In 2025, the championship starts in February, featuring 6 months of online play and 3 in-person events, exploring locations new to Brawl Stars Championship. You're increasing points earned for monthly qualifiers to create a more balanced playing field, and doubling all points during the summer split, adding excitement up to the last chance qualifier. Seeding has also improved. Instead of random assignments, placements are based on points and performance, ensuring fairer matchups each month. We start the year with the Spring Split, which contains 3 monthly seasons through which players can earn points for the regional leaderboard. Did we mention we'll have a 3rd in-person event in 2025? Introducing the Brawl Cup, where 8 teams from around the world will compete to unlock an additional World Finals or LCQ slot for their home region. After another 3 monthly seasons during Summer Split, we'll kick off the postseason with a 16-team Last Chance qualifier, before wrapping up the year with the 16-team World Finals. Each monthly season has 3 phases that kicks off with the in-game Championship Challenge event, after which players choose a persistent team to play with in the regional monthly qualifiers, which are now split into 2 distinct days. Day 1 of each MQ is for up-and-coming teams to battle through a single elimination bracket, from which the top 16 teams will make it to Day 2, where the 16 top-seeded teams from the region will await them in a double elimination bracket. Top 8 teams from the MQ will enter the prestige of the broadcasted monthly finals and a significant boost in leaderboard points, making every win one step closer to the trophy. After the summer split, 16 teams without a World Final spot will have one more opportunity at the Last Chance Qualifier event. From here, 4 victorious teams will earn their golden ticket to the World Finals. Finally, we arrived at the pinnacle, the World Finals. Here, the 16 best teams in the world, legacy players, fresh talent, and fierce rivals will duke it out in front of a live audience until only one team is left to raise the trophy. Who will emerge as the top champions of their regions, earn spots in the World Finals, and take home the trophy? Join us and find out. It's a new, exciting year at Brawl Stars, with new formats, larger events, rewards, and opportunities for everyone. Let's brawl!
So much to look forward to in 2025 if you're a competitive Brawl Stars fan, and if you're a player, well, things just got even more exciting. That $2 million in prizing it's obviously blowing my mind a little bit. I can't even get it out straight. But we have lots of things to be excited about, and I do think, gentlemen, that we have some fans online that are excited. We have the players that we heard from that are very thrilled. But, Kenny, what are you most excited about with these changes?
Honestly, it's been a while since we've had 16 teams at Worlds. I think that'll be a refreshing part of it too. I mean, more competition, more opportunities for some of the best to showcase themselves, and honestly, it just leads to a better showing.
I think it's going to be incredible to see. It's still 16 teams at LCQ as well. It just allows so many teams from around the world. Let's do more. Let's do more. It just allows so many teams, having 16 at Worlds, 16 at LCQ, to be able to go to these in-person events and compete, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think I'm most excited about that new qualifier format. We haven't changed qualifiers for the past 4 years, and now there's finally an incentive for teams to stick together for that seeding so that they can just come into that year with a head start.
Well, I've asked you guys what's exciting about this. We also have people chiming in on social media. They cannot be contained. I want to know what they've got to say about 2025. Interesting that NA now has 3 spots directly in the World Finals and 1 to LCQ. Tell me, how do you react to this tweet?
More NA is good.
No.
More NA is good.
No.
Year of NA.
Give the
It's
spots-
our time.
give the spots
It's
to
our
EU.
time.
No.
I'm glad that Kenny said it. I can't jump on the NA bandwagon yet. You guys are EMEA, right? I'm team EMEA. What? No, wait, APAC? APAC, what are we doing, Spu?
Oh, now you copy his homework. Oh, now you copy.
Yeah. There's no essay here, so you've got to hold on to your essay, right?
Yeah,
Represent
just
South
throw,
America.
throw South America a little love. We could do
Yeah,
that.
we could have shown some love.
Well, you guys have tolerated my questions all day long, so now I want to hand it over to you for some statements. Anything you guys want to say to the people, Spu?
Well, pleasure to be here. Absolutely, for sure. I mean, didn't expect this to go the way it did, but yeah, a lot of matches that has gone the distance, and I think we've got an excellent year ahead of us. I can't wait to do more.
Yeah. I mean, 2025 is going to be incredible. I'm very happy to have been here for the Champions Invitational. It's been a great showcase of what we've got in store for 2025.
I was going to say my brawl meter was rather low, so it was starting in January rather than a February or March. A pleasant change. Always a pleasure to be with you all as well. And obviously, given the competition that we had today, I think it's going to be a pretty darn good year.
Well, it's been an incredible pleasure getting to host this for you guys. Brawl Stars, you are amazing. Stay cool. It has been a really fun time, and I'm so excited for all the teams and very happy for SK Gaming. Now, we've got a lot to look forward to ahead in 2025, but we've also had a lot of special moments in 2024. We've got a little documentary coming out, and we've got a preview for you, so let's check out The Road to Redemption.
How do you define success?
This could be a turning point. It's far from over.
What spells victory for one person may spell disaster for someone else.
Looks more and more grim with every passing moment.
In the 2024 Brawl Stars Championship season, 3 teams were headed straight toward catastrophe.
You can't afford a mistake like that, not in the postseason.
When our backs are up against the wall, we somehow find a way to figure it out.
Would their paths lead to certain doom?
Totem falling apart.
Or would they find a road to redemption?
never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance, sauvage et fier, je danse, personne ne peut m'arrêter. Sauvage et libre à jamais. Plus de chaînes, plus de limites, je cours, rien ne m'évite. Sous la lune, je suis en feu, un éclair roule dans tes yeux. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole, tu es sauvage, tu m'affales. Tous ces rythmes qui battent dans ma tête, dans ta tête, se déchaînent. Ces jours de fête, toujours la fête. Je suis là, ici et maintenant. Rien n'arrête mon élan. Le choix est mien, je le prends, je suis libre à chaque moment, chaque moment. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole, tu es sauvage, tu m'affales.
One, two, three, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. what's the point? Making the party jump, time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.